Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Personnel, Public Grievances. Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Minister of State, Independent Charge of the Ministry of Earth Sciences, Minister of State in the Prime Minister's Office, Minister of State in the Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions, Minister of State in the Department of Atomic Energy and Department of Space, Government of India. It gives me immense pleasure to note that DARPG is bringing out the 16th edition of Central Secretariat Manual of 1 LCE Procedure CSMOP. In this edition, several path-breaking reforms initiated by DARPG and implemented by ministries and departments during 2020 and 2021 have been incorporated. 2. This edition of manual aims to increase efficiency in decision-making and creates a foundation FBR building a robust knowledge management system in line with National Program FBR Civil Services Capacity Building NPCSCB, the Mission Karmayogi. In addition, the renewed emphasis on digitization of all DARC will help usher in a paperless Central Secretariat enhancing the ease of doing business. 3. I hope that this CDITN of CSMOP will also help the ministries' departments to consolidate their administrative instructions and present them as master circulars, thus facilitating a comprehensive understanding of administrative instructions on a given sub-act and help the policy makers, analysts and researchers to not only access the policy framework with ease and convenience but also appreciate the overall context in which policy reforms have been undertaken. 4. I am sure that CSMOP 2022 will help ministries and DC departments to dispose their pending matters well in time, closely monitor the workflows and strengthen digital governance across the country. I compliment the efforts of Shri V. Srinivas, Secretary, DARPG and his team, who has been instrumental in incorporating the new age reforms in this manual. Dr. Jitendra Singh, MBBS, Stanley, Chennai, MD Medicine, Fellowship, AIIMS, NDL, MNAMS Diabetes and Endocrinolog, T. Anusandhan Bhavan, 2, Rafi Marg, New Delhi 110,001 Tel. 01123316766, 2371423 fax, 01123316745. South Block, New Delhi 110,011 Tel. 01123010191, fax, 23,017,931 North Block, New Delhi 110,001 Tel. 01123092475, fax, 01123092116. FR. FFIFRG, SN $. Q. QRT. V. Cineweeks Brass SFQ Secretary. Q for SRF TRSF 3 FEN A, 3T D Curve, RQFFI. FFIM Arteriiter Sirfu FFA. QFRDWR6TT, O. FIT 6, E6RRO, RDCCNIKC DILK, SSFL GMDLT *6RRO, RRDFRTRFL, IRQNCHR plus Q, DRQQRRF, R2 Govinte TOF2 D. TITIISTRY of person IEL, PUBUC Greer, ISIS A Penshoils, DEPARITAI T of ADXINISTRAIIVEREFORXS and Public GRIEVAIICES Sardar PAIEL Bhavan, Sansad ARG, R. U Delt. FOOT. Forward. The Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances as the nodal department for prescribing procedures for Secretariat works which are comprehensively embodied in Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure (CSMOP). LT gives me immense pleasure to share the 16th edition of CSMOP. The new edition incorporates the administrative reforms ushered in the Central Secretariat under the initiatives for increasing efficiency in government, and under the special campaign for disposal of pending matters. The 16th edition has focused on the four-pronged approach of delayering, delegation, operationalization of desk officer system, digitization of central registration units and implementation of Office version 7.0 as part of the silent transformation enginery in the context of increasing efficiency in decision-making in the government. Government directions for weekly implementation of the Swachhta campaign in all ministries, departments, and monthly monitoring review have been incorporated. The introduction of nodal appellate authorities and revised timelines for grievance redressal also finds mention in the report. For those who are working in the government and for future entrants, the manual will be an invaluable source of training, guidance and reference. Dated July 13, 2022 v. Srinivas. J0. OA. Please visit our website, web links ph 911123742133, fax 911123742546, email vsrinivas@nic. in seki-rpg@nic. in _ r caret. Table of contents. SL. No. Content para no. Page no. 1 Chapter 1 Introduction. 1.1.4. 2 Chapter 2 Organizational Structure of Government of India. 2.5. Government 2.15. Council of Ministers 2.25 Allocation Transaction of GOFT. Business. 2, 3, 5, 6. Ministry Department 2, 4, 6, 7. Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defense. 2, 5, 7, 8. Attached and Subordinate Officers. 2.68. Constitutional Bodies 2.78 Statutory Bodies Regulatory Bodies. 2.88. Autonomous Bodies 2.98 Central Public Sector Enterprises. 2.108. Information and Facilitation Counter. 2.119. Appendix 2.1 Illustrative list of functions to be performed by designated section handling work, the internal work study units O&M. Para 2.4 v. 9 to 12. 3 Chapter 3 Functionaries and Functions. 3.1 13 to 15. Appendix 3.1 Detailed Responsibilities of Section Officer. 3.1 v. 16 to 17. 4 Chapter 4 Decision Making in Government. Para 4.1 Para 4, 8, 1, 8, 2, 3, 5 Chapter 5 Management of Dark Receipts. Receipt of dark 5.124-25 Scrutiny of dark 5.225-26 Registration of dark 5. 32627 Acknowledgement of dark 5. 42627 Distribution of receipts 5. 52728 Perusal and marking, sending of receipts. 5.628. Movement of receipt 5.729 Action by higher officer 5.829 Allocation of disputed receipts 5.929 Action on receipt by functionaries in the department. 5. 102931. Appendix Dark at Register. Para 5.3 I-32. Functions of CRU. Appendix 5.233. Guidelines for handling of DAX in CRU. Appendix 5.335. Appendix Scanning Guidelines. Appendix 5.436. 6 Chapter 6 File Management System. 37 to 59. File 6.137 File Management System 6.237-39 Instances where files need not be opened. 6.339 File Register 6.440 File Movement Register 6.540 Filing of Papers 6.64042 Referencing 6.742-43 Docketing 6.843-44 Linking of files 6.944 Part File 6.104445 Transfer, Reconstruction and Renumbering of Files 6.1146 Movement of Files and Other Papers 6.1247 Urgency Grading 6.1348 Appendix Essentials of a Functional File Index and an Identifying File Numbering System Appendix 6.149-52 Appendix Assigning File Numbers under the File Number System Based Appendix 6.253-54 on Subject Classification Appendix File Register 6.355 Appendix File Movement Register 6.456 Appendix Illustrative of Docketing and Referencing on the Notes portion 6.557 Appendix Illustrative of Referencing of Previous References in the Correspondence portion 6.658-59 Appendix Specimen of Standard Heads of a Section 6.760-73 7 Chapter 7 Guidelines on Noting 60 Note 7.160-63 Guidelines for Noting 7.26164 Examination in Section by Dealing Officer 7.364-65 Examination by Section Officer 7.465 Examination by Branch Officer and above 7.565-66 Level of Disposal and Channel of Submission 7.666-67 Deviation from Normal Procedure or Rules 7.767 Running Summary of Facts 7.867 Oral Discussion 7.967-68 Oral Instructions by Higher Officers 7.1068 Oral Order on behalf of or from Minister 7.116869 Confirmation of Oral Instructions 7.1269 Modification of Notes or Order 7.1369 Functional Approach to Noting 7.1469-73 Appendix 7.174-8 Chapter 8 Communication, Forms, Channels and Procedure 75 to 100 Interdepartmental Consultation 8.17577 Noting on files received in nodal sections or nodal ministries from other departments 8.278 Emails 8.37879 Other forms of written communication 8.47980 Email, fax, speed port, registered post, telephonic communications, etc. 8.581 Correspondence with attached and subordinate officers 8.68182 Single File System SFS 8.78283 References to Constitutional Authorities 8.88385 Prompt Response to Letters Received 8.986 Use of Official Language in Government Communications 8.1086 Appendix 8.1 Specimen of a letter and endorsement of a letter Specimen of a demi-official letter and endorsement of a D.O. letter Specimen of office memorandum Specimen of office order Specimen of order Specimen of inter-departmental note Specimen of notification and endorsement of notification Specimen of resolution Press communicate note 8796 Appendix 8.2 Composition of the Gazette of India and instructions for sending material for publication therein. 9-7-100. 9 Chapter 9 Guidelines on Drafting of Communications. 101-109. Procedure for preparing draft communications and its approval. 9.110 General Instructions for Drafting. 9.2 102-103. Authentication of Government Orders. 9.3 103. Addressing communications to officers by name. 9.4 104. Drafting of demi-official letters. 9.5 104. Responsibility mapping regarding issue of communications. 9.6 104-108. Appendix 9.1 109 10 Chapter 10 Records Management. 110-118. Activities involved in records management. 10.1 110. Stage of recording. 10.2 110. Departmental instructions of records management. 10.3 111. Categorization of records. 10.4111 112. Procedure for recording. 10.5 112. Stage of indexing. 10.6 113. Record retention schedule. 10.7 113. Custody of records. 10.8113-114 Review and reading of records. 10.9114-115. Quarterly progress reports of recording and reviewing of files. 10.10 116. Maintenance transfer of records in the personal offices of ministers. 10.11 116-117. Records maintained by officers and their personal staff. 10.12 117. Requisitioning of records. 13,117-118 Appendix Register for watching the progress of recording. 10.11 Appendix Illustrative list of records fit for permanent preservation because of a. Their value for administrative purposes, and 9b. Their historical importance. 10.2.120.121. Appendix List of files transferred to National Archives of India Departmental Record Rooms Sections Desks. 10.3.12.2. Appendix Record Review Register. 10.4.123. Appendix List of files due for review. 10.5.12.4. Appendix Quarterly Progress Report on recording of files. 10.6.12.5. Appendix Quarterly Progress Report on review of files. 10.7.12.6. Appendix Consolidated Monthly Progress Report on recording of files. 10.8.127. Appendix Consolidated Monthly Progress Report on review of record files. 10.9.128. Appendix Retention Schedule for records prescribed in the Manual of Office Procedure. 10.10129.130. 11 Chapter 11 Knowledge Management. 131.139. What are aids to processing? 11.113 1 Note for the successor. 11.2.131.132 Standard Process Sheet. 11.3.132.133 Standing Guard File. 11.4.133.134 Standing Note. 11.5.13.4 Precedent Book. 11.6.134.135 Reference Folder. 11.7.13.6 Induction Material. 11.8.137 Master Circulars. 11.9 137-138. Responsibility MAPPING. 11.10 138. Appendix Note for the successor. 11.1 138-139. Annexure to Appendix 11.1 139 to 140 Appendix Format of Precedent Book 11.2 140 to 141 12 Chapter 12 Monitoring of Timely Disposal 142 to 146 Primary Responsibility 12.1 142 Time Limits for Disposal of Cases 12.2 142 Watch on disposal of communications received from members of Parliament and VIPs 12.3 142 to 143 Monitoring of Court CAT cases and implementation of Court CAT order 12.4 143 to 144 Requests received under Right to Information Act 2005 RTI 12.5 144 Register of Parliamentary Assurances 12.6 144 Checklist of Periodical Reports 12.7 145 Review of Periodical Reports Returns 12.8 145 Monitoring of Websites 12.9 145 to 146 Disposal of Pending Matters 12 10,146 Appendix Register for keeping a watch on the disposal of communications received from members of Parliament VIPs 12.1 147 Appendix Register for keeping a watch on the disposal of communications received from members of Parliament and VIPs 12.2 148 Appendix Particulars of M.P.'s VIPs letters pending over a fortnight 12.3 149 Appendix Illustrative List of VIPs 12.4 150 Appendix Details of Pending Court CAT Cases 12.5 15.1 Appendix Status of Implementation of Court CAT Judgments 12.6 15.2 Appendix Register of Parliamentary Assurances 12.7 15.3 Appendix Checklist for watching receipt of incoming periodical reports for the year 12.8 15.4 Appendix Checklist for watching dispatch of outgoing periodical reports for the year 12.9 15.5 Appendix Reports on O&M Activities 12 10156 158 13 Chapter 13 Security of Official Information and Documents 159 161 Communication of Official Information 13.159 Treatment of Classified Papers 13.259 Confidential Character of ID, Notes, Files 13.3.159.160 Communication of Information to the Press 13.4 160 Use of Restrictive Classification for Printed Reports etc. 13.5.160.161 14 Chapter 14 Annual Action Plan and Citizens Clients Charter 161.166 Annual Action Plan 14.116 to Citizens Clients Charter 14.2.162.164 Public Grievances Redressal Mechanism 14.316.4 The Main Guidelines on Grievance Redressal 14.4.164.165 Central Public Grievance Redress and Monitoring System CPGRAMS 14.5.165.166 Issues not taken up for redressal of grievances 14.616.6 Machinery and work relating to public grievances 14.716.6 Appeal mechanism in CPGRAMS is under 14.816.6 Appendix 14 1.167.15 Chapter 15 FS Digitization Framework 167.181 Governance Structure 15.1167 Digitization Framework 15.216 Phase of Digitization Process Phase 1 Plan Phase 2 Prepare Phase 3 Implement Digitization Process Mode of Scanning Specifications and Format Entry of the Metadata Storing the Scanned Documents 169 to 178 Guidelines Standards and Procedure Guidelines for Metadata Guidelines for Storage and Storage Format Guidelines for Maintaining Quality Control Security Guidelines User Training 15.3.179.181 Integration into FS 15.4.182.183 16 Chapter 16 Inspection 182.191 Purpose and Periodicity 16.118 Simplification of the process of inspection 16.218 Inspection Teams Authority 16.3.183 Inspection Program 16.418 Inspection Report 16.5.183.184 Supplementary Inspection 16.618 Periodic Inspection by Supervisory Officers 16.718 Appendix Inspection Questionnaire for Departments on Implementation of A-Office 16.1.185.186 Appendix Inspection Questionnaire for CRU where office has commenced 16.218.7 Appendix Inspection Questionnaire for Departmental Records Room 16.3.188 Appendix Inspection Questionnaire for a Section Desk 16.4.189.190 Inspection Questionnaire for a Personal Section Staff 16.5.191.192 Glossary 1932.011 Introduction Chapter 1 1.1 The prime objective of all public service is to meet the citizens' needs and to further enhance their welfare. At the same time, those who are accountable for the conduct of that business have to ensure that public resources are managed with utmost care and prudence, as per the laws and the laid down rules and procedures. It is, therefore, necessary in each case to keep appropriate record not only of what has been done but also of why was so done. 1.2 The efficiency of government to a large extent depends on evolution of adequate processes and procedures and ability of its functionaries to follow them. Accordingly, the efficiency of persons handling information in a department is judged by their ability to dispose of issues with speed and quality following the procedures prescribed for the purpose. To achieve the twin objectives of efficiency and speed for public good, various departments of the Government of India over the last decade or so have taken a number of initiatives like introduction of FS system. 1.3 The procedures prescribed in this manual attempt to balance the conflicting consideration of speed, quality, transparency and propriety. In a dynamic context, this balance cannot be rigidly or permanently fixed. 1.4 In order to create awareness about these processes and practices especially at the cutting-edge level and to sensitize new entrants inducted at various levels in the Central Secretariat, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, as a nodal agency in the field of organization and methods, has laid down various procedures for performance of secretariat work by the functionaries in various ministries departments of the Government of India in the form of Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure, CSMOP. The first edition of the Central Secretariat Manual of Office Procedure, CSMOP, brought out in the year 2012, was a step forward towards evolving a paperless environment of decision-making process while concurrently achieving speed and accuracy. 1.5 The procedures laid in earlier manuals relating to physical paperwork have been dovetailed with the new FS applications that aim at paperless office. The procedures laid down in this new edition of manual have been adopted for use after careful examination of methods and procedure followed in ministries, departments, offices in Government of India. While doing so, the organizational needs of operating functionaries at the initiating level have been the primary concern. The departments are expected to proactively adapt and to ensure that their teams too switch over to the A office. 1.6. First published in March 1955, CSMOP has been updated from time to time in accordance with the changing scenario. This is the 16th revised edition in the 2 series. Newly inducted officials must be trained on the procedures contained in the CSMOP and refresher courses should also be organized. 1.7. This manual also lays down the essential procedures for efficient information and file management, i.e. processing, handling and control of official information either on paper or in digital form in the Central Secretariat across central ministries and departments. To provide sufficient flexibility, the manual suggests the issue of departmental instructions which could supplement or vary, within broad limits, the prescribed procedures to suit special conditions and requirements. The various provisions of the manual which visualize issue of departmental instructions are listed in Appendix 1.1. Each department may devise suitable arrangements, including inspections to ensure compliance of provisions contained in this manual and departmental instructions issued by it. 3. Appendix 1.1 Para 1.6. Matters in respect of which departments are to issue departmental instructions. SL. No. Subject reference. To Para in the manual. 1231. Designating link officers 31. Glossary. 2. Designating an officer to receive urgent DAC outside office hours for departments having no resident clerk or night duty staff for the purpose. 5.1. E. 3. Categories of receipts which should be entered in the DAC register 5.3. E. 4. Types of receipts which should be seen by higher officers before they are processed. 5.6. E. 5. Designating of an officer to decide allocation of disputed receipts 5.96. Categories of routine cases which the section officer can dispose of and types of intermediate action which he can take on his own. 5.10. C. 7. A. Levels at which different classes of cases may be finally disposed of and B. Channel of submission of each category of cases. 7.6. I. 8 categories of cases for which standard process sheets are to be devised. 7.14. V. 9. Levels competent to make or authorize interdepartmental references. 8.1.2. 10. Approval of information to be uploaded on websites like Pragati, etc. 9.6. I. 11. Instructions on the need for and maintenance of stamps accounts register. 9.6 E. 12. Regulate review of records 10.313. Categories of record to be treated as of historical importance 10.4 I.B. 14. Instructions for categories of files for which card indices are to be prepared. 10.6. 15. Departmental Record Retention Schedule prescribing retention periods for different categories of records connected with substantive functions. 10.7 I.D. 16. Procedure for review and weeding out of records maintained by officers and their personal staff. 10.12. 17. Time limits for disposal of cases 12.2. 18. Restriction of access of various categories of classified documents 13.24. 19. Level to which inspection report and compliance reports should be submitted. 16.5 E. 20. Issue of VPN to the officers of the rank of US Box A 7.15. Organizational structure of Chapter -2 The Government of India. 2.1. President. The executive power of the Union formally vests in the President and may be exercised by him either directly or through officers subordinate to him, in accordance with the Constitution. 2. The Council of Ministers. In the exercise of her functions, the President is aided and advised by a Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. In actual practice, the executive power of the Union resides in the Council of Ministers. The Council of Ministers consists of three categories of ministers, namely, A. Cabinet Ministers, B. Ministers of State, and C. Deputy Ministers. The Cabinet, which consists of Cabinet Ministers, is responsible for shaping the overall policies of the government in discharging its responsibilities. A Minister of State with independent charge also attends a Cabinet meeting when subject matter of his/her department is considered. The Cabinet also functions through its committees. 2.3. Allocation transaction of government business. Among the rules issued by the President for the convenient transaction of the business of the government, under Article 77(3) of the Constitution, are I. The Government of India Allocation of Business Rules, 1961, as amended from time to time. And E. The Government of India Transaction of Business Rules, 1961, as amended from time to time. The allocation and transaction of business rules are available on the website of Cabinet Secretariat www.cabsec. NIC. In I. The Government of India Allocation of Business Rules, 1961 allocates the business of the government among its different departments which are assigned to the charge of the ministers by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister. In relation to the business allotted to a minister, these rules also permit the association of another minister or deputy minister to perform such functions as may be specifically assigned to him/her. 6. The Government of India Transaction of Business Rules, 1961 seeks to define the authority, responsibility and obligations of each department in the matter of disposal of business allotted to it, while providing that the business allotted to a department will be disposed of by, or under the direction of, the minister in charge. These rules also specify A. Cases or classes of cases to be submitted to the President, the Prime Minister, the Cabinet or its committees for prior approval. And B. The circumstances in which the department primarily concerned with the business under disposal will have to consult other departments concerned and secure their concurrence comments before taking final decisions. 2.4. Ministry Department. A ministry department is responsible for formulation of policies, schemes of the government in relation to business allocated to it and also for their implementation, monitoring and review. For the efficient disposal of business allotted to it, a department is divided into wings, divisions, branches and sections, units, cells. A department is normally headed by a secretary to the Government of India who acts as the administrative head of the department and principal advisor of the minister on all matters of policy and administration within the department. IV. The work in a department is divided into wings with a special secretary, additional secretary, joint secretary in charge of each wing. A wing comprises of a number of divisions, each functioning under the charge of an officer of the level of director, joint director, deputy secretary or equivalent officer, called division head. A division may have branches, each under the charge of an under-secretary or equivalent officer, as branch officer. A section or a desk as the lowest unit in a department with a well-defined area of work. It consists of assistant section officer, senior secretariat assistants as dealing officers and junior secretariat assistants as clerical support. Sections are supervised by a section officer or an equivalent officer. There are departments that have a unit or cell which is almost similar to a section. Initial processing and submission of cases through noting and drafting is primarily done by dealing officers of the level of ASO or SSA or JSA. However, there are instances where cases are to be initiated at higher level. Even in such cases, functionaries in the section will provide the required assistance. Desk 7. Functionaries deal with cases independently with stenographic assistance and submit them to his/her next higher officer in the hierarchy. While the above represents the commonly adopted pattern of organization of a department, there are certain variations, the most notable among them being the desk officer system. In this system, the work of a department at the lowest level is organized into distinct functional desks, each manned by 2 desk functionaries of appropriate ranks, e.g. undersecretary or section officer. Each desk functionary handles the cases himself/herself and is provided adequate support staff. Designated sections handling work of O&M WS activities. A. Based on the recommendations of SU, Department of Expenditure, the O&M IWSU setup has been abolished in the ministry's departments. While Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances provide some initiatives, incentive, information, advice, etc. The main task of evolving and implementing reform measures will continue to be responsibility of all ministries' departments who may entrust the job to their appropriate formation like administration, coordination etc. Strengthening of these divisions for handling the O&M work for necessary improvements, simplification, streamlining in administration in the ministries' departments concerned will, therefore, be essential. Similar steps will also be taken in the attached subordinate officers and public sector undertakings autonomous bodies. B. For O&M studies, ministries' departments will be guided by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. As regards the work relating to work measurement studies is concerned, the units will be guided by the Staff Inspection Unit of the Department of Expenditure. C. An illustrative list of functions to be performed by designated IWSU O&M units is given in Appendix -2.1. 2.5. Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defense. Integrated Headquarters of Ministry of Defense comprising Army Headquarters, Naval Headquarters, Air Headquarters and Defense Staff Headquarters will be associated in the formulation of policies in relation to matters concerning the defense of India and the armed forces of the Union. They would be responsible for providing executive direction required in the implementation of policies laid down by the Ministry of Defense. They shall exercise delegated administrative and financial powers. The role and functions the services headquarters, now designated as integrated headquarters in all other aspects remain unchanged. 8. 2.6. Attached and subordinate officers. Where the execution of the policies of the government requires decentralization of executive action and/or direction, a department may have its executive agencies as _attached and _subordinate officers. Attached officers provide detailed executive directions required in the implementation of the policies, as laid down from time to time by the ministry department to which they are attached. They also serve as a repository of technical information and also advise the department on various aspects of matter dealt by them. Subordinate officers generally function as field establishments or as agencies responsible for the detailed execution of the policies of the government. They function under the direction of an attached office, or where the volume of executive direction involved is not considerable, directly under a department. In the latter case, they assist the departments concerned in handling technical matters in their respective fields of specialization. 2.7. Constitutional bodies. Such bodies are constituted under the provisions of the Constitution of India, such as Controller and Auditor General of India, Election Commission of India, Union Public Service Commission, etc. 2.8. Statutory bodies. Such bodies are established under the statute or an act of parliament. They work within the scope, mandate and powers legally provided to them by an act of the parliament, e.g. Central Vigilance Commission, Central Information Commission, Central Board of Film Certification, National Commission for Backward Class etc. 2.9. Autonomous bodies. Such bodies are established by the government to discharge the activities functions relating to execution implementation of policies of the government. They are given autonomy to discharge their functions in accordance with the Memorandum of Associations etc. However, the government's overall control exists to the extent of its policy framework on the subject. Some of the programs and activities are funded fully or partly by the Government of India, generally through grants in aid. They are registered under the Societies Registration Act, 1861. Example, Central Board of Secondary Education, Indian Institute of Public Administration, etc. 2.10. Central Public Sector Enterprises. Central Public Sector Enterprise (CPSE) is the company under the administrative control of Central Ministry Department holding more than 50% of the equity by Central Govt. The subsidiaries of these companies, if registered in India wherein any CPSE has more than 50% equity, are also categorized as CPSEs. It also covers certain statutory corporations like Airport Authority of India, Food Corporation of India and Central Warehousing 9. Corporation. The shares of CPSEs are held by the President of India or his nominees and managed by Board of Directors, which include official and non-official directors, other shareholders, or by the holding companies. The departmentally run public enterprise, banking institutions and insurance companies are not covered under the definitions of CPSE. 2.11. Information and Facilitation Counters (IFCs). The Information and Facilitation Counter will provide the following services to the clients, customers of the organization. I. Information regarding services provided and programs, schemes etc. supported by the organization and the relevant rules and procedures, brochures, folders etc. E. Facilitating the customer-client to obtain the services of the organization optimally, timely, efficiently and in a transparent manner and providing forms etc. for public usage. E. Information regarding the standards of quality of service, time norms, etc. evolved by the organization with reference to the services, schemes, functioning of the organization. IV. Information regarding hierarchical setup of public grievance redress machinery of the organization. And V. Receiving, acknowledging and forwarding the grievances, application, request, form etc. related to the services provided by the organization to the concerned authority in the organization and providing information on their status disposal. 10. Appendix 2.1 Para 2.4 V. Illustrative list of functions to be performed by designated section handling. Work of Internal Work Study Units O&M. 1. Organization and Method Studies. I. Rationalization of structures and procedures suo motu or on request, including those relating to activities where the public comes into contact with governmental administration with a view to facilitate better service delivery to the public. For these studies they will compile and maintain up-to-date information concerning the organization and functions of the ministry department, including an organizational chart. Information system, review and rationalization of reports and returns, devising procedures to facilitate easier collection, transmission, distribution, processing, storage and prompt retrieval of information. Form design and control, to merge or simplify forms. Standardization of forms of communication. Manner of processing repetitive work by developing standard process sheets. Review of need for continuance of advisory bodies, e.g. committees and councils. Periodic review of delegation of financial and administrative powers. Filing. Drawing up standardized file indices broadly based on functional designs and periodic review thereof. Developing more effective and simpler systems of filing for various items or work or information, both manual and the electronic. And facilitate move towards paperless governance. Records management. Facilitate preparation or review of record retention schedules concerning substantive functions of the ministry department by the concerned sections. 11. Scrutiny of quarterly reports of arrears relating to recording, indexing, reading, etc. of files and suggesting required remedial action. Office layout. 2. Work measurement studies. Undertaking work measurement studies, including scrutiny of proposals for creation of posts received from other sections, divisions, etc. Assisting staff inspection unit in work measurement studies. Drawing up and reviewing output norms. 3. Controlling delays. Scrutiny of various kinds of statements to monitor delays and to bring to notice of appropriate officers for timely public delivery of services. 4. Inspections. Drawing up a program of inspections including surprise inspections of sections and ensuring that they are carried out by the officers concerned. Scrutiny of the inspection reports, to locate the more common of serious defects to suggesting appropriate remedial action and of a reporting to the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. 5. Manualization. Overseeing prompt compilation and manualization of administration orders and instructions by the section concerned. 6. Reports of the Administrative Reforms Commission, Staff Inspection Unit and other external bodies and their processing and implementation. These reports will be handled by sections designated to handle the internal work study units only if the recommendations therein relate to the work allotted to designated section. In all other cases, they will be transferred to the sections concerned with the substance of the reports. 7. Identification of problem areas in and under the ministry department, including cases of delay, either while performing the functions under Item 6 above or otherwise, e.g. scrutiny of reports of parliamentary committees, other committees or commissions of inquiry or at the instance of higher officers in the ministry department, and study of such problems cases, with a view to locating common types of defects and devising suitable remedies to prevent their recurrence, or taking up the matter with the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, making suggestions for improvement, if necessary. The review of cases of delay will not extend to fixing responsibility. 12. Notes. 1. Should a problem relating to any of the above items concern all the ministry's departments, it should be remitted to the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances (DARPG) for study. 2. When such studies are undertaken by the DARPG, the designated section should participate as liaison agencies of the department for assisting in collection and processing of data, conducting case studies or surveys, etc. in their own ministries' departments. 13. Functionaries and Functions Chapter 3. 3.1. The broad functions and responsibilities of various functionaries in the Secretariat of a Ministry Department are given in the succeeding paragraphs. To maximize governance, it is necessary to delegate powers to various functionaries. Secretary. A secretary to the Government of India is the administrative head of the Ministry Department. She is the principal advisor of the minister on all matters of policy and administration within his/her ministry department, and his/her responsibility is complete and undivided. He is the chief accounting authority of the ministry department. Special secretary, additional secretary, joint secretary. Such a functionary is normally vested with the maximum measure of independent functioning and responsibility in respect of the business falling within his/her wing, subject to the overall responsibility of the secretary for the administration of the department. Director Deputy Secretary. Director Deputy Secretary is an officer who acts on behalf of the Secretary, holds charge of a Secretariat division and responsible for the disposal of government business dealt with in the division under his/her charge. She should ordinarily be able to dispose of the cases as per the powers delegated or as per the channel of submission of the department. Under Secretary. An Under Secretary is in charge of a branch in a ministry department consisting of one or more sections, units, cells and exercises control both in regard to the disposal of business and maintenance of discipline. As branch officer, he disposes of as many cases as possible at his own level, but she takes the orders of Deputy Secretary or higher officers on important cases. She is inter alia responsible for development and maintenance of aids to processing as tools of manual and electronic knowledge management. Desk Officer. An Under Secretary or Senior Section Officer functions as desk functionary depending on nature of the responsibilities attached to the desk. She examines and submits cases independently to the next higher officer, and has the power of decision-making as that of an Under-Secretary. The desk officer can also sign orders, financial sanctions and affirm affidavits in courts. Section Officer. A section officer is in charge of a section, the primary unit of a department in the Secretariat, comprising a team of assistant section officers, senior secretariat assistants as dealing officers and junior secretariat assistants and MTS as supporting staff. A section officer 14 has overall responsibility for supervising the activities and performance of the section with the help of dealing officers and clerical support besides. Distribution of work among staff, training, helping, advising them in the matter of work, maintenance of discipline and team spirit in the section. Monitoring of efficient and expeditious disposal of cases. Timely submission of reports and returns to higher officers and other concerned units and managing effective person independent information management and records management in the section. Detailed responsibilities of section officer are at Appendix 3.1. Personal staff members of officers, Principal Staff Officer, Senior Principal Private Secretary, Principal Private Secretary. Preparing executive summary on the important issues, important files facilitating decision making, and summary of previously asked, replied questions and briefing the officer accordingly. Management of personnel section, providing leadership. International, national level liaison and networking, coordination with Parliament, ministries, departments, and other officers, handling visitors, facilitating meetings, conferences, etc. Keep himself/herself aware of the key performance areas, vision, mission of the ministry department. Security of personal and official information of the officer with whom he is working with and facilitating grievance handling. Maintaining engagement diary. Managing tours including foreign and domestic tours. Managing office while the officer is away from office in meeting, on tour or on leave. VE private secretary, personal assistant and stenographer grade D. A. Taking dictation, transcribing, handling telephone calls, receiving visitors, tour program, travel arrangements, maintaining the papers required to be retained by the officer and maintaining engagement diary, etc. 15. B. Handling confidential and secret letters, dark files, handling parliamentary work, security of information, facilitating meetings, conferences. X. Assistant Section Officer, Senior Secretariat Assistant. She works as dealing officer under the supervision of the section officer. Each dealing officer is allocated subjects out of the subject areas allocated to the section and she is expected to deal with all matters allocated or any other work assigned to him/her from time to time. X. Junior Secretariat Assistant provides miscellaneous support to the section, unit, desk in carrying out day-to-day work like photocopying, record handling and maintenance, registration of DAC, marking, sending receipts, files and other associated tasks or any other work assigned from time to time. T. She may be assigned case work of repetitive nature. She. Multitasking staff, MTS, erstwhile group. D. Posts of peon, daftari, jamadar, junior gestetna operator, farash, chokada, safaiwala, mali etc. are now designated as MTS. An illustrative but not exhaustive list of duties of MTS are: I. Physical maintenance of records of section. E. General cleanliness and upkeep of the section unit. E. Carrying of files and other papers within the building. IV. Photocopying, sending of fax etc. V. Other non-clerical work in the section's unit. V. Assisting in routine office work like diary, dispatch etc. including on computer. V. Delivering of DAC inside and outside the building. V. Watch and ward duties. X. Opening and closing of rooms. X. Cleaning of rooms. She. Dusting of furniture etc. Xi. Cleaning of building, fixture etc. Xi. Work related to his ITI qualification, if it exists. T. Driving of vehicles, if in possession of valid driving license. XV. Upkeep of parks, lawns, potted plants etc. XVI. Any other work assigned by superior authority. Note: duties of untrained multitasking staff (MTS) have been provided at Annex A of the Department of Personnel and Training's OM No. AB-14017 6/2009 Ist RR dated the 30th of April 2010 at website www.pasman. NIC. In 16. Appendix 3.1 Para 3.1 V. Detailed responsibilities of section officer. A. General duties. I. Ensure a file system is implemented and sustained. E. Distribution of work among the staff as evenly as possible. E. Training, helping and advising the staff. IV. Management and coordination of the work. V. Maintenance of order and discipline in the section. V. Maintenance of a list of residential addresses of the staff. B. Responsibilities relating to DAC. I. To go through the receipts. E. To submit receipts which should be seen by the branch officer or higher officers at the DAC stage. E. To keep a watch on any hold-up in the movement of DAC. And IV. To scrutinize the section register once a week to know that it is being properly maintained. V. Ensure digital registration of DAC. V. Review category of receipt and ensure correct labeling, VIP per megapixel, RTI, PG. C. Responsibilities relating to issue of draft. I. To see that all corrections have been made in the draft before it is marked for issue. E. To indicate whether a clean copy of the draft is necessary. E. To indicate the number of spare copies required. IV. To check whether all enclosures are attached. V. To indicate priority marking. V. To indicate mode of dispatch. D. Responsibility of efficient and expeditious disposal of work and checks on delays. I. To keep a note of important receipts with a view to watching the progress of action. E. To ensure timely submission of arrear and other returns. E. To undertake inspection of dealing officer table to ensure that no paper or file has been overlooked. IV. To ensure that cases are not held up at any stage. V. To go through the list of periodical returns every week and take suitable action on items requiring attention during next week. A. Independent disposal of cases. 17. T. She should take independently action of the following types. I. Issuing reminders. E. Obtaining or supplying factual information of a non-classified nature. E. Any other action which a section officer is authorized to take independently as laid down in the departmental instructions. F. Duties in respect of recording and indexing. I. To approve the recording of files and their categorization. E. To review the recorded file before destruction. E. To order and supervise periodic weeding of unwanted spare copies. IV. Ensuring proper maintenance of registers required to be maintained in the section. V. Ensuring proper maintenance of reference books, office orders etc. and keep them up to date. V. Ensuring neatness and tidiness in the section. V. Dealing with important and complicated cases himself. V. Ensuring strict compliance with departmental security instructions. 18. Decision-making in Government. Chapter 4. 4.1. In a parliamentary form of government, the Council of Ministers shall collectively be responsible to the House of the People. The powers of the President of India are exercised by him on the advice of the Council of Ministers headed by the Prime Minister. 4.2. The two key features of the Government of India Transaction of Business Rules, 1961 Para 2.3. E. are that I. All business allotted to a department under the Government of India Allocation of Business Rules, 1961 Para 2.3. I. is to be disposed of by, or under the general or special directions of, the Minister in charge, except where such authority is required to be exercised by some other competent authority under these rules. And E. when the subject of a case concerns more than one department, a decision can be taken or order issued only after such departments have concurred in, or, failing such concurrence, a decision thereon has been taken by or under the authority of the Cabinet or the Cabinet Committee. Financial and administrative powers have been delegated to authorities under the Minister in charge through acts, rules, executive instructions and departmental instructions. Therefore, one must look into the relevant documents to determine A. the procedure to be followed, and B. who the competent authority is. 4.3. Powers have generally been delegated to the Secretary of a department or head of department or a head of office. I. in cases of matters delegated to the Secretary of the department, a head of department or a head of office, the case is processed by the office on a file to enable the competent authority to take a decision. E. in case of decisions bearing financial implications that are beyond the powers delegated to a department, interministerial consultations provided for the Standing Finance Committee (SFC), Expenditure Finance Committee (EFC), Public Investment Board (PIB), Public-Private Partnership Approval Committee (PPPAC), and preparation of memorandum for SFC, EFC, PIB and PPPAC instructions issued by Ministry of Finance are to be followed. 19. E. for decisions requiring approval of Committee of Secretaries, Group of Ministers, Committee of the Cabinet or the Cabinet, guidelines issued by the Cabinet Secretariat are to be adopted. IV illustrative examples of cases where such interministerial consultations are required are given in the Table 4.1. Table 4.1 Illustrative list of cases where interministerial consultations are required. SL. No. Matters pertaining to Ministry Department to be consulted. 1. Financial Matters Ministry of Finance. 2. Personnel Matters Ministry of Personnel, Public Grievances and Pensions. 3. Matters relating to proposals concerning legislation, the making of rules and orders and preparation of important contracts to be entered into by the government etc. Ministry of Law and Justice. 4. Matters affecting India's external relations including agreements and treaties with foreign countries. Ministry of External Affairs. 5. Proposals concerning Northeastern Region. Ministry of Development of Northeastern Region. 6. Economic Matters National Institution for Transforming India. Niti Aayog. The illustrative list in Table 4.2 gives some of the documents and the websites where these documents are accessible. Table 4.2 Illustrative list of documents and websites. SL. No. Documents website. 1. User Manual of A-File Web Links. 2. Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Rajya Sabha. Web links 10. ASP. 3. Directions by Chairman Rajya Sabha. Web links here. ASP. 4. Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha. Web links. 5. Directions of the Speaker under the Rules of Procedure and Web links 20. Conduct of Business in Lok Sabha. 6. Procedure to be followed by ministries in connection with parliamentary work. Web links. 7. Handbook on Writing Cabinet Notes for Preparing Note for the Cabinet Committees Group of Ministers Committee of Secretaries. Web links. 8. Instructions on Constitution, Reconstitution of High-Level Commissions Committees, etc. Web links S_High-Level_Committee and Special. 9. Authentication Orders and Other Instruments Rules, 2002. Web links Less Authentication Order 2002. PDF. 10. General Financial Rules, 2017 Web links. 0. PDF. 11. Delegation of Financial Powers Rules, 1978. Web links %20i. PDF. 12. Matters relating to public procurement. Manual on Policies and Procedures for Purchase of Goods, 2017. Manual of Policies and Procedure of Employment of Consultants, 2017. And Manual on Policies and Procedure for Procurement of Works. Web links 0 for %20 procurement %20 of %20 goods %200 and 2017_0_. PDF web links 0 for %20 procurement %20 of %20 consultancy %20 and %20 other %20 services %200 and 2017_0. PDF. www. Do. AC. In Do uploads RTI structure CPWG. PDF. 13. Matters pertaining to Expenditure Finance Committee EFC Public Investment Board PIB. Web links appraisal_approval_schemes_projects. PDF. 14. Matters relating to Public-Private Partnership Approval Committee PPPAC projects. Web links. 15. Records Retention Schedule 2012. Web links Antique File. PDF. 16. Composition of the Gazette of India and instructions for publication therein. Appendix 8.2 of this manual. 17. Guidelines for Indian Government Websites GIGW. www. DRPG. NIC. In an web links website should be got audited by the 21. Directorate of Standard Testing Quality and Certificate STQC www. STQC. Gov. In and GIGW certificate obtained from them. The websites should be updated on regular basis. 18. Guidelines for preparation of departmental manuals. www. DRPG. NIC. In. 19. Legal Information Management and Briefing System. www. LIMS. Gov. In. 20. Online Assurances Monitoring System. Web links. 21. Audit Para Monitoring System Web links 22. Public Finance Management System. Web links. 23. Single User Platform related to employees. Web links. URL link change from time to time. 4.4. For matters delegated to an authority within a ministry department, decisions are arrived at through noting Paras 7.2 and 7.3 from the initiating officer on a file which is submitted to the competent authority through the channel of submission. 4.5. Sections desks are encouraged to develop and update tools of knowledge management described in Chapter 11 to develop and institutionalize a person-independent information system for retention of knowledge and its transfer to the successors. 4.6. The role of government directors on boards of public enterprises shall be governed by the DPEOM No. 1824-2003 GMGL 49 dated 4 December 2003, as amended from time to time, and other relevant guidelines, orders in this regard. 4.7. The process of decision-making in government depends on whether it needs approval of the Parliament or the Cabinet Committee of the Cabinet or is within the powers of the Minister or Secretary. Thus, decisions made in government may be categorized as under A. Legislative proposals. B. Policy issues. C. Other than legislative proposals or policy issues under the delegated powers of the ministry. 4.8. The process of decision-making in case of legislative matters, proposals that need approval of the Parliament or the Cabinet or a committee of the Cabinet is as 22. Under the process of decision-making in case of, other than legislative proposals or policy issues under the delegated powers of the ministry, is given in Chapter 7. Process of decision-making in case of legislative matter, proposal that needs approval of the Parliament or the Cabinet or a committee of the Cabinet. Brainstorm within the department. Consultations with the stakeholders including civil society or chambers of commerce or state governments and other departments within the union government. Formulation of legislative proposal or policy issue. Interministerial consultations IMC. Obtain approval of the Cabinet or the Committee of the Cabinet. Introduce the bill in the Parliament where approval of Parliament is needed. Obtain the approval of the Parliament. Obtain the assent of the President. 23. 4.9 Efficiency in decision-making in the government. Efficient decision-making is fundamental to a responsive and accountable governance. Accelerating the pace and efficiency of decision-making is crucial for economic growth and enhancing the ease of living of citizens. The CSMOP aims to bring simplicity, efficiency and transparency in government processes and procedures. It has a guiding framework for effective functioning of the Central Secretariat officers. Compliance of the following provisions of CSMOP will enable enhancing efficiency in decision-making. A. Make available on the website of the department, the channel of submission of cases, other than the classified ones. Review, at least once in 3 years, the levels of disposal and channels of submission. Based on this, the dealing officer will take action on the cases. Secretary of the concerned ministry department may consider forming interdisciplinary teams for addressing cross-cutting issues. Para 7.6 of CSMOP 2019-B. Each ministry department shall identify the work that could be handled in a more effective and efficient manner for optimal use of desk officer system. Para 3.1 of CSMOP 2019-C. A office platform should be optimally used by ministries' departments to bring more transparency, efficiency, and accountability in the government transactions, leading to increased promptness and productivity. For this, the reskilling, upskilling of the officers and the staff shall be suitably addressed. Ministries' departments should take action to migrate to updated versions of A-Office from time to time. Chapter 15 of CSMOP 2019-D. Every ministry department as well as their attached and subordinate officers shall strengthen the Central Registry Unit (CRU) by meeting the human resources and infrastructure needs for the functioning of the Digital Secretariat. Appendix 5.2 of CSMOP 2019-24. Management of Dark and Receipts. Chapter 5. Flow chart of disposal of a dark or receipt. Central Registration Unit (CRU). 5.1. Receipt of dark. I. During office hours, all dark including those addressed to ministers' officers by name will be received in the. However, dark with urgency grading addressed to the ministers' officers by name is sent through special messenger directly to the addressee themselves. It will be received by them or their personal staff. In case an officer is on leave, training tour, retired, transferred from the office post, the successor of the personal staff concerned, the link officer, the officer below such retired, transferred officer concerned, dealing with the subject, will receive the dark with urgency grading except in case of confidential letters. In case none of these officers are in position, CRU will receive such letters. In no case immediate and/or important letters should be undelivered or returned by the department. Outside the office hours, dark will be received by the addressee himself at his residence if marked immediate and addressed by name. In such cases, the officer will normally be informed in advance over telephone about the dark being delivered at his residence. In all other cases, dark will be received outside office hours by A. the night duty clerk of the department concerned, or B. where no such arrangement exists, by the officer designated by the ministry department concerned to receive such dark. Received in Information and Facilitation Counter (IFC) CRU. R&I. Section. Initial source. Of dark. Section as custodian of records. Divisional head. Based on delegation of powers, the case may be submitted to minister or may need interministerial consultations. Branch. Officer. Communi. Cation of. Decision 25. C. In other cases, such dark will be dealt with in accordance with the departmental instructions. IV communication received through emails in the department will be downloaded centrally by the department by a designated person, who will forward the same to the central registry. Such communications addressed to the minister's officers will be downloaded by them or their personal staff. Box A. 5.1. In a file, all physical dark irrespective of whether the department is working in physical or electronic mode will be received through FS in the receipt inbox of receipt section. 5.2. Scrutiny of dark. Dark with urgency grading will be separated from other dark and dealt with first. All covers, except those addressed to ministers' officers by name or those bearing a security grading, will be opened by the CRU IFC. On opening of dark, the CRU IFC will check enclosures and indicate on the dark, if any, item found missing. IV all open dark, as well as the covers of unopened classified dark, will be date stamped as under. Box 5.1, Specimen of Rubber Stamp Ministry Department of received on CRUIFC registration number The template is similar, in cases where personal staff of minister officers are registering the dark. Instead of Ministry Department, Office of or the designation of divisional head, a branch officer will be mentioned. 26. The entire dark is sorted out section-wise and officer-wise if addressed by name. To facilitate thus, the CRU shall keep an up-to-date list of allocation of the subjects to various sections officers issued by the Ministry Department. Box A. 5.2. The receipt number generated is unique and is non-editable. It also is appended with section code for easy identification. Date and time stamp of receipt generation, which is maintained in the system, is also available with the receipt in electronic mode. 5.3. Registration of dark. Dark should be registered at the entry level so as to maintain accountability of every paper received by the respective department. CRU should be strengthened with resources for registration of dark at the entry level. CRU should have registers in the prescribed format Appendix 5.1 to register dark. All dark need to be registered at the entry level except the following. This may be varied as per the departmental instructions. A. Receipts which, as a class, are adequately taken care of by a register specially devised for the purpose, e.g. telephone bills which are entered in telephone register. B. Communications received from members of parliament for which a separate register is maintained for watching their disposal vide para 12.2. C. Identical copies of representations except the one received first, unless directions remarks are recorded by a senior officer. D. Casual leave applications. A. Copies of miscellaneous circulars, office memoranda, extracts, etc. Circulated by any section for general information, e.g. orders of general application, telephone lists, notices of holidays, tour programs etc. And F. Any other categories of receipts which under departmental instructions are not required to be registered. The CRUIFC will maintain one or more registers as required. 27. Box A. 5.3. Box A. 5.4. Note: transition mode means processing of receipts and file is done physically and tracking is done electronically through a file. Electronic mode means processing of receipts and files is done electronically through a file. Log of movement details of files and receipts, electronic as well as physical, is maintained in the system. Box A. 5.5. In a file, all dark are registered as explained in Appendix 5.2 and 5.3. The registration number thus generated is unique in nature and is a running number throughout the department. Every time the CRU, an officer, accesses the file for registering a dark, a new number will automatically be generated against it. Registers maintained at various levels like CRU register, section register and the personal section, a staff register etc. need not be maintained in the electronic environment as the system saves all the data and search and retrieval processes are done based on these data. Computer number, receipt number, keyword of subject. 5.4. Acknowledgement of dark. The receipt of dark including files from other departments, except ordinary postal dark, will be acknowledged by the recipient in the department by signing in ink in full in the messenger peon book with name, date and designation. A specimen of registration. Physical mode, electronic mode. Physical dark. Scan, Save as single PDF document and register. Electronic DAC. Register using the FS system. Transition mode. Physical DAC. No need to scan. Enter metadata and register the DAC. Write registration number on official receipt. Electronic DAC. Take printout. Enter metadata and register the DAC. Write registration number on official receipt 28. Messenger book is given in box 5.2. The DAC received through emails should be acknowledged. Box 5.2, Specimen of Messenger Peon book. Box A. 5.6. In a file, acknowledgement of a DAC is automatically done by the system through SMS and/or email, after registration of DAC, provided the mobile number and email address fields in contact details of the sender are filled in during registration, in DAC registration screen. Also there is a provision to send acknowledgements in templates, e.g. letterheads of officers. 5.5. Distribution of receipts, I. The receipt will be sent to the section officer concerned and acknowledged by the receiver. Alternatively, receipt may be distributed and acknowledgement obtained in the register maintained section-wise, officer-wise. Box A. 5.7. In a file when registration of DAC is done electronically but processing on it is done physically, then the acknowledgement is done as above because the paper receipt moves manually. However, when registration and processing both are done electronically, then no register is required. DAC with urgency grading is to be distributed as and when received. Other DAC may be distributed at suitable intervals, i.e. 11 am, 2 pm and 4 pm. Such part of the ordinary DAC as is received too late to be included in the last daily round, will be kept ready for distribution early next day. The official in charge of the CRU will ensure that a. As far as possible, sorting and registering of DAC is completed on the day of its receipt. Date reference number of the document, full signature of the recipient with name, date and designation DD per millimeter E29. B. To the extent which the above work cannot be completed during the day, and without prejudice to the processing of immediate priority DAC, the night duty staff attends to it. And C. The total number of receipts pending at the end of the day for sorting and registering are handed over to the night duty staff. Full signatures of the night duty staff are obtained in token of having taken custody of these. DAC with urgency grading received outside office hours is to be sent to the sections concerned if there is staff on duty. IV. Sending communications through email is to be encouraged. Emails facilitate quicker dispatch, distribution and receipt of communications. Parliament units, budget sections and coordination sections must extensively send, distribute and receive communications through emails with carbon copy, CC to authorized officers and sections concerned. While furnishing information on such references, senders must, apart from attaching PDF documents, attach the Word and Excel documents also to facilitate quicker compilation. Departmental instructions may be issued, if need be. 5.6. Perusal and marking, sending of receipts. On receiving the receipts, the section officer will go through the receipt, forward missent receipts or emails directly to the section concerned. Separate those which either under the departmental instructions or in his or her discretion should be seen by higher officers. IV. Retain such of the remaining receipts and emails as are of a difficult nature or have any special feature requiring his/her personal attention. V. Mark other receipts to the dealing officers concerned and where necessary indicate urgency grading, deadline and/or give directions regarding line of action. We keep a note in his/her register of important receipts requiring prompt action or disposal by a specified date. And we submit the file to the officer who last noted on it, if it is the one returned by other ministry department. Box A. 5.8. In a file, the marking of a receipt or a file is made to the officer concerned in predefined field, including self. In case of receipt, there is a provision to mark a copy to other officers too. Direction may be given from the drop-down menu of Action. Sender may use the Remarks field to record his 30 comments. Officers can set due date for submission in the Set Due Date field. 5.7. Movement of receipt. Manual receipt submitted to officers will move in pads conspicuously labeled as receipt pad. Their movement and perusal will receive prompt attention. The section officer will keep a careful watch on any hold-up in the movement of receipts and take action to expedite. The section will bring to his notice any receipt which is not received back from officers within 1 day. Box A. 5.9. A file tracks every movement of a receipt or a file. 5.8. Action by higher officers. Officers to whom receipts are submitted will I. Go through the receipts, initial them and return them to the section officer. E. Remove receipts which they may like to process or dispose of at his level or to submit to higher officers at dark stage, in which case movement of such receipts are to be made by the personnel staff. E. Ensure that an existing file is obtained from the section or a new file is opened by the section with respective references made in the file register for action as in para 5.8e. 5.9. Allocation of disputed receipts. If a section feels that it is not concerned with a missent receipt or email forwarded to it, it should be brought to the notice of the Under-Secretary so designated by the departmental instructions for deciding allocation of disputed receipt. In case of dispute, he will be responsible for the settlement of the dispute at the earliest within 2 working days from the date of receipt in the department, except that in case of disputed receipts with urgency grading, she will decide within half a day. 5.10. Action on receipt by functionaries in the department. A. General principles. Action on receipts will be so organized that it results in speedy and correct decision-making process. Certain general principles to be observed in this regard are given below. Paperwork will be kept at an essential minimum. 31. E. Least possible time will be taken for examination and disposal of cases, unless a specific time limit has been prescribed in the receipt or in the departmental instructions. E. While disposing of cases, an officer will aim at optimizing the quality as well as the quantity of work performed by him. The objective should be speed with accuracy. IV. Simplified and pre-structured formats, standard process sheets, will be developed for processing repetitive cases. Simplified formats should also be devised for the benefit of the citizens in their interaction with the officers. B. Action by dealing officer. The dealing officer must I. Go through the receipts and segregate from the rest as per the urgency grading. E. Deal with the receipts with urgency grading first, followed by other receipts and cases. E. Check enclosures and, if any, found missing initiate prompt action to obtain it. IV. See whether any other section is concerned with any part or aspect of a receipt and if so, send copies or relevant extracts to that section for necessary action. We process the receipt on a current file or open a new file para 6.6 and appendix 6.3. We file papers in accordance with the instructions in para 6.6. We, with the help of various tools of knowledge management like Standing Guard files para 11.4, Precedent Book para 11.6, Reference Folder para 11.7, etc. Locate and collect other files or papers, if any, referred to in the receipt,
or has a bearing on the issues raised therein.
We identify and examine the issues involved in the receipt case and record a note based on functional approach to noting para 7.14. X. Arrange papers box 6.1. X2. Referencing para 6.7. Sheet 2. Docketing para 6.8. Xi. Where necessary, attach a label indicating the urgency grading para 6.13 and security grading appropriate to the case. Xi. Sign the note para 7.3. T. Submit the file to officer as per the channel of submission. 32. Box A. 5.10. In a file, the system appends the file number automatically with receipt once it is put up on a file. Date of submission is reflected both on the notes and also in the movement details automatically, once the file is marked and sent. Action on missing enclosures attachments. Dealing officer is to use standalone dispatch facility to obtain the missing enclosures attachment. In case this responsibility is assigned to CRU, the missing enclosure attachment can be obtained in shorter time. To achieve this, CRU has to be provided with an authorized email ID, as indicated in Appendix 5.2. C. Action by Section Officer. The section officer will I. Scrutinize the note of the dealing officer. E. Dispose of routine cases, like obtaining information for draft reply to Parliament questions, sending reminders, etc. E. Record, where necessary, a note setting out his own comments or suggestions. IV. Submit the case to the higher officer. We monitor the progress of the case to avoid delay. We, on return of the file, take action, like issue of communication, further examination, etc. D. What constitutes routine cases, in terms of E above, will be specified by each department in its departmental instructions. A. Action by branch officers and above. If in agreement with the views of the section, they will append the signature and submit the file to the competent authority. Else, they may A. Return the file with written advice at B. Record own note and submit to the competent authority. 33. Appendix 5.1. Para 5.3I. DAC at register registration number particulars of DAC received brief subject to whom sent file number replied sent in Hindi English bilingual remarks no reply was necessary LATTAR reference number letter date from whom language date of registration 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Instructions 1. Columns 1 to 5 will be filled at the stage of registration, i.e. before the receipts are handed over to the dealing officers. 2. Devanagari script will be used for registering Hindi receipts. Hindi receipts may be suitably distinguished by either marking Hindi in column 5 or using a different color of ink. 3. Column 8 will be filled on the basis of entries in column 4 of the Assistant Section Officer's register. For this purpose, the registration officer will collect and consult the Assistant Section Officer register periodically, say once a week. 4. Columns 9 will be filled by the registration officer on receipt of office copy of issue. 5. In column 10, asterisk remarks is filled in based on need by the section. For instance, movement of receipts marked to officers for perusal, etc. No reply was necessary, will be filled in by the dealing officer after a decision has been taken at an appropriate level that no reply is necessary. 7. In the case of a desk, all the columns will be filled in, at appropriate stages, by the supporting staff attached to the desk functionary. At the register used in CRU, section and personal section of an officer will be known as CRU register, section register and personal section or staff register respectively. The format is, however, the same as in this appendix. 34. Appendix 5.2.
Box A.
5.5. Functions of CRU. 1. CRU. Definition. Central Registration Unit. CRU means a section or unit within a department consisting of functionaries like resident clerk and night duty clerk, data entry operator. The unit is entrusted with the responsibility of receiving, registering and converting physical DACs into electronic receipts, and distributing, marking and sending them. 2. CRU. Process flow. A. Receipt of DACs. The physical DAC for the department is received. B. Scanning. The physical DACs received is scanned and saved as PDF document. All papers of a single DAC must be scanned and saved in a single document. Cases wherein voluminous books, papers etc. are sent as annexure, the sender may be requested to send a soft copy or indicate public website link from where the book, etc. may be downloaded. C. Registration. I. The scanned copy of the DAC is uploaded in the system along with its details metadata if the processing of receipt is completely electronic. E. If the processing on a receipt is to be done in physical form, the registration is to be done using a file. In order to provide ease of access and avoid any loss of letter at a later point of time, the DAC should be scanned and uploaded during registration. E. If DAC received is in the form of email, following actions can be taken as per the processing nature in FS. Electronic processing. In FS, the mail can be converted into PDFs for further processing. Physical processing. In FS, a printout is to be taken. Fig. 1. The process flow 35. In both the processes, the metadata has to be entered and registration receipt number generated by the system, which is in seriatim for the entire ministry department. Storage of physical DACs after scanning. After scanning and registration, the physical DACs along with registration receipt number is to be sent to the respective sections. This is done so as to retrieve and refer to, if required. Distribution of receipt. The receipt may be forwarded to the concerned section. Disputed receipts are to be dealt with as prescribed in this manual. Para 5.9. Strengthening of CRU. The CRU is considered as the backbone for successful and sustainable implementation process of FS in the organization. Therefore, following aspects of a CRU must be looked into. A. Human resources. The unit must be equipped with technically skilled manpower with computer proficiency. B. Infrastructure. The unit would be dealing with heavy volume of DACs each containing multiple pages, on a daily basis. Thus it is very important to equip the unit with good quality, high-speed ADF scanners and new generation computer systems well connected over network for efficient productivity for the organization. 36. Appendix 5.3. Box A. 5.5. Guidelines for handling of DACs in CRU. DAC type registration, scanning, handing over procedure, newspapers, magazines and periodicals. No handover to library. Private DAC EGLIC reminders, personal bills. No handover to addressee PAMTS. Private DAC by registered a speed post. No receive in paper register, take. Signature of addressee PAMTS. DACs by office name. Yes open envelope, scan, and register, electronically forward to section concerned. Write registration number on original paper and send to respective section. DAC by office name with bulky enclosures e.g. brochures etc. Yes scan covering letter. Enclosures sent as hard copy. Remarks about enclosures will be entered in the registration. If documents are important, officer section personnel staff may scan them and keep in a file against registration number. dark by officer's name or marked private classified etc. Yes no will not be opened. However, it will be registered and electronically forwarded to the addressee. Registration number and date will be written on the unopened envelope and it will be sent to concerned officer or his/her PA. It will be duty of the addressee or his/her PA to scan it and enter into a file against the concerned registration number. Note: the above mentioned guidelines are for reference purpose only. The departments need to have their own instructions depending on different types, nature and importance of DAX received. 37. Appendix 5.4. Para 2. B. Of Appendix 5.2. Scanning Guidelines. Note: the above mentioned guidelines are for general reference purpose only. They may differ with different technological standards of the scanners. 38. File Management System Chapter 6. 6.1. File means a folder consisting of related papers on a specific subject consisting of one or more of the following parts with the file number. I. Correspondence portion A. Contains all incoming written communications that are inputs to take decision. And B. Office copy of the communication sent by office. E. Notes portion contains the process sheet, i.e. how decision was taken on a case. E. Appendix to correspondence portion, lengthy enclosures to a communication, whether receipt or issue, on the file, which are likely to obstruct smooth reading of the correspondence or make the correspondence portion unwieldy. IV. Appendix to notes portion, a summary or statement containing detailed information concerning certain aspects of the question discussed on the file, incorporation of which in the main note is likely to obscure the main point or make the main note unnecessarily lengthy. Such aspects are processed in appendix to notes and key issues arising therefrom are then processed in the notes portion giving reference to the relevant page. Box A. 6.1. A file mainly comprises of A. Notes, B. Correspondences, C. Draft communication, D. References, A. Linked files, actionable files, F. Attached files, linked for reference purposes. 6.2. File management system. It has two connotations, I. The manner in which file number is given, and E. The manner in which papers are filed. A proper file numbering system is essential for convenient identification, sorting, storage and retrieval of papers. The two systems now in use in the Central Secretariat are A. Functional File Numbering System and 39. B. File numbering based on subject classification or conventional file numbering system. They are described in the succeeding paragraphs. A. Functional File Numbering System. I. Functional file number was developed by DARPG in respect of functions common to all ministries and departments. Common Office functions codes are given in Table 6.1. Table 6.1, Common Office Function Codes. Code records relating to common functions in ministries and departments. A. Establishment, B. Welfare, C. Vigilance, D. Common Office Services, A. Hindi, F. Public Relations, G. Finance, Budget, Cash and Accounts, H. Parliament Matters, I. RTI Matters. E. Broadly speaking, apart from the code indicating common office functions, functional file number will have alphanumeric code for basic, primary, secondary and tertiary heads. Table 6.2 read with Appendix 6.1. Serial number of the file opened during the year under such heads and numbers representing year of opening of the file. Table 6.2, Functional File Number System Codes at a glance. Relevant head. Activity. Basic heads. Functions to identify and list basic functions of the department. These may be called basic or group heads, e.g. establishment. B. Welfare, etc. For common office functions as prescribed by DARPG in web links and labor relations, foreigners,
fertilizer,
in case of
substantive functions of the departments.
primary heads, main activity. To list under each function, i.e. basic group heads, its main activities,
Identifying them by appropriate subject headings called primary heads.
secondary heads,
To divide each primary head into sub-subjects or aspects called
secondary heads.
40.
Tertiary heads, where necessary, break down each secondary head into its various known factors
called tertiary heads.
Details of how
File numbers are assigned under the functional file number system
is given in Appendix 6.1. B. Conventional file numbering system
or file number system
based on subject classification.
File numbering under the system
may vary from department to department and in each department, from section to section too. This is the reason why functional file system was
devised to bring
uniformity in file numbering system across all departments.
However,
many sections in a number of ministries and departments still use conventional file number system or file number system based on subject classification. A file number under this system normally has two or more file alphanumeral parts that contains A. Subject code, B. Subhead code, C. Serial number of the file opened, D. Year in which the file is opened, A. Ownership, which is an abbreviated form identifying the section. Details of how file numbers are assigned under the conventional file numbering system are given in Appendix 6.2. 6.3. Instances where files need not be opened. Normally, no new files will be opened for dealing with receipts of a purely routine nature, e.g. requests for supply of unclassified factual information, notices of holidays, miscellaneous circulars, which can be disposed of straight away by noting the reply on the source receipts and returning them to the originators, or unlikely to generate further correspondence. Therefore, can be placed in a miscellaneous file to be destroyed at the end of the year, or placed in the folder of circulars, etc. If any, on the subject. Departmental instructions may be issued on this.
Box A.
6.2. File numbering in a file is based on the type of file numbering system adopted by the department. In case of functional file system, a file has a provision to include basic, primary, secondary and tertiary heads in respect of the substantive functions of the department. A file also has provision for file numbering system based on subject classification.
However,
efforts are to be made by each department to move from the file numbering system based on subject classification to the functional file numbering system. 41. How these are to be done is given in the file user manual available at web links. 6.4. File register. A record of files opened during a calendar year will be kept in a file register to be maintained by the section. Specimen of a file register is at Appendix 6.3. 6.5. File movement register. Movements of files are made in a file movement register. A specimen of a file movement register is at Appendix 6.4. Departments are advised to use the file MIS report available in FS. 6.6. Filing of papers. Filing of papers means placing the PUC and/or FRs in the correspondence portion and the notes in the note portion of the file. Papers required to be filed are to be punched on the left-hand top corner, leaving 1 inch each on the top and left corner and tagged onto the appropriate part of the file with notes, correspondence, appendix to notes and appendix to correspondence, in chronological order, top to bottom with the oldest reference at the top and the latest at the bottom. Both the notes portion and the correspondence portion of a file are to be separately page numbered. The first page of the correspondence, say page number 1, shall be on the top, while the last page, say page number 20,
shall be at the bottom of the correspondence portion.
IV.
Sometimes, the latest PUC FR is kept on top for quick access by the senior officers.
While doing so, it must be ensured that each such PUC and/or FRS is page numbered and referenced and docketed.
After action thereon is decided, these PUC and/or FRs along with copy of the outgoing communication, if any, must be transferred to the bottom of the correspondence portion to ensure chronological sequence.
Both the backquote notes portion and the backquote correspondence portion are placed in a single file cover. Left end of tag in the note portion will be tagged onto the left side of the file cover, and right end of the tag will remain as such, i.e. untagged. In the case of correspondence portion, right side of the tag will be tagged onto the right side of the same file cover, and left side of the tag will remain as such, i.e. untagged. 42. Earlier communications referred to as the receipt R or the issue I will be indicated in red ink by giving the position of these references on the file. If a file is bulky, separate file covers may be maintained for keeping appendix to notes and appendix to correspondence. For instance, a 50-page report is received with a demi-official letter as an enclosure. The D.O. letter is filed on the correspondence portion, and the report is to be kept in appendix to correspondence portion. An indication is given in the D.O. letter that the report is kept in the appendix to correspondence portion. Similarly, on the first page of the report, the details of the D.O. letter and its page reference will be given along with reference to the page number in the correspondence portion. Routine receipts and issues, e.g., reminders, acknowledgements, and routine notes will not be allowed to clutter the file. They will be placed below the file in a separate cover and destroyed when they have served their purpose, unless these have an audit or legal necessity, in which case they are to be filed chronologically in the correspondence portion. If the file is not bulky, appendix to notes and appendix to correspondence may be kept along with the respective note portion or the correspondence portion respectively of the main file. To facilitate easy handling of file, when the notes plus the backquote correspondence portion of a file become bulky, say exceed 150 to 200 pages, it will be stitched and marked backquote volume 1, EGA 11011 to 2019 SIST Volume I. Further papers on the subject will be added to the new volume of the same file, which will be marked backquote Volume 2, EGA 11011 to 2019 SIST Volume 2, and so on. In Volume 2 and subsequent volumes of the same file, page numbering in notes portion and correspondence portion is to be made in continuity of the last page number in note portion correspondence portion of the earlier volume. Box A. 6.3. In a file, all electronic receipts including scanned copy of PUC and FRs are attached or uploaded to a file. For electronic files, the need for creating a new volume does not arise. Box 6.1. Arrangement of papers in a file. How are papers to be arranged in a file? The papers in a case will be arranged in the following order from top downwards. 1. Acts, rules, instructions or reference books. 2. Notes portion of the current file ending with the note for consideration. 43. 3. Draft for approval, if any. 4. Correspondence portion of the current file ending with the latest receipt or issue or running summary of facts, as the case may be. 5. Appendix to notes and correspondence, if required to approve the proposal. Else they may be kept in safe custody by the dealing officer. 6. Standing guard file, precedent book or reference folder, if any. 7. Other papers, if any, referred to, e.g.,
extracts of notes or correspondence from other files, copies of orders, resolutions, gazettes, arranged in chronological order, the latest being placed on the top. These two are be page numbered and to be filed in the correspondence portion. 8. Recorded files, if any, arranged in chronological order, the latest being placed on the top. And 9. Routine notes and papers arranged in chronological order and placed in a separate cover. Box A. 6.4. In a file, papers are arranged in each part of the file as given in the box under para 6.1. There is no need for appendix to notes or appendix to correspondence in a file. 6.7. Referencing. Every page in each part of the file quiz. Notes, correspondence, appendix to notes, and appendix to correspondence is consecutively numbered in separate series in pen on the right top corner. Blank intervening pages, if any, are not numbered. Each item of correspondence in a file, whether receipt R or issue I, is assigned number docketing, which will be displayed prominently in red ink at the top middle of its first page. The paper under consideration on a file is flagged "PUC", and the latest fresh receipt noted upon as "FR". If there are more than one "FR", they are flagged separately as "FRI", "FR2", and so on. Similarly, there could be more than one PUC in a file. While flagging "PUC" or "FR", the relevant page numbers will be invariably quoted in the margin. Other papers in a current file are referred to in the notes could be flagged as flag A, B, etc. even in the current file. However, the relevant page numbers must be given in the margin for future reference, after the flags are removed. Recorded files and other papers put up with the current file are flagged with alphabetical slips for quick identification. Only one alphabetical slip will be attached to a recorded file or compilation. If two or more papers contained in the same file or compilation are to be referred to, they should be identified by 44. The relevant page numbers in addition to the alphabetical slip, e.g. C, 23N, C, 17C, C, 57C, and so on. To facilitate the identification of references to papers contained in other files after the removal of slips, the number of the file referred to will be quoted invariably in the body of the note, and the relevant page numbers, together with the alphabetical slip attached thereto, will be indicated on the margin. Similarly, the number and date of orders, notifications and the resolutions, and, in the case of acts, rules and regulations, their brief title together with the number of the relevant section, rule, paragraph or clause referred to will be quoted in the body of the notes, while the alphabetical slips used will be indicated on the margin. However, rules or other compilations referred to in a case need not be put up if copies thereof are expected to be available with the officers to whom the case is being submitted. The fact of such compilations not having been put up will be indicated in the margin of the notes in pencil as "not put up". Flag will be pinned or stuck neatly on the backside of the papers sought to be flagged. When a number of papers put up in a case are to be flagged, the slips will be spread over the entire width of the file so that every slip is easily visible. An illustration of referencing in the notes portions and in the correspondence portion is at Appendix 6.5 and 6.6 respectively. 6.8. Docketing. Docketing means making of entries in the notes portion of a file about the serial number assigned to each item of correspondence, whether receipt or issue, for its identification. After docketing, if the branch officer or any higher officer has made any remark on the receipt, it is reproduced before recording the note. An illustration of docketing is at Appendix 6.5 and 6.6. Box A.
6.5. 1. In a file, the
system automatically numbers the A pages in the notes and the correspondence portions in separate series.
Thus, page numbers are given automatically by the system.
2.
The system facilitates
marking a receipt in correspondence as PUC hash or FR hash. However,
once a PUC
or
FR number is assigned, it cannot be changed. Therefore, each new PUC
or
FR will be assigned a fresh number. In a file, there is no need to flag
correspondence as PUC or FR,
as merely giving reference to the page number would suffice to track that reference. 45.
3.
Docketing in a file is done in two ways. A. There is a provision for the minister, senior officer, to record his comments on the receipt in the
remarks field.
This process is done before adding the receipt in the file. And B. It is reproduced by typing the remarks given by the minister or senior officers on the notes portion and hyperlinking the relevant correspondence page number.
However,
the system does not assign a serial number for docketing, as is done in the manual system. 6.9. Linking of files. If the issues raised in two or more current files are so interconnected that they must be dealt with together simultaneously, the relevant files will be linked in the manner indicated in subpara E below. Such linking may also be resorted to if a paper on one current file is required for reference in dealing with another current file, unless a copy of the paper can be conveniently placed on the first file. Attaching a file is different from linking files. Linked files are files where decision is required, while an attached file is a file which is attached only for reference purposes. The linked files are to be stacked one above the other. The linked files are to be displayed by placing a slip on the flap on the file board as under. Box 6.2, specimen of slip to be attached on file board flap while linking files. Linked files, number 11011-5 2016's policy number, 11011-6 2010's policy. 4. On return of the file after completion of action, the linked and the attached files will be immediately delinked after taking relevant extracts and placing the extracts in linked files.
Box A.
6.6. Procedure exists for linking and attaching of files in the file. Only active files are available for linking, attaching. The files to be linked or attached must be available in the user's account. 6.10.
Part file.
If the main file on a subject is not likely to be available for some time and it is necessary to process a fresh receipt or a note without waiting for its return, a part file may be opened to deal with it. This device may also be resorted to where it is desired to consult simultaneously two or more sections or officers. 46. A part file will normally consist of A. Receipt dealt with, and B. Notes relating thereto. Where two or more part files are opened, each will be identified by a distinct number, e.g., No. A-11011 halves 2018 FIN PF1, No. A-11011 halves 2018 FIN PF2, and so on. A part file shall be merged with the main file by the dealing officer immediately when the main file and the part file are returned to the section, after giving fresh referencing.
Box A.
6.7. In a file, the part file is opened against a main file by any user if he/she is in the channel of submission of that file. Unlike the merger of physical files, in a file, part file is attached as separate entity and subsequently the respective part files are closed. 6.11. Transfer, reconstruction and renumbering of files. Whenever work is transferred from one department section to another, the former will promptly transfer all the related records including files, both current and closed, to the latter. In case of transfer of files from one department to the other, a list will be prepared and approval of head of department will be taken. The department section taking over the records will not reclassify or renumber the closed files transferred to it. In the case of current files, the endeavor should be to close them at the earliest possible stage and to open new files according to the department's section's own scheme of classification for dealing with the matter further. A file will be reconstructed if it is misplaced. The file number and the subject will be obtained from the file register and the copies of correspondence will be sought from the corresponding department. On receipt of all such papers, they will be arranged in chronological order on the file and a self-contained note will be prepared on the basis of the copies of correspondence and placed on the notes portion of the reconstructed file. Box A. 6.8. Similar transfer of files can take place in a file by the file administrator. 47. 6.12. Movement of files and other papers. Movement of files will be entered in the File Movement Register, Appendix 6.4. When current files are linked as per Para 6.9, the movement of the linked files will be marked in the space allotted in the File Movement Register for the file with which these are linked and also individually in the space allotted in the File Movement Register for each of the linked files. When recorded files are put up with a file, the movement of the recorded files will be marked in the space allotted in the File Movement Register for the file with which these are put up. Movement of files received from other departments, sections and other receipts which have not been brought onto a file in the receiving section will be noted in the backquote remarks column of the section register. No current file will be issued to other sections except against written requisition and after marking its movement in the File Movement Register. Files and other papers marked by the Under-Secretary to other officers, sections or departments will be routed through the section for noting their movement. When the files are handed over personally by the Under-Secretary to other officers, he will inform the section officer accordingly who will ensure that the movement of such files is marked in the File Movement Register. The personal staff of officers of the rank of Deputy Secretary and above will maintain the movement of papers received by their officers in the respective personal section register Appendix 5.1. Movement of any file handed over personally to a higher officer or to the minister will similarly be noted by the personal staff. Files marked by them to other departments, however, will be routed through the section concerned, for noting their movements in the File Movement Register or Section Register as appropriate. Box A. 6.9. In case of electronic file or receipt, its movement is recorded in the system automatically, as and when a user sends it to another. However, when a physical receipt or file is sent using a file, the user has to make sure that the physical receipt or file is actually sent along with a movement entry made in the system. The receiver has to acknowledge the receiving of the receipt or the file in the system as well. 48. 6.13. Urgency grading. The urgency grading advised are immediate priority and top priority. The label immediate will be used only in cases requiring prompt attention. Amongst the rest, the priority label will be used for cases which merit disposal in precedence to others of ordinary nature. Top priority will be applied in extremely urgent cases. Where Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha questions, motions, bills are processed, separate specific file cover shall be used. Hence, it will not be necessary to use any other urgency grading. The grading of urgency assigned to a case will be reviewed by all concerned at different stages of its progress and where necessary, revised. This is particularly important for cases proposed to be referred to other departments. Box A. 6.10. In a file, immediate
priority, and top priority are the urgency grading.
These urgency grading are given by the user at the time of sending the file receipt. Label VIP is used for the Rajya Sabha, Lok Sabha matters. The grading of urgency assigned to a case will be reviewed by all concerned at different stages of its progress and where necessary, revised. This is particularly important for cases proposed to be referred to other departments. 49. Appendix -6.1.
Para 6.2.
Essentials of a functional file index and an identifying file numbering system. 1. Basic heads identify and list basic functions of the department. These may be called basic or group heads, e.g., labor relations, foreigners, fertilizer. 2. Primary heads list under each function, i.e. basic group heads, its main activities, identifying them by appropriate subject headings called primary heads. 3. Secondary heads divide each primary head into sub-subjects or aspects called secondary heads. 4. Tertiary heads, where necessary, break down each secondary head into its various known factors called tertiary heads. 5. Further subdivisions. In this way the process of breaking down the function could be extended to several descending, consecutive echelons according to needs. 6. Examples of basic, primary, secondary and tertiary heads are an annexure to appendix. 7. Rational sequence. In drawing up lists of basic, primary, secondary and tertiary heads and their further subdivisions, where necessary, some rational sequence in arranging the heads in the same list may be followed. Such an arrangement may reflect organic or procedural relationship among the different heads to adopt any of the following orders or a combination thereof as convenient. A stepwise process and alphabetical order, particularly when representing regions, producers, commodities, clients, organizations or institutions, descending levels of importance of heads. Diminishing frequency of occurrence of different events identified by suitable heads. The first two places in the list of secondary heads under each subject may be uniformly reserved for general and policy matters. Entries in each list of standardized heads viz. Under basic heads, primary heads, secondary heads, tertiary heads and so on may be arranged in alphabetical order, if any other type of sequence has not been followed. 8. Identification of basic heads. If the number of basic heads be large, each may be identified by a group of 2 to 3 letters phonetically selected. If it be small, not exceeding 10, they may be identified by assigning consecutive Roman numerals to them. 50. For example, in the field of agriculture, the basic heads fertilizer, seeds, plant protection, etc. could be symbolized by FERT, SD, PPN, etc. respectively. 9. Identification of primary heads. Next, the primary heads will each be identified by a group of 2-digit Arabic numerals beginning with 11 and continuing in consecutive order up to 99. 10. Identification of secondary and tertiary divisions. Similarly, each secondary head, as also each tertiary head, will be identified by a group of 2-digit Arabic numerals beginning with 11 and going up to 99. 11. Deviations. If the subjects be simple relating to a fresh or recent activity, they may well be covered by one list of primary heads alone or by a 2-level list of primary heads and secondary heads. Each primary heads or secondary head could then be identified as in 8 and 9 above. Progressive increase in levels develops as the number of functions increases, so also when the number of activities under each function and the number of operations under each activity increase. 12. Exception. If a paper requiring filing is such as apparently does not relate to any of the approved lists, the following questions may be relevant.
I. Whether it can come under any factor heading I or tertiary heading as related to a secondary heading. E. Whether it seems allied to a secondary heading as related to a primary heading. And if not. E. Whether it could be brought under an additional heading placed at appropriate point in the list of primary headings. If nothing suggests, it may be temporarily placed in the list of primary headings as the last item. 13. File code. The file may then be assigned an alphanumeric code symbol composed in the following sequence. I. A single letter or a group of 2 to 3 letters, or a Roman numerical representing the basic head followed by a hyphen as the separator. E. A 2-digit group of Arabic numerals representing primary head followed by 0 as the separator. E. A 2-digit group of Arabic numerals identifying the secondary head followed by a slant stroke as the separator. 51. IV. Serial number of the file opened during the year under the secondary head, followed by a slant stroke as the separator. V. A 2-digit number representing the year, followed by a hyphen as the separator. V. A group of abbreviating letters representing the section. If the file opened relates to a standardized tertiary head, a 2-digit Arabic numeral identifying it, enclosed in brackets, may be inserted before the serial number mentioned in IV above and the slant stroke preceding it. Example, 1A file opened by Labor Relations I section during 2019 relating to a strike in colliery, X, may have IV 13024/96 LRI as the file code where IV represents the functions group, labor relations. 13. The primary head, strikes, 0, the separator, 24, the secondary head, coal mines, 5, the serial number of the file opened during the year under the secondary head, coal mines, to describe the colliery involved, 2019, the year of opening the file and LRI, the section concerned. Example, 2A file opened by Foreigners 2 section to examine an application of Mr. Ferrari, a French national, to visit India may bear the coded number F17012 2019 fee where F represents the group head, Foreigners, 17, the primary head visa endorsement, 0 feet the separator, 12, the secondary head, French, 2, the serial number of the file opened during the year under that head, 2019, the year of opening the file, and fee, the concerned section. Similarly, in fertilizer IV section, file relating to fertilizer imports could carry the code FRT-19012 2019 FIV here. FRT would denote the basic head, fertilizers, and the other symbols would be as explained in the above two examples. 14. File title. A complete title of the file will normally consist of the appropriate standardized heads from the basic head downwards, each separated by a hyphen, followed by a very brief content to describe the particular question, issue, event, person, thing, place, etc. involved. The basic head, however, need not form part of the title, when a. The total number of such heads is small and from their identifying Roman numerals, they can easily be known. Or b. The basic head is identified by a letter or a group of letters phonetically selected. 52. Annexure to Appendix 6.1. Examples of basic, primary, secondary and tertiary heads. Basic head, primary head, secondary head, tertiary head. Labor relations, strikes, lockouts, adjudication of disputes, coal mines, oil fields, banking, Foreigners Acts and statutory rules, visa endorsement, special permits, extension of stay, Passport Entry into India Act rules, registration of Foreigners Acts rules, Foreigners Act rules, Citizenship Act rules, fertilizer imports, planning, statistics, control, promotion, shipment, foreign exchange, policy, UK credit, barter, link deals, charter. For opening files relating to establishment, finance, budget and accounts, office supplies and services and other housekeeping jobs common to all departments, the standardized functional file index including its file numbering system, issued by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances will be followed.
Web links 53. Appendix 6.2.
Para 6.2.
Assigning file numbers under the file numbering system based on subject classification. Figure 6.1. Specimen of a file number under file numbering system based on subject classification. Conventional file number system or file number on subject classification. 1. Each section will maintain approved lists of A. Standard heads, i.e. main subject headings assigned to the section, and B. Subheads, i.e. aspects of the main subject headings. 2. The standard heads will bear consecutive serial numbers and will be pasted on the first page of the file register. No such numbers, however, will be allotted to subheads at this stage. Code for each such subheads is allotted as and when the need arises to open such subheads. A specimen of standard heads of a section is at Appendix 6.7. 3. The pages allotted to registers are also indicated against each specimen of such standard head is at Appendix 6.7. However, the code number assigned to the subject head, the standard heads in this file numbering system, will vary from section to section even within a department. 108208 ist. Standard subject head. Serial number of the file opened under the standard subject head during the year. Year of opening of the file. Ownership of the file 54. 4. The lists of standard heads and subheads will be reviewed at the beginning of each year and revised, if necessary, with the approval of the branch officer concerned. The serial numbers once allotted to the standard heads should not ordinarily be changed. Before opening a new file, the dealing officer will ascertain the standard head to which the paper under consideration relates. He will then propose a suitable title of the file for the approval of the section officer. The title will consist of A. Standard head. B. Subhead, which will be more indicative of the precise subject than the backquote head. Where it is necessary to have more than one subhead in a title, the general should usually precede the specific. And C. A brief content indicating the question or issue under consideration in relation to the standard head and subhead, and where necessary, the specific institution, person, place or thing involved. 5. The title should be as brief as possible but should give at a glance sufficient indication of the contents of the file so as to serve as an aid to its identification. It should be articulated, i.e. broken up into components, each consisting of the minimum possible substantive words and expressing an element in the subject matter. Each part will begin with a capital letter and will be separated from the preceding one by a bold dash. 6. As far as possible, there should be a separate file for each distinct aspect of the subject. The title of a file should not be couched in very general or wide terms which might attract large number of receipts on different aspects of the matter, thereby making the file unwieldy. 7. If the issue raised in a fresh receipt or in the note on a current file goes beyond the original scope, a new file may be opened to deal with it, after placing the relevant extracts or copies thereon. 8. The first three elements in the file number will be separated from one another by a slant stroke and the last two by dash. Thus, files opened in, say, Scientific Research (SR) section during 2016 under the standard head bearing serial number backquote 3 will be numbered consecutively as the 3rd of January 2016 SR, the 3rd of February 2016 SR and so on, where backquote SR represents the section. 55. Appendix -6.3 Para 6.4. File register. Standard head no. Standard heading. File no. Subject date of classification. And year of review. Remarks. Opening closing. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Instructions. 1. Entries in columns 1 to 3 will be made at the time of opening files and those in columns 4 and 5 at the time of recording and reviewing them. 2. Year of review in column 5 is required to be indicated only in the case of category C files. 3. If as a result of the review, a file is marked for further attention, the year of the next review will be worked out and indicated in column 5. 4. When a file is transferred to the departmental record room or to another section in the department, the fact of such transfer and the relevant date will be indicated in column 6 e.g. DRRMHA 612016-622016. Similarly, when the file is marked for destruction, an entry regarding the fact and the year of destruction will be made in this column. 56. Appendix 6.4. Para 6.5. File movement register. Subject. Underscore. Underscore. To whom date, to whom date, to whom date, to whom date. Space for recording movements of part files. Notes. Movement will be marked by indicating the officer, section or department to which the file has been sent with date of sending below it. File no. 57. Appendix 6.5. Para 6.7 and 6.8. Illustration of docketing and referencing on the notes portion. -12F. No. Underscore. S. No. 17 RPG 22C. Link the minutes of the previous meeting and consult $@ SDABCJS policy, the 12th of January 19. Reference, FR asterisk. This relates to underscore. 2. Minutes of the previous meeting are linked below. 3A self-contained I. D. Note to $$ is put for approval. SD Def the 12th of January 19 So policy I. US Pol. Dear Paul. S number 18 IP 23-24 core. Note, what is given in red font is docketing. These are the remarks of senior officer on the FR. These are reproduced as part of docketing. Giving asterisk etc. In the notes and giving details as to where the document is located is called referencing. FRPP 80-82 core. Flag APP 29-32 core 58. Appendix 6.6. Para 6.7 VE and 6.8 I. Illustration of referencing of previous references in the correspondence. Portion 49. S number 10 RP 53-55 Core Government of Arunachal Pradesh Department of Administrative Reforms. Itanagar, date the 16th of January 2016. To the Secretary, Ministry of Home Affairs, New Delhi. Attention, Shri ABC, Director, DM. Subject, Inputs for the Training Policy on Disaster Management regarding Sir. P28 Core P36 Core. I am directed to refer to letter no. Underscore, dated underscore, and dated underscore, from the Ministry of Home Affairs on the subject mentioned above and to forward here with the inputs prepared by the State Institute of Public Administration. It is requested that adequate funds may be provided to the state government to conduct these training programs. It is also requested that training of trainers may be conducted in Ranchi and at least 5 districts to prepare a team of trainers. Yours faithfully, ENCL, XYZ Secretary. S number 10 RP 53-55 Core, is docketing, 49, and referring to, page 28 and 36 Core, are referencing 59. Appendix 6.7.
Para 4 of Appendix 6.2.
Specimen of standard heads of a section file register 2016 of Scientific Research SR section subject head title subject 1. Creation of scientific posts. 2. Creation of non-scientific posts. 3. Scientific research schemes. 4. Policy-related issues. 5. Memorandum of Understanding. 6. Formulation of budget and funding of the schemes. 7. Committees. 8. Reports and returns. Monitoring. 9. Rajya Sabha questions. Assurance, etc. 10. Lok Sabha questions. Assurance, etc. 11. Viability gap funding. 12. VIP PMO references. 13. Audit. 14. Administrative services related. 15. Public procurement. 16. RTI cases. 17. COT/CAT cases. 18. Miscellaneous files. 3. Scientific research schemes. File number, title, subject, date of opening.
Remarks.
Date of closing. The 3rd of January 2016 SR. Scientific research on _ the 12th of February 2016 SH. A. The 3rd of February 2016 SR scheme to use slags for laying of roads. The 27th of January 2016 SH. C. etc. 12. VIP PMO reference. File number, title, subject, date of opening. Remarks. Date of closing. The 12th of January 2016 SR reference from Shri MP regarding the progress of scientific schemes under implementation in Maharashtra. 101.2016 SH. A. The 12th of February 2016 SR status of completion of projects reference from PMO. 29.01.2016 So SR 60. The 12th of March 2016 SR letter from Shri MP regarding the environmental impact of the schemes. 13.01.2016 So SR 61. Guidelines on noting Chapter 7. 7.1. Note. IA. Note is remarks recorded on a case to facilitate its disposal. It includes a precise of previous papers, analysis of issues requiring decision, financial, legal or other implications, if any. Suggestions with justifications. Final decision along with the authority competent to take the decision. Noting is the process of recording a note on the notes portion of a file. Note is recorded by the dealing officer and other officers in the hierarchy to facilitate decision making by the competent authority. 7.2. Guidelines for noting. All notes shall be recorded on note sheet, green sheet. A note is submitted either to seek approval of the competent authority or for information. A note must be concise and to the point. Lengthy notes are to be avoided. Verbatim reproduction of extracts from or paraphrasing of the paper under consideration, fresh receipt, or any other part of correspondence or notes on the same file, should also be avoided. Instead, a summarized version of the issues raised in PUC FR are to be brought on the note. IV. For effective noting and to decide the quantum of noting, guidelines given on functional approach to noting, Para 7.14, are to be adopted. When passing orders or making suggestions, an officer will confine his/her note to the actual points he proposes to make without reiterating the ground already covered in the previous notes. If he/she agrees to the line of action suggested in the preceding note, he/she will merely append his signature. In case he/she takes a decision different from the one suggested on file, he may do so giving reasons for his decision. Any officer who has to note upon a file on which a running summary of facts is available will, in drawing attention to the facts of the case, refer to the appropriate part of the summary without repeating it in his own note. Relevant extracts of the provisions of the Act, rules and/or guidelines will be placed on the file and attention to it will be drawn in the note,
rather than reproducing the relevant provisions in the note, unless such an extract on the note is essential to arrive at a decision.
62. Unless a running summary of facts is already available on the file or the last note on the file itself serves that purpose, a self-contained note will be put up with every case submitted to the Secretary or Minister. Such a note will bring out briefly but clearly the relevant facts, including the views expressed on the subject by other departments, if any, consulted in the matter, and the point or points on which the orders or decision of the Secretary or Minister is sought. A self-contained note is prepared while seeking advice or opinion or concurrence of another department. Such interdepartmental references are to be made only with the approval of an officer not below the level of Joint Secretary or the level specified by a nodal ministry department through departmental instructions. When a paper under consideration raises several major points which require detailed examination and respective orders, each point or group of related points will be noted upon separately in sectional notes. Such notes will each begin with a list of the major points dealt with therein and placed below the main note in a separate folder. If apparent errors or incorrect statements in a case have to be pointed out, or if an opinion expressed therein has to be countered, care should be taken to make observations in courteous and temperate language free from personal remarks. While preparing, submitting notes for the Cabinet committees, groups of ministers and committee of secretaries, reconstitution of high-level commissions, committees, the format prescribed in Cabinet Secretariat website, www.cabsec. NIC. As amended from time to time, may be followed. Black or blue ink will be used by all category of staff and officers. A note will be divided into serially numbered paragraphs. In case of problem-solving or policy cases, paragraphs may have brief titles, if necessary. Structure of a problem-solving and policy case, para 7, 14. And 7, 14. Handwritten notes should be avoided. Notes should be electronically printed if it is half a page or more. Notes are to be printed on both sides of a note sheet. A small margin of about 1 inch will be left on all sides, left, right, top and bottom, of each page of the note sheet to ensure better preservation of notes recorded on the files, as at times the paper gets torn from the edges, making reading of the document difficult. 63. Box A. 7.1. Creation of electronic file. In a file, electronic file or physical file, a file on which file number is created by the system but processing of the file is done physically, is created before recording a note, using appropriate menu option. Recording a note in an electronic file. The inner page of a file has Add Green Note option to record the note and do the referencing, docketing, etc. Yellow Note option is selected to prepare a rough note, which may then be confirmed as a green note. Details of name etc. of the officer who confirms it will appear in green note. It is mandatory for all officers of the rank of dealing officers and above or equivalent to use digital signature certificates, DSC, or e-sign for electronically signing the files in FS system before forwarding. DSC are to be procured by individual ministries, departments, organizations. For using the e-sign, it is required that individual's mobile number is linked to his/her Aadhaar number. The how part of noting on a file is available in the user manual of FS at web links. There are provisions for standardized one-line quick noting. A file has the facility of delegating access of a file of a user to another user with complete or restricted rights. There are different kinds of delegation as follows. SL. No. Signatory delegation, secretarial assistance, authority delegation. 1.
User to whom charge is delegated have to log in using his/her own FS account and DSC token. User to whom charge is delegated have to log in using his/her own FS account and DSC token. User to whom charge is delegated have to log in using his/her own FS account and DSC token. 2. User has the read, write, send rights of files belonging to the delegated account. User has the read for both physical and electronic, write for both physical and electronic, send only for physical rights of files belonging to the delegated account. User has the read, write, send rights of files belonging to the delegated account. 3. Signature includes the name of both the users i.e. to whom charge is delegated. Signature includes the name of the user whose charge is delegated. Signature includes the name of the user to whom charge is delegated. 64. And the user whose charge is delegated. 4. Movement history contains the name of the delegator as well as delegated person. Movement history contains the name of the user whose charge is delegated. Movement history contains the name of the delegator as well as delegated person. 5. This delegation is always with respect to an officer and not staff. There should be departmental instructions relating to such a provision. This delegation is with respect to the personal staff attached to the officers. This delegation is with respect to the link officers designated by the concerned department. 7.3. Examination in section by dealing officer. When the line of action on a receipt is obvious or is based on a clear precedent or practice, or has been indicated by a higher officer, and a communication has to issue, a draft will be put up without an elaborate note. In other cases, the dealing officer, while submitting a note on a case, will see whether all the statements, so far as they are open to check, are correct. Point out mistakes, incorrect statements, missing data or information, if any. Obtain the missing and/or correct information from the sources concerned either over phone or using correspondence handling category of functional approach to noting. IV. Furnish other relevant data or information available in the section department, if any. We prepare a note based on functional approach to noting, para 7.14, especially use of standard process sheet. We state the issues for consideration and bring out clearly the points requiring decision. We draw attention, if necessary, to the statutory or customary procedure and point out the relevant provisions of the Act, rules, instructions to the given case. We draw attention to precedents, if any. 65. Suggest the course of action to be taken with justification along with alternative courses of action for consideration of the competent authority. Indicate the authority competent to take decision along with the copy of the delegation of powers. Affix full signature with complete date DD per millimeter on the left below the note. Leave space not less than 1/4 of a page below the last recorded note in the note sheet of the file, especially when the file is submitted to the secretary or minister. Box A. 7.2. In a file, with every note the dealing officer's signature consisting of his full name and post is appended to the noting along with date and time. 7.4. Examination by section officer. Examination by section officer will include check if technique of functional approach to noting, para 7.14, has been adopted. Consider possibility of using standard process sheet either by using an existing standard process sheet or developing a new one. Evaluate adequacy and relevance of inputs provided. IV. Section officer and above are to simply sign, on the right side below the note with date, month and year, DD per millimeter, if they agree with section note. Else, they are to record their note. Signature is to be rubber stamped.
7.5.
Examination by branch officer and above. A branch officer or division in charge or wing in charge will discuss, wherever necessary, with his team to decide the course of action to be taken on a case involving a new or a complex matter. For dealing with such problem-solving or policy cases, the technique of writing a discussed note may be used. Discussed note is submitted as a draft. After clearance from the senior officers, it is fed and submitted by the dealing officer. After discussion, the dealing officer is entrusted with preparing a comprehensive, self-contained note which will be put up to the decision-making 66 level, clearly indicating that it is a discussed note. Such discussed note shall also be a reasoned note based on the provisions of the relevant act, rules, instructions, etc. The note will contain the background to the problem, issues arising out of its precedents, if any, analysis of all relevant facts with reference to the provisions of the relevant act, rules and/or guidelines, and the recommended course of action for approval by the competent authority. 7.6. Level of disposal and channel of submission. Process of decision-making in cases that are within the delegated powers of the Ministry. A dealing officer will take action on a case in accordance with the departmental instructions prescribing the level of final disposal as per the departmental instructions on channel of submission for each category of cases. Suitable instructions are to be issued for the channel of submission of files for each category of cases by each department. The channel of submission of cases, other than the classified ones, must be made available on the website of the department. Similarly, name, telephone number and email ID of the officers dealing with various subjects must also be made available on the website. Each department will review the instructions on level of disposal and channel of submission at least once in 3 years, keeping the number of levels to the minimum by delegating powers to lower formations. To facilitate quicker decision-making, channels of submission should not be more than 4. Powers are to be delegated to operationalize this principle. In case of files to be submitted to Minister in charge, a case may be initiated at the level of Deputy Secretary or Director. However, the section and the branch officer would provide assistance to obtain inputs for the case and to prepare draft notes and communications, etc. Examination within the department. Consultations with the stakeholders, interministerial consultation (IMC) if needed. Submission to the competent authority within the department. Communicate decision to the parties concerned. Obtain approval of the competent authority 67. For addressing cross-cutting issues, the secretary of the concerned department should have the flexibility to create interdisciplinary teams. Wherever level jumping is done in respect of any category of cases, each such case on its return will pass through all the levels jumped over, who in suitable cases could resubmit the cases for reconsideration, if necessary. Box A. 7.3. In a file, sending, marking of receipts files are flexible. The system allows a user to send a receipt file to any other user, and the movement of record is maintained: who has sent, to whom has been sent, and when has been sent. Physical file which is marked to another officer has to be received by him/her by clicking appropriate button in his/her inbox indicating that the physical file has been received at his/her end. The acknowledgement for the same should be obtained from the recipient. Electronic file once marked to the next user goes to his/her inbox indicating that it has been received by him/her. 7.7. Deviation from normal procedure or rules. In every case where a material or substantial deviation of the existing procedure or rules is sought to be made, it shall be the responsibility of the decision-making authority to ensure that reasons are recorded in writing, justifying such a deviation from the rules or procedures.
7.8. Running summary of facts. To facilitate consideration and to obviate repeated recapitulation, a running summary of facts will be prepared and updated. Each updated running summary of facts must be dated on right top corner. They will be filed in the correspondence portion and given page number. Such a summary shall be prepared in a manner to contribute to speedy disposal of the case. It will also include the advice or views of other departments consulted in the matter but not opinions of individual officers within the department. It should be kept up to date, incorporating changes whenever further developments take place through a newer version. Previous version running summary shall not be destroyed. This is useful while framing new policy, amendments to a policy or act or rule, court cases, etc. 7.9. Oral discussions. All points emerging from discussions including telephonic discussions between two or more officers of the same department or from discussions between officers of different departments, and the conclusions reached will be recorded on the relevant file by the officer submitting a note. 68. All discussions, points which the officer recording them considers to be important enough for the purpose, should be got confirmed by all those who have participated in and are responsible for them. This is particularly desirable in cases where the policy of the government is not clear or where some important deviation from the prescribed policy is involved or where two or more levels differ on significant issues or the decision itself, though agreed to by all concerned, is an important one. 7.10. Oral instructions by higher officers. Where an officer is giving direction including telephonic, social media platforms, SMS for taking action in any case in respect of matters on which he, she or her subordinate has powers to decide, he, she shall ordinarily do so in writing. If, however, the circumstances of the case are such that there is no time for giving the instructions in writing, he, she should follow it up by a written confirmation at the earliest. An officer shall, in the performance of his, her official duties, or in the exercise of the powers conferred on him, her, act in his best judgment except when he, she is acting under instructions of an official superior to him, her. In the latter case, he, she shall obtain the directions in writing wherever practicable before carrying out the instructions, and where it is not possible to do so, he, she shall obtain written confirmation of the directions as soon thereafter as possible. If the officer giving the instructions is not his, her immediate superior but one higher to the latter in the hierarchy, he, she shall bring such instructions to the notice of his, her immediate superior at the earliest. 7.11. Oral orders on behalf of or from minister. Whenever a member of the personal staff of a minister communicates to any officer an oral order on behalf of the minister, it shall be confirmed by him, her in writing immediately thereafter. If any officer receives oral instructions from the minister or from his, her personal staff and the orders are in accordance with the norms, rules, regulations or procedure, it should be brought to the notice of the secretary or the head of the department where the officer concerned is working in or under a non-secretariat organization. If any officer receives oral instructions from the minister or from his, her personal staff and the orders are not in accordance with the norms, rules, regulations or procedures, he, she should seek clear orders from the secretary or the head of the department where he, she is working in non-secretariat organization about the line of action to be taken, stating clearly that the oral 69 instructions are not in accordance with the rules, regulations, norms or procedures. In rare and urgent cases when the minister is on tour, is sick and his, her approval has to be taken on telephone, the decision of the minister shall be conveyed by his, her private secretary in writing. In such cases, confirmation will be obtained on file when the minister returns to headquarters rejoins. 7.12. Confirmation of oral instructions. If an officer seeks confirmation of oral instructions given by his/her superior, the latter should confirm it in writing whenever such confirmation is sought. Receipt of communications from junior officers seeking confirmation of oral instructions should be acknowledged by the personal staff of the minister, or senior officers or their personal staff, as the case may be. 7.13. Modification of notes or order. The higher officers should record their own notes giving their views on the subject, where necessary, correcting or modifying the facts given in earlier notes. In any case, the replacement or modification of the notes which have already been recorded on a file, when the file has been further noted upon by others, should not be permitted. Where a final decision already communicated to a party is found later on to have been given on a mistaken ground or wrong facts or wrong interpretation of rules due to misunderstanding or otherwise, such replacement or modification of a note may have also legal implications. In all such cases, wherever necessary, review of the decision should be examined and the revised decision shall be taken in consultation, if so required, with the Ministry of Law and with the approval of an officer higher than the one who took the original decision. The reasons for the reversal or modification of the earlier decision shall duly be recorded on the file. Under no circumstances a note shall be pasted over or removed from the file. In case of mistake in the note or disagreement with a previously recorded note, a new note shall be recorded, keeping the previously recorded note on the file. 7.14. Functional approach to noting. Noting should be kept to an optimal level. Therefore, it should be systematic and functional. One of the points for consideration while preparing a note is the size of the note. Functional approach to noting helps in deciding the kind and size of note to be prepared. It is a technique for more effective noting and facilitates the officer initiating a note to submit a more effective note. And the competent 70. Authority to take decisions quickly. It categorizes the types of cases and the quantum of noting to be done as given in Table 7.1. Table -7.1, Functional approach to noting at a glance SL. No type or category of the case. Quantum of noting. 1. Ephemeral. No noting is needed to. Correspondence handling or action in correspondence cases. Short note of a few sentences. 3. Repetitive case. Develop and use standard process sheet. 4. Problem-solving case. A structured and detailed note is prepared. 5. Policy planning case. Detailed note is prepared covering various aspects, implications and expected outcome of a policy to be developed or under review. Types of cases, quantum of noting and functional approach. The following approach could be adopted for noting on various categories of cases. 1. Ephemeral cases. These cases are also known as no-noting cases. The section officer should record the reasons, in brief, why no action is necessary and file such cases at the dark stage itself. Such cases should be kept in file, or bundle and destroyed on the 31st of December of every year. In some cases, these may also be returned in original to the originator giving requisite factual information. 2. Correspondence handling or action in correspondence cases. These cases too do not require detailed noting. It would be sufficient if a brief note, a paragraph of 3 to 4 sentences, is recorded indicating the issue under consideration and the suggested action or submission of a fair communication to obtain further inputs, etc. 3. Routine or repetitive cases. A. In cases of repetitive cases, e.g. sanctioning of leave, motor car advance, pension cases, release of grant in aid, giving permission to an organization to use the emblem and logo of the ministry department, giving vigilance clearance, etc. A standard process sheet will be devised
by the respective ministry's department and will be prescribed through the departmental instructions.
A standard process sheet is a standard 71 skeleton note or a template. It is developed by indicating predetermined points of check. The checklist contains the parameters or points that are to be taken into account while processing a case, often through the instructions, if any, contained in the standard operation procedure issued by the department for examining a case. Against the checklist, variables of a case are filled in to obtain approval of the competent authority on each case. No conventional note will be recorded in such cases. A fair reply is put up on file with the standard process sheet. Wherever possible, standard formats of communications should be prepared. B. Standard process sheets will be developed by the section officer concerned with the help of the dealing officers. It will be prescribed through departmental instructions, if necessary. C. Departments are to encourage developing templates to be used for cases of repetitive nature through issue of departmental instructions. D. It acts as training tool to new dealing officers, as it gives points of check to process a case. A. A specimen of standard process sheet is given in Appendix 7.1. 4. Problem-solving cases. In these cases, a detailed note providing all information on each aspect will be necessary. Even then, the note should be concise and to the point,
covering the following aspects.
1. What is the problem?
2. How has it arisen? 3. What are the provisions of act, rule, policy or precedent?
4. What are the possible solutions? 5. Which is the best solution proposed and why? 6. What will be the consequences, implications
of the proposed solution?
7. Is any interdepartmental consultations needed? If so, with whom and how? 8.
Who is the competent authority?
E. Policy and planning cases. These types of cases would not be large in number and are normally dealt with at sufficiently higher levels of the organization. They require a thorough examination with maximum amount of noting developed systematically. A note in such cases should be structured in the following manner. 72. A.
Problem. State how the problem has arisen.
What are the critical factors? B. Additional information. Obtain additional information to size up the problem. The information would be available on the files and other papers in the section. If sufficient information is not available to enable thorough examination, it should be collected before preparing a policy note. C.
Rule,
policy etc.
Refer to relevant rules,
regulations,
policy,
standing orders, practices. Analyze and interpret such rules etc. in a cohesive manner, bringing out their bearing on the problem. D.
Precedent cases
having a bearing on the issue under consideration should be put up. If there are varying precedents or any precedent differs in certain respects from the case under examination, the difference should be brought out so as to arrive at a correct decision. A.
Critical analysis.
The case should then be examined on merit, answering questions such as, what are the possible alternative solutions, which is the best solution? It should be ensured that views of other divisions, ministries etc. have been obtained where necessary. Attention should also be paid to other aspects like the financial and other implications, repercussions, and the modality of implementing the decision and the authority competent to take a decision. F. Concluding paragraph. The concluding paragraph should suggest a course of action for consideration. In cases where a decision is to be taken by a higher authority like committee, board, or by the cabinet or a committee of the cabinet, the point or points on which the decision of such higher authority is sought should be specifically mentioned. Box 7.1 Structure of a problem-solving policy note. Structure of a problem-solving policy note. I. File number on right top corner. E. Subject of the case. E. Profile of the problem, issue to be resolved, introduction or the context. IV. Apply provisions of the Act, rules, regulations or guidelines relevant to the case. V. Precedents, if any. V. Analysis and sequence. V. Position of resources of financial implication including cost-benefit analysis, where required, also legal, social or gender implications, if applicable. 73. V. Reasoned conclusions reached, proposed course of action. X. In case more than one course of action is suggested, approval must categorically be sought for a specific course of action. X. Authority competent to approve the case. She. Docketing and referencing. Xi. Signature of the dealing officer submitting the note. Note. Functional approach to noting, however, does not mean that each of the cases is watertight compartment. Depending on the current status of a case, the type of case could be different. For instance, most problem-solving and policy cases are initially correspondence handling cases to collect the requisite inputs. During the final stages they are either problem-solving or policy case. 74. Appendix 7.1. Para 7.14 v. F. No. A -12,026 2019 ADMN. Department of Agriculture Cooperation and Farmers Welfare. ADMN. Section. Standard Process Sheet to Process Study Leave Case. SL. No points to be considered. Details. 1. Name of the officer. 2. Designation. 3. Cleared probation and appointed substantively. Yes, no. 4. Does he have not less than 5 years service? Yes, no. 5. Is the proposed study relevant to the applicant's job? Briefly, explain. A. Quote the rule. B. Yes, no. 6. Did he obtain no objection certificate, NOC, before applying for higher studies in the university? Yes, no. 7. In case he has not obtained the NOC, is it proposed to condone this provision? Yes, no. 8. Rule precedent for SL. Number 69. Has vigilance clearance been obtained? Yes, no. 10. Has he submitted the bond? A. Refer to the rule for the bond. B. Yes, no. 11. Is the bond in the prescribed format? Yes. Number 12. Is arrangements for payment of leave salary have been made? Yes, no. If yes, brief details. 13. Suggested course of action. 14. Any other relevant issues. 15. Competent authority. Signature of the initiating officer. Date DD per millimeter E. Signature of other officers in the hierarchy till the competent authority. 75. Communication, Forms, Channels and Procedure. Chapter 8. 8.1. Interdepartmental consultations. Interdepartmental consultation may take the form of interdepartmental notes, interdepartmental meetings or oral discussions. The most common and frequently used form of written communication for transaction of business within the Secretariat, ministries, departments is interdepartmental note, earlier known as UO note or intersection note. 1. Interdepartmental ID note. I. The form of communication for consultations between and among the ministries' departments, used as interdepartmental note. It is generally used for obtaining the advice, views, comments or concurrence of other departments on a proposal or in seeking clarification of the existing rules, instructions etc. from the nodal ministry or department. It may also be used by a department when consulting its attached and subordinate officers and vice versa. E. The interdepartmental note is either to be recorded on a file referred to another department or take the form of an independent self-contained note. While referring the ID note to the other department, it is marked to the officer concerned in the referring department. 2. Following points are to be kept in view while preparing ID note. I prescribe a time limit when calling for advice or concurrence from other ministries' departments. In case any of the ministries so consulted is not in the position to send their comments concurrence within the prescribed time limit, it should seek additional time required for furnishing reply, if a ministry or department is not in a position to adhere to the time limit. When such a reference does not require concurrence under the rules, the originating ministry need not wait for the comments of the other ministry beyond the prescribed time limit, and go ahead with its scheme proposal without waiting any longer. IV. The initiating ministry should always feel free to recall its file from another ministry, to which such a reference has been made on a file, if such a course is required to be adopted for expediting the process. 76. Of decision-making in the case. Such a decision to recall a file should be taken at a level not lower than that of a branch officer in the originating ministry. Interdepartmental references are to be made with the approval of an officer not below the rank of the Joint Secretary under the signature of an officer not below the rank of Under Secretary. We clearly state the points on which the advice or concurrence of other departments is sought, preferably in the concluding paragraph. We place the drafts of the orders proposed to be issued along with the ID note to the ministry departments being consulted. When it is necessary to consult more than one department on a case, such consultation may be effected simultaneously by self-contained interdepartmental notes unless a. It involves copying of a large number of documents available on the file in a physical file environment. Or b. The need for consulting the second department would arise only after the views of the first have become available. 3. Interdepartmental meetings may be held where it is necessary to elicit the opinion of other departments on important cases and arrive at a decision within a limited time. No such meeting will normally be convened except under the orders of an officer not below the level of Joint Secretary. In respect of such meetings, it will be ensured that the representatives attending the meeting are officers who can take decisions on behalf of their departments. An agenda setting up clearly the points for discussion is prepared and sent along with the proposal for holding the meeting, allowing adequate time for the representatives of other departments to prepare themselves for the meeting. And a record of discussions is prepared immediately after the meeting and circulated to other departments concerned, setting out the conclusions reached and indicating the department or departments responsible for taking further action on each conclusion. 77. 4. On occasions it may be necessary to have oral discussions including teleconferencing or video conferencing with officers of other departments, e.g., when a preliminary discussion between the officers of the departments concerned is likely to help proceed further for the disposal of the case. Interdepartmental noting reveals a difference of opinion between two or more departments. Or it is proposed to seek only information or advice of the department to be consulted. The result of such oral consultation should be recorded in a single note on the file by the officer of the department to which the case belongs. The note will state clearly the conclusions reached and the reasons thereof. A copy of the note will also be sent to the departments consulted in order that they have a record of the conclusions reached. 5. Reopening of decisions arrived at after proper interdepartmental consultations should normally be avoided. In case adequate grounds exist for reopening of such issues, it should be settled after a quick reassessment. 6.
In case two or more departments persist with their respective viewpoints leading to a deadlock or impasse, such issues should be sorted out by raising the level of consideration to a forum like the Committee of Secretaries headed by the Cabinet Secretary or to the level of ministers concerned, to arrive at a quick decision without continuing with protracted correspondence discussions among the disputing departments.
7. Nodal ministries. Departments which render advice to various departments and do so through different divisions will ensure that the views expressed by them at interdepartmental discussions are consistent, and they are not found deviating from their views on different occasions. The expression of conflicting views by the different divisions of the same department during such interdepartmental discussions should be discouraged. Box A. 8.1. In case of electronic files where there is no electronic environment in the receiving department, a printout of the approved note is taken and placed on the physical file and forwarded to the receiving department. However, where both the departments are working in FS electronic environment, the file containing ID note can be sent directly from the sending officer to the receiving officer. 78. 8.2. Noting on files received in nodal sections or nodal ministries from other departments. If a reference from the other department seeks the advice or concurrence of the receiving department and requires detailed examination, such examination will normally be done separately through notes in a shadow file. A shadow file contains photocopy of all the relevant correspondence portion and the notes portion received from the other department or attached to subordinate office, as the case may be. The case will then be processed for a decision on the shadow file, including the decision or the observation to be recorded on the file of the other department. The decision or the observation approved by the competent authority will then be recorded on the file of the other department, preferably at the level of Under Secretary, clearly indicating the level at which the decision was taken, and return the original file to the owner department. The shadow file too will have a file number as per the procedure given in Chapter 7 and retained in the decision-taking department. Where necessary, entries shall also be made in the precedent book. Where the reference requires information of a factual nature or other action based on a clear precedent or practice, the dealing officer in the receiving department may note on the file straightway. 8.3. Email. The email services provided by NIC shall be used for official communication. This is a paperless mode of communication to be used by section or ministry that seeks advice or concurrence. Nodal section or ministry. Process to get approval of the competent authority in the nodal office. Section or ministry that gives advice or concurrence. Record final advice decision on the file of the ministry that sought advice. Open parallel or shadow file. Return the file to the section ministry concerned. Shadow file retained in the nodal section or ministry. 79. Department in FS environment. It can be widely used even where classified data is shared. Such classified data are to be sent only in encrypted version. Other guidelines are provided in the Email Policy of Government of India, prepared and updated by the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. 8.4. Other forms of written communications. For correspondence between Government of India and organizations other than those which are not part of the Government of India, and for communication for certain specific purposes, different forms of written communication generally used by a department are described below. Formats of these forms are given in Appendix 8.1. 1. Letter. This form is used for corresponding with state governments, the Union Public Service Commission and other constitutional bodies, heads of attached and subordinate officers, public enterprises, statutory authorities, public bodies and members of public. A letter being a formal form of communication is addressed on behalf of a department or government to the head of the government organization by designation, beginning with the salutation, "Sir, Madam," and ending with subscription, "Yours faithfully." 2. Demi-official letter. This form is generally used in correspondence by one government officer with another with the purpose of drawing his/her personal attention in an official matter of importance and/or urgency. A. Since demi-official letter is written in the first person in a personal and friendly tone, it should be addressed by an officer to another of similar level rank as far as possible. In the event of non-availability of officer of same level at receiving end, the same may be addressed to an officer at one or two levels below the officer to whom such communication is addressed. B. Demi-official letter may be used for communicating with officers in other public officers except chief of the constitutional authorities. In such cases, communications are addressed to the secretary of such authorities. A minister may communicate with another minister at center or state government or a member of parliament or state legislature using DO letter. C. Communications to non-officials may also take the form of a demi-official letter. 3. Office memorandum. This form is generally used for communicating decisions to other departments including its attached and subordinate officers. It is used for calling for or providing information. Office memorandum form is also used by ministries and departments for communicating to its employees. It is written in the 83rd person and bears no salutation or subscription. The name, designation, email ID, telephone number and fax number of the officer signing it will, however, be indicated. This form is also to be used for seeking and providing information amongst sections within ministry. 4. Office order. It is used for issuing instructions, intimation in routine internal administrative matters, e.g., grant of regular leave, distribution of work among officers and sections, internal posting and transfers, etc. Therefore, there is no salutation or subscription. Copies are endorsed to all the persons authority concerned. 5. Order. This form is generally used for conveying financial sanctions and final orders in disciplinary cases. Order is not addressed to anyone. Copies are endorsed to all the persons authority concerned. 6. Notification. This form is used in notifying promulgation of statutory rules and orders, appointments and promotions of certain categories of officers etc. through publications in the Gazette of India. The composition of the Gazette, the types of matter to be published in each part and section thereof, the instructions for sending the matter for publication therein may be seen at Appendix 8.2. 7. Resolution. This form of communication is used for making public announcement of decisions of government in important matters of policy, e.g., the policy of industrial licensing, appointment of committees or commissions of inquiry. Resolutions are published in the Gazette of India. 8. Press communique. Press note. This form is used when it is proposed to give wide publicity to a decision of government through media. A press communique is issued where matter is to be published as per the text given by the issuing authority, while a press note, on the other hand, is intended to serve as a handout to the press which may be edited, compressed or enlarged by the respective press or media channel. 9. Endorsement. This form is used when a paper has to be returned in original to the sender, or the paper in original or its copy is sent to another department or office, for information or action. It is also used when a copy of a communication is proposed to be forwarded to parties other than the one to which it is addressed. Normally, this form will not be used in communicating copies to state governments, statutory constitutional bodies. The appropriate form for such communication is letter. 10. Minutes. A record of discussions is prepared immediately after the meeting and circulated to the other ministries departments concerned, giving date, time, venue of the meeting held, who chaired the meeting and list of participants. 81. Setting out the conclusions reached and indicating the ministries departments responsible for taking further action on each conclusion. In case it is perceived by a participant of the meeting that the minutes recorded are not as per the understanding perception of the participant, the same may be immediately referred in writing to the authority which has issued the minutes. 8.5. Email, fax, speed post, registered post, telephonic communications, etc. Email, fax, speed post, registered post, special messenger, etc. are modes of sending communication. Appropriate use of the medium of telephone may be made by departments for intra- and interdepartmental consultation and for communication of information between parties situated locally, and in matters of urgency with outstation officers. Telephonic communications, wherever necessary, may be followed by written communications for confirmation. 8.6. Correspondence with attached and subordinate officers. Senior officers, head of a subordinate attached office under an administrative ministry, department will correspond in respect of matters involving intervention, approval of another ministry department in a note, email and a file form to their concerned ministry department. Head of an autonomous body under an administrative ministry will write in respect of matters involving intervention, approval of another ministry department to the secretary of the concerned ministry department in a letter form. In both the cases, ministry department concerned, if required, will take up the matter with another ministry. An officer of a subordinate office, attached office, autonomous body will not correspond directly with the minister of another ministry except the head of a statutory body, regulatory authority set up by an Act of Parliament. Attached office, subordinate office may, however, seek factual information from other ministry department directly. In the case of their own attached officers and subordinate officers placed directly under them, i.e. without the intervention of an attached office, as located in Delhi, New Delhi, the departments will introduce the single file system of correspondence, details of which are in para 8.7. 82. Note: the single file system will not apply to correspondence between a department and any statutory, corporate or other autonomous body which might be owned or controlled by it. 8.7. Single File System (SFS). This will apply to matters which have to be referred by the non-secretariat organization (NSO) to the department for seeking a sanction, order or a decision not within its own delegated powers. The file cover of a SFS case should prominently show the name of the originating NSO and likewise indicate that it follows the SFS system. The SFS file need not bear an ID no. or other formal method of sending, but will be sent as though it is from one officer to another in the same organization. The SFS file should be completed in all respects, so as to enable the department to take a decision expeditiously. Hence the NSO will ensure that a. Every point for decision order is clearly brought out. b. All relevant connected papers are placed on the file, properly arranged and referred to. c. Draft orders, sanctions are put up, where they are required to be approved by the department for issue. And d. The availability of funds etc. is certified where expenditure is involved in the proposal. The officer last dealing with the SFS case in the NSO will mark it to the appropriate officer in the department, by name. Policy files will, however, be referred to the department at appropriate levels to be determined by the department and the NSO concerned, through a general order.
As a rule, all notings in the department will be on the NSO file. However, where sensitive or delicate matters in the sphere of personnel, policy issues and finance are involved, the recording of notes in /shadow file may be permitted by issuing general or special orders by the department. This will be done at a particular stage of the SFS case or at or above a particular level, with the final decision thereafter being suitably recorded on the SFS file. 83. As a convention, the Secretariat noting on a SFS file will start on a new page in the noting done sequentially except in matters of the nature referred to in above 8.7. Action to implement the government decision in SFS case will be initiated by the NSO on the return of the file. Orders so issued should specifically state that they have received the concurrence of government in the department concerned. Copies of every sanction order so issued by the NSO will be endorsed without fail to all the officers concerned in the department. 8.8. References to constitutional authorities, etc. Table 8.1 provides guidance on the procedure pertaining to making references to certain authorities. Table 8.1. SL. No. Details of the authority. Form and procedure for communication. 1. Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha Secretariats. Communications meant for the Lok Sabha Secretariat or the Rajya Sabha Secretariat and requiring urgent or high-level attention shall be addressed to the secretaries concerned and not to the Speaker and Chairman directly. Similarly, no communication is to be addressed to the Chairman of any parliamentary committee directly. 2. Attorney General of India. References are to be made only through the Ministry of Law and Justice. 3. Controller and Auditor General of India, CNAG. References are to be made only by and through the Ministry of Finance, except when reference is received from CNAG on audit paragraphs. 4. Union Public Service Commission UPSC. References are to be addressed to Secretary, UPSC in the form of letter. 5. Other constitutional, statutory authorities. Communications to constitutional authorities like Election Commission of India and statutory authorities like TRAI, SEBI, etc. will normally be made in the letter form addressed to Principal Secretary. In no case an office memorandum will be sent to such authorities by the ministry's departments. 6. Correspondence with members of parliament VIP references ministers of state governments. 1. Communications received from members of parliament should be attended to promptly. 2. Where a communication is addressed to a minister, it should, as far as practicable, be replied to by the minister himself. In other 84 cases, a reply should normally be issued over the signature of an officer of the rank of secretary only. 3. Where, however, a communication is addressed to the head of an attached or subordinate office, public sector enterprise, financial institutions including nationalized banks division, branch in charge in a ministry, department, organization, it should be replied to by the addressee himself. In routine matters, he may send an appropriate reply on his own. In policy matters, however, the officer should have prior consultation with higher authorities before sending a reply. It should, however, be ensured that minimum level at which such replies are sent to members of parliament is that of Under Secretary and that also in polite letter form only. 4. Normally information sought by a member should be supplied unless it is of such a nature that it would have been denied to him even if asked for on the floor of the Houses of Parliament. 5. As far as possible, for correspondence with members of Parliament, pre-printed replies should be avoided. 6. In case a reference from an ex-member of Parliament is addressed to a minister or secretary, Reply to such reference
may be sent by the concerned divisional head after obtaining approval of the Secretary of the Ministry Department. In case the reference is addressed to a lower level officer, reply to such reference could be sent by the officer on his own in non-policy cases and after obtaining approval of the higher authorities in policy cases. However, the minimum level at which reply could be sent should be that of an under-secretary, and that too in a polite letter form only. 7. State government's communications on the subjects which clearly relate to the business of a particular 85. Department will normally be addressed to the Secretary of that department. Other communications, including those of special nature or importance warranting attention at higher levels, may be addressed to the Chief Secretary. Demi-official letters can also be sent to officers of state governments. In case of demi-official communications to the Chief Secretary of a state, this level will not be below the level of Joint Secretary. Communications other than those of a purely routine nature, e.g., acknowledgements, will not ordinarily be addressed to state governments except with the prior approval and over the signature of the branch officer. Purely routine communications can, however, be signed by a section officer. 8. Union Territory Administrations. All communications of a routine nature which clearly relate to the business of a particular department will ordinarily be addressed to the Secretary in the appropriate department. Other important communications may be addressed to the Chief Secretary or the Administrator. 9. Foreign governments and international organizations. Correspondence with foreign governments and their missions in India, heads of Indian diplomatic missions and posts abroad, and United Nations and its specialized agencies will normally be channelized through the Ministry of External Affairs. The exceptions under which direct correspondence may be resorted to are indicated in the instructions entitled Backward Channel of Communication between the Government of India and state governments on the one hand, and foreign and Commonwealth governments or their missions in India, heads of Indian diplomatic missions and posts abroad, and United Nations and its specialized agencies on the other, issued by the Ministry of External Affairs. 86. 8.9. Prompt response to letters received. Each communication received from the Member of Parliament, a member of the public, a recognized association or public body will be acknowledged within 15 days, followed by a reply within the next 15 days of acknowledgement sent. Where delay is anticipated in sending a final reply, or information has to be obtained from another ministry or another office, an interim reply will be sent within 15 days from the date of receipt, indicating the possible date by which a final reply can be given. If any such communication is wrongly addressed to a department, it will be transferred promptly within 5 working days of its receipt to the appropriate department under intimation to the party concerned. Where the request of a member of the public cannot be acceded to for any reason, reasons for not acceding to such a request should be given courteously. As far as possible, requests from members of public should be looked at from the user's point of view and not solely from the point of view of what may be administratively convenient. 8.10. Target date for replies. In all important matters in which state governments, departments of the central government, or other officers, public bodies or individuals are consulted, time limit for replies may ordinarily be specified. On expiry of the specified date, orders of the appropriate authority may be obtained on whether the officers, whose replies have not been received, may be allowed an extension of time or whether the matter may be processed, without waiting for their replies. 8.11. Use of official language in government communications. The provisions stipulated in the Official Languages Act, 1963 and instructions issued from time to time by the Department of Official Language are to be scrupulously implemented. Box A. 8.2. In a file,
There are options to use either Hindi or English or bilingual.
87. Appendix 8.1.
Format of letter No, Government of India, Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, the 20. 2. Subject. Sir, Madam.
Asterisk with reference to your letter No.
Dated.
On the subject cited above, I am directed. Yours faithfully.
SDABC. Under Secretary to the Govt.
of India.
Tele. No. Email. At endorsement No.
Copy forwarded for
Information necessary action to 1-2. ABC. Under Secretary to the Govt.
of India.
Tele. No. Email.
Other alternative forms of the introductory phrases commonly used are I
in continuation of my
this department's letter No.
E
with reference to the correspondence resting
ending with your
this department's letter No.
dated. To be typed on copies intended for 1 and 2
referred to in the endorsement.
88.
Format of DO letter.
Dr. ABC Deputy Secretary Tele. DO No. Government of India,
Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20. My dear
Shri.
We propose to draw up a model scheme for. A copy of the outline prepared in this connection is enclosed. I shall be grateful if you would let me have your comments as soon as possible. I may add that we intend circulating the draft scheme formally to all departments in the due course for their comments. With regards, yours sincerely, ABC, XYZ Deputy Secretary Ministry of
Department of
New Delhi. 89.
Format of Office Memorandum.
No. Government of India,
Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20.
Office Memorandum.
Subject. The undersigned is directed to refer to this their department OM No. Dated. 2.
Doubts have been expressed whether the provisions of also apply to. It is hereby clarified that
ABC. Under Secretary to the Govt.
of India Tele.
No. Email.
To the Department of
Vibhag Shri SMT.
Sardar Patel Bhavan, Parliament Street,
New Delhi 11000190.
Format of Office Order.
No. Government of India,
Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20.
Office Order.
Shri XYZ, a permanent section officer in this department, is granted earned leave for days from 2. With permission to prefix and suffix
both public holidays
to the leave.
2.
It is certified that Shri XYZ is likely, on the expiry of this leave, to return to duty at the station from which he proceeded on leave. SD. ABC. Under Secretary to the Government of India. Tele. No. Email.
Copy 2.
1.
Office Order File 2. Cashier 3.
Section Concerned 4. Shri XYZ Section Officer. 91.
Format of Order.
No. Government of India,
Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20. Order. Sanction of the President is accorded under Rule 10 of the Delegation of Financial Powers Rules, to write off irrecoverable loss of Rs. 5,000 rupees 5,000 only being the value of the following articles belonging to this department. IXXXXEXXXX. SD. ABC. Under Secretary to the Government of India. Tele. No. Email.
Copy forwarded to
1. The AGCR, New Delhi. 2. Internal Finance Section 3. Cash Section 92. Format of Interdepartmental Note. Government of India,
Bharat Sarkar, Department of
Vibhag. Subject. 1.
The present rules regulating the issue of identity cards provide inter alia that 2.
A question has now arisen whether
3.
4. 5.
This department will be grateful for the advice of the Department of Legal Affairs on the issue raised in para 4 above.
XYZ Deputy Secretary
Tele.
No. Email.
Department of Legal Affairs Vidhi Karya Vibhag Shri Shastri Bhavan,
New Delhi. _
Department of
ID No. Dated 93.
Format of
Notification. To be published in the Gazette of India Part 1, Section 2. Government of India
Bharat Sarkar Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20. Notification. No. Shri XYZ, Under Secretary in the Department of, is appointed to officiate as Deputy Secretary in that department vice Shri.
Transferred to the Department of
SDABC Joint Secretary
Tele.
No. Email.
The Manager, Government of India Press, Bharat Sarkar Press
Minto Road, New Delhi.
Copy forwarded for information to
IEE 94. To be published in the Gazette of India,
Part 1,
Section 1. Government of India
Bharat Sarkar Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20.
Resolution.
The Government of India have had under consideration the question of further improving the efficiency of the departments and services concerned with the collection of revenue.
As a first step in that direction, the President has been pleased, under the powers vested in him under Article of the Constitution of India, to decide that a class central service to be known as India Revenue Service should be constituted with effect from
SDABC. Secretary to the Government of India. Tele No. Email. Order.
Ordered that a copy of the resolution be communicated to. Ordered also that the resolution be published in the Gazette of India for general information.
ABC. Secretary to the Government of India. Tele No. Email.
The Manager, Government of India Press, Bharat Sarkar Press
Minto Road, New Delhi. Not to be published or broadcast before a.m. p.m. on Day, the 20. 95.
Press Communicate Note.
In response to public demand, the Government of India have appointed a commission to go into the problem of, and make suitable recommendations to the government. 2. The commission will consist of Shri as chairperson and the following as members. IEE.
3.
In making its recommendations, the Commission is expected to give consideration to the following matters, A, B, C. 4. The Commission is expected to submit its report to the government by Department of Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20. No. Forwarded to the Principal Information Officer, Press Information Bureau, Government of India, New Delhi, for issuing the communique and giving it wide publicity. ABC Joint Secretary Tele. No. Email, 96. Endorsement. No. Government of India
Bharat Sarkar Department of
Vibhag. New Delhi, The. 20. A copy each of the papers mentioned below is forwarded for information and necessary action. SDABC. Under Secretary to the Govt. of India. Tele. No. Email. List of papers forwarded 1. 2. to 97. Appendix 8.2 Para 8.4.6. Composition of the Gazette of India and instructions for sending material for publication therein. Part Section N. Subsection. Type of matter to be published. Part 1 to be published from Government of India Press, Minto Road, New Delhi. 1. Notifications relating to non-statutory rules, regulations, orders and resolution issued by the ministries of the Government of India other than the Ministry of Defence and by the Supreme Court of India. 2. Notifications regarding appointments, promotions, leave etc. of government officers issued by the ministries of the Government of India other than the Ministry of Defence and by the Supreme Court of India. 3. Notifications relating to resolutions and non-statutory orders issued by the Ministry of Defence. 4. Notifications regarding appointments, promotions, leave etc. of government officers issued by the Ministry of Defence. Part 2 to be published from Government of India Press, Minto Road, New Delhi. 1. Acts, Ordinances and Regulations. 1a. Hindi authoritative texts in Hindi language of Acts, Ordinances and Regulations. 2. Bills and reports of select committees on bills. Part 2 to be published from Government of India Press, Mayapuri, Ring Road, New Delhi. 3. Subsection I. General statutory rules including orders, bylaws, etc. of a general character issued by the ministries of the Government of India other than the Ministry of Defence and by central authorities other than the administration of Union Territories. 98. 3. Subsection E. Statutory orders and notifications issued by the ministries of the Government of India other than the Ministry of Defence and by central authorities other than the administration of Union Territories. Part 2 to be published from Government of India Press, Mayapuri, Ring Road, New Delhi. 3. Subsection E. Authoritative texts in Hindi other than such texts published in Section 3 or Section 4 of the Gazette of India of General Statutory Rules and Statutory Orders including bylaws of general character issued by the Ministries of Government of India including Ministry of Defence and by central authorities other than administration of Union Territories. 4. Statutory rules and orders issued by the Ministry of Defence. Part 3 to be published from Government of India Press, Minto Road, New Delhi. 1. Notifications issued by the High Courts, the Controller and Auditor General, Union Public Service Commission, the Indian Government Railways and by attached and subordinate officers of the Government of India. 2. Notifications and notices issued by the Patent Office, relating to patents and designs. 3. Notifications issued by or under the authority of Chief Commissioners. 4. Miscellaneous notifications including notifications, orders, advertisements and notices issued by the statutory bodies. 99. Part 4 to be published from Government of India Press, Minto Road, New Delhi. Advertisements and notices issued by the private individuals and private bodies. Part 5 to be published from Government of India Press, Minto Road, New Delhi. Supplement showing statistics of births and deaths, etc. both in English and Hindi. Procedure to be followed by ministries, departments, statutory bodies, etc. I. The part, section and subsection of the Gazette in which the matter is to be published should invariably be indicated on the top of the copy for the guidance of the press. 2. All notifications to be published in the Gazette should be sent to the press bilingually, i.e. in Hindi and English, except in case of Supreme Court of India, invariably signed by the competent authority. 3. All the matters to be furnished in both the formats, i.e. soft and hard copy, with the certificate from the competent authority that both the versions are same. IV. The original typescript copy, duly signed in ink by an officer not below the rank of Joint Secretary, should be sent to the press. V. The soft copy of the Hindi including tabular matter and English matter should be sent in a single of MS Word file. V. The hard copy or a copy without the officer's signature in ink and without indication of part and section will not be accepted by the press. 7. All authorities forwarding the notification should take care of duplication to avoid publication more than once. 8. Gazette notifications except in exceptional circumstance should always be sent to the press during normal working hours. X. The departments requiring printed hard copies of the Gazette notifications may submit a separate request in the prescribed pro forma of S99 to the respective press, for not less than 1,000 copies. X. The ministries, departments, statutory bodies etc. of Government of India should appoint a nodal officer for publishing Gazette notifications, in consultation with Directorate of Printing, as per guidelines available on a Gazette website. Web links organization. ASPX. System requirement for a publishing of Gazette notifications 100. SL. No. Features specifications 1. Page size A4 size. 212 CENTIMILLISECOND. By 30 CENTIMILLISECOND. 2. Matter size 17 CENTIMILLISECOND. By 24 CENTIMILLISECOND. 3. First page backward 11 CENTIMILLISECOND. Margin from the top. 4. English font size and name 10 points. Times New Roman. 5. Hindi font size and name 11 points. Mangal Unicode 6. Space between lines normal auto 7. File type MS Office document file. Open file. 8. Document type soft copy and hard copy. Both. 9. Authentication a certificate confirming that soft and hard copy are same. 10. Competent authority for extraordinary gazette. Under the signature or the approval of not lower than the rank of Joint Secretary. 11. Contact details of indenting Ministry Department. I. Telephone no. E. Email E. Mobile no. Note 1. The physical printing of Gazette notifications of Governments of India has been dispensed with, an exclusive publishing of the same has been started in compliance to the provisions of Section 8 of the Information Technology Act, 2000 with effect from the 1st of October 2015. Accordingly, the concerned nodal officer of the administrative ministry submitting the request for Gazette notification shall be solely responsible for submitting and circulating the copies of Gazette wherever required by law or otherwise within the prescribed time frame. 2. The ministries, departments, statutory bodies etc. of Government of India should appoint a nodal officer for publishing the matter in Gazette of India as per guidelines available on a Gazette website. Web links ASPX. 101. Guidelines on Drafting of Communications Chapter 9. 9.1. Procedure for preparing draft communication and its approval. I. No draft is required to be prepared in simple and straightforward cases or those of a repetitive nature for which standard forms of communication exist. Such cases may be submitted to the appropriate officer with fair copies of the communication for signature. In cases which are complex in nature or wherein proposed line of action or decision is not clear or having more than one option, the draft communication will be put up for consideration and approval along with the notes by the initiating level officer. After a final decision is taken by the competent authority, he may have the fair communication made for his signature, or authorize its issue under signature of an officer not below the rank of an under-secretary. All draft communications put up for approval must be specified accordingly by writing draft at top center. IV computer printout of draft is to be submitted for approval. The drafts of letters having crucial policy, financial and vigilance implication where the drafts have been changed by senior officers in the process of movement of files upwards, barring grammatical corrections, should also form a part of the correspondence portion. The officer approving the issue of a draft appends his initials with the date on the draft, if necessary, after editing.
Box A.
9.1. In the file system, there is a provision for initiating a draft at any level in the hierarchy and getting it approved and signed by any level with a predefined approver and signatory role respectively. There is also a provision to initiate a draft without a file in case of receipts received. Once the draft is approved, no change can be made in the draft content by any authority. There is also option for appending a signed digital signature by the signatory. If necessary, the file has to be resubmitted for amendment of the approved draft. 102. 9.2. General instructions for drafting. A draft should carry the message sought to be conveyed in a language that is clear, concise and unambiguous. Lengthy sentences, abruptness, redundancy, circumlocution, superlatives and repetition, whether of words, observations or ideas, should be avoided. If unavoidable, lengthy communications are generally concluded with a summary specifying the actions, if any, expected from the addressees. Official communications emanating from a ministry or department and purporting to convey the views or orders of the Government of India must specifically be expressed to have been written under the directions of government. IV. The number and date of the last communication in the series, and if this is not from the addressee, his last communication on the subject, should always be referred to. Where it is necessary to refer to a series of communications, this should be done on the margin of the draft.
Box A.
9.2. In the file system, there is a provision for creating a draft in a template. Also, the draft created in Word can be uploaded directly to the system. There are other ways like typing directly on the editor of the draft and using copy and paste function from a compatible source. While asking for information, comments, etc. from the addressees, specify the date by which they are required. Example, instead of stating, may be sent immediately, state, may be sent by the 28th of February 2019. All drafts put up on a file should bear the file number. When two or more communications are to be issued from the same file to the same addressee on the same date, a separate serial number may be inserted before the numeral identifying the year to avoid confusion in reference, e.g., A-11,011 I 200,119 ist. A-11,011 E 2019 ist.
Box A.
9.3. In the file, the differentiation is done by different issue numbers which appear on the left corner of the letter as well as in the table of correspondence of the file from which the issues are made. The file number is present on the top of the letter. A draft should clearly specify the enclosures which are to accompany the fair copy. In addition, short oblique lines should be drawn at appropriate places in the margin for ready reference by the dealing officers who fair and compare the 103 draft with the fair. The number of enclosures should also be indicated at the end of the draft on the bottom left of the page, thus (ENCL). 3. If copies of an enclosure referred to in the draft are available and are, therefore, not to be photocopied, an indication to that effect is to be given in the margin of the draft below the relevant oblique line. If the communication to be dispatched by post is important, e.g., a notice cancelling a license or withdrawing an existing facility, or encloses a valuable document, such as an agreement, service book or certificates, instructions as to whether it should be sent through registered post or speed post or in an insured cover, is to be given on the draft by the section officer concerned with its issue. Draft is to be prepared in double space to provide space between the lines for editing by officers.
Urgency grading to the draft is to be so marked by or under the orders of an officer not lower in rank than a section officer.
Xi. The name, designation, telephone number, fax number and email address of the officer, over whose signature the communication is to issue, should invariably be indicated on the draft. It would be beneficial to indicate the telephone number and the fax number of the person to whom the communication is being addressed.
Xi.
A flag, DFA, is to be attached to the draft. If two or more drafts are submitted on a file, the drafts as well as the flags attached thereto will be marked "DFAI", "DFA2", "DFA3", and so on. 9.3. Authentication of government orders. All orders and other instruments made and executed in the name of the President should be expressed to be made in his name and signed by an officer having regular or ex officio secretariat status of and above the rank of Under Secretary, or other specifically authorized to authenticate such orders under the Authentication, Orders and Other Instruments Rules, 2002, as amended from time to time. Where the power to make orders, notifications, etc. is conferred by a statute of the Government of India, such orders and notifications will be expressed to be made in the name of the Government of India. 9.4. Addressing communications to officers by name, 104. Normally no communication, other than that of a classified nature or demi-official letter, should be addressed or marked to an officer by name, unless it is intended that the matter raised therein should receive his personal attention either because of its special nature, urgency or importance, or because some ground has already been covered by personal discussions with him and he would be in a better position to deal with it. In such cases, the communication is to be addressed to the head of the organization and, attention, KMXYZ, Deputy Secretary Paul is written above, subject. 9.5. Drafting of demi-official letters. As the objective of writing a demi-official (DO) letter is to invite the personal attention of the addressee, the style of writing should be direct, personal and friendly. More usage of active voice is to be preferred. Example 1, I notice, rather than it is noticed. Example 2, I seek your cooperation in the matter of. Rather than, it is expedient to come to the issue at the beginning itself. A DO letter should preferably not exceed 1 page. If the message to be conveyed is lengthy, it is better to condense it into 1 page in a few small paragraphs in a manner that holds the interest of the addressee. The detailed arguments can be set out in appendices. A draft DO letter is to be fed by the personal staff of the officer who signs it. The color code and use of national emblem on DO letter will be as per instructions issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs from time to time. 9.6. Responsibility mapping regarding issue of communications. Table 9.1. SL. No action primary. Responsibility secondary responsibility. 1. Fair copying the draft approved by the competent authority. This includes ensuring that all corrections made have been carried out. Dealing officer section officer. 2. Fair copying the draft demi-official letter approved by the competent authority. This includes ensuring that all corrections made have been carried out. Personal staff of the officer signing the DO letter. Dealing officer. 3. Ensure that all enclosures are attached to the draft. Dealing officer section officer 105. 4. Issue of fair communications fax or email with enclosures, if any, as approved by the competent authority. PS of the officer signing the DO. Dealing officer. 5. Issue of fair demi-official letter with enclosures if complete set of enclosures is attached to the draft. In case the enclosure is to be attached, the DO letter will be issued by the section. This includes sending of fax or email is approved by the competent authority. Personal staff of the officer signing the DO letter. Dealing officer. 6. In case the communication is to be issued through the central issue section, making entries in the PO messenger book. Obtaining signature of the central issue section and receiving the PO book back for safe custody. Dealing officer or personal staff of the officer signing the DO letter as the case be. Nil. 7. Retaining office copy of the communication sent. This includes print of emails sent, including attachments or downloading and filing it in appropriate folders in a office system. Dealing officer or personal staff, if email sent by the officer. Section officer or officer concerned, if email sent by the officer. 8. Docketing and referencing of office copy and safe custody of the file. Dealing officer section officer. After obtaining approval of the competent authority, as per the departmental instructions, the section officer designated for this purpose will upload the approved version in the Pragati, Asamiksha, CPGRAM, Online Computer Monitoring System (OCMS) of Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation, Project Monitoring Group PMG/PMO and similar other portals. Screenshot of the portal or printed copy of the uploaded version is retained as office copy. Departmental instructions are to be issued to the central issue section regarding use of window type or ordinary envelope, communications to be sent by registered post with acknowledgement, speed post, etc. Rubber stamping the office copy of the communication, segregating those to be sent by foreign post from the rest, use of franking machines or stamp account register, etc. The section officer is to scrutinize the section dispatch register Appendix 9.1 once a week to see that it is being properly maintained and append his dated initials in token of scrutiny. 106. IV issue of interdepartmental notes. Fair self-contained interdepartmental notes are issued in the same manner as any other communication. Interdepartmental notes sought to be recorded on files are fair typed in the section's desks concerned but dispatched through the central issue section. Before sending the files to the central issue section for dispatch, the dealing officer in the section has to a. Mark the movement in the file movement register where relevant, in electronic form in the case of section's own file, and in the section register in other cases movement is to be updated against file or registration number. B. In respect of section's own files, prepare a challan in duplicate and place one copy on the file and make over the other to the dealing officer concerned. Box 9.1, Specimen of Challan Ministry Department of, file no, subject, notes, page number, 1 to 39 correspondence, 1 to 203 linked file no, sent to, Ministry of Law SMTLMO, Legal Advisor ID no in date, signature of dispatcher. C. Enter the file in the messenger book. And D. Send it to the central issue section for dispatch. Box A. 9.4. In a file, the issue can be made electronically through emails and an office copy of the issue gets automatically attached to the file along with any enclosures sent. In a file, fairing of approved drafts is not required as it is automatically done by the system at every level of correction, editing, contribution. Therefore, at the initial stage itself the draft is prepared as necessary for issue from amongst the formats available. Box A. 9.5. In a file the dispatch is made electronically as well as manually and all data relating to the issue is saved in the system. In case of electronic dispatch of A files, it can be done directly from one officer to another through the file system.
However,
For such a movement to take place, both the officers should be working in the FS environment. 107. Box A. 9.6. Box A. 9.7. Box A. 9.8. Box A. 9.9. Box A. 9.10. In a file, the signatory signs the approved draft with his digital signature (sign). In a file, the dispatch of communication can be done through email. And in return, it should be encouraged that the correspondence is received through emails. Electronic files containing ID notes can be sent directly from one office to another using the FS. However, both the officers sending and receiving
should be using a file.
In a file, there is a provision for setting up reminders for the reply awaited against an issue and also for sending of reminder against it. In a file, a copy of the fair copy office copy is automatically attached in the file once the dispatch is done through the file. 108. The difference in the various activities in the physical, the transition and the electronic modes. Table E 9.1. Activity physical mode, transition mode. Processing of receipts and file is done physically and tracking is done electronically through a file. Electronic mode, processing of receipts and file is done electronically through a file. Registration manual registers electronic distribution through manual registers. Manual as well as electronic record of distribution, electronic document sent manually. Electronic receiving manual registers manual and electronic record of movement, electronic document received manually. Electronic processing note and draft. Manual electronic outward communication. Manual physical and or electronic and or physical retrieval. Manual electronic note. To use the file in FS application, one needs to comprehend the procedure given in the user manual at web links 109. Appendix 9.1. Para 9.6e. Section Dispatch Register. Date SL. No number of the issue, addressee issued remarks. Nature of the issue, e.g., letter etc. In Hindi, in English bilingually. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 110. Records Management Chapter 10. 10.1. Activities involved in records management are 1. Records management covers the activities concerning mainly recording, retention, retrieval and weeding out. 2. Each record-creating agency will nominate, in pursuance of provisions of the Public Records Act, 1993 and the Public Records Rules, 1997, a Departmental Records Officer (DRO) who is not below the level of a section officer for overall records management of the organization as a whole. Box 10.1 Stages of Records Management. 10.2 Stage of Recording. Files should be recorded after action on all the issues considered thereon has been completed as per the record retention schedules para 10.7. However, files of a purely ephemeral nature, such as casual leave records or circulars of temporary nature containing papers of little reference or research value, may be destroyed after 1 year without being formally recorded. Box A. 10.1. In a file, the facility of recording a file is given for the files on which processing is done physically. An electronic file on which action is complete is closed and kept in a separate folder, closed folder. This may be closed by the creator of the file after getting approval of the competent authority, which may be of the level of section officer or above based on the roles assigned in the application. The closed file may be seen by the official who has closed the file and official who has authorized the closure of the file. The closed file can be reopened, retrieved by the official who has closed the file with the approval of the competent authority.
The closed file can be reopened retrieved by the official who has closed the file with the approval of the competent authority.
Creation of records. Use of records recording retention of
Records.
transfer to NI.
Appraisal of records.
Review, weed out. Transfer to DRR 111. Departmental instructions are to be reviewed and reissued by each department. The A files should also be kept in external media and the working condition of media should be checked frequently, at least once a week. 10.3. Departmental instructions for records management. Each department has to issue departmental instructions to regulate the recording and reviewing of records. 10.4. Categorization of records. Files may be recorded under any one of the following categories. I category, meaning, keep and microfilm. This categorization will be adopted for A. Files which qualify for permanent preservation for administrative purposes, part backwater, of Appendix 10.2 and which have to be microfilmed because they contain A document so precious that its original must be preserved intact and access to it in the original form must be restricted to the barest minimum to avoid damage or loss. Or E. Material likely to be required for frequent reference by different parties simultaneously frequently. B. Files of historical importance, part backward B, of Appendix 10.2. E. Category, B, meaning keep but do not microfilm. This category will cover files required for permanent preservation for administrative purposes, such as those listed in Part A of Appendix 10.2. It will, however, exclude the nature of material falling under the category described in I or E of subpara 1A above and therefore need not be microfilmed. E. Category, C, meaning keep for specified period only. This category will include files of secondary importance having reference value for a limited period not exceeding 10 years. In exceptional cases, if the record is required to be retained beyond 10 years, it will be upgraded to B category. The files may be recorded under two categories. Category are files which qualify for permanent preservation for administrative purposes or historical reasons such as those listed in Part A and Part B of Appendix 10.2. 112. Category C are files which are of secondary importance having reference value for a limited period not exceeding 10 years. In exceptional cases, if the record is required to be retained beyond 10 years, it will be upgraded to a category. 10.5. Procedure for recording. After action on the issues considered on the file has been completed, the dealing officer, initiating officer, in consultation with his supervisory officer, should close and record the file in the manner prescribed below. I. Indicate the appropriate category of record para 10.4 and in the case of category backward C, also specify the retention period and the year of review, reading, destruction on the file cover. For non-file documents, indicate the number of years for retention on the file cover. E.g., Seek 5 destroy or review to 2023 on a file cover of the file to be retained for 5 years from the date of closure into 2018. This is done after the dealing officer specifically obtained approval of the section officer, desk officer. E. Where necessary, revise the title of the file so that it describes adequately the contents at that stage. E. Get the file indexed paras 10.6 and 10.7 for category A and B files. IV. Take extract from the file, copies of important decisions, documents, etc. as are considered useful for future reference and add them to the standing guard file, standing note, precedent book. We. Remove from the file all superfluous papers such as reminders, acknowledgements, routine slips, working sheets, rough drafts, surplus copies, etc. and destroy them, unless they have audit or legal value. We.
Complete all references and, in particular, mark previous and later references on the subject on the file cover.
We complete columns 4 and 5 of the file register Appendix 7.3 and correct the entry in column 2 where necessary. We enter the file number in column 2 of the register for watching progress of recording Appendix 10.1. X. Write the word "recorded" prominently in red ink across the entries in the file movement register. X. Indicate page numbers and other references in ink which were earlier made in pencil. Chi. Prepare fresh file covers, where necessary, with all the entries already made thereon. And Xi. Hand over the file to the MTS who will repair the damaged papers, if any, stitch the file and show it to the person entrusted with the responsibility by the section officer for making entries in the register for watching progress of recording before keeping it in the bundle of recorded files. Box A. 10.2. In a file, change of file title and removal of any paper from any part of the electronic file is not permissible. In a file, file maintenance is a continuous and automatic activity. 113. 10.6 Stage of indexing. Files will be indexed at the time of their recording. Only those files which are categorized as A and B will be indexed. If a list of recorded files is in MS Word or PDF format, there is no need for indexing. Box A. 10.3. In a file, the metadata of the file along with the recording information and record movement helps in easy tracking and retrieval of the file along with monitoring the status of recording. In a file, the files may be searched using metadata like file number, subject, part of the subject, category and other parameters used while creating a file on the cover page of the file. 10.7. Record retention schedule. To ensure that files are neither prematurely destroyed, nor kept for periods longer than necessary, every department will, A. In respect of records connected with accounts, observe the instructions contained in Appendix 9 to the General Financial Rules, 2017. B. In respect of records relating to establishment, housekeeping matters, etc. Common to all departments, follow the backward schedule of periods of retention for records common to all departments issued by the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances SL. No. 15 in Table 4.2 C. In respect of records prescribed in this manual, observe the retention periods specified in Appendix 10.10. And D. In respect of records connected with its substantive functions, departments, ministries may issue departmental record retention schedule vetted by the National Archives of India. E. The above schedules should be reviewed at least once in 5 years. 10.8. Custody of records. Recorded files are to be kept serially arranged in the sections desks concerned for not more than 1 year, after which they are to be transferred to the departmental record room. For files due for such transfer, the register at Appendix 10.1 will be consulted. E. In the event of transfer of work from one section to another, the relevant files also are transferred, after being listed in duplicate in the format Appendix 10.3. One copy of this list will be retained by the section taking over the files for its record and the other acknowledged and returned to the section transferring them. Files transferred by a section to the departmental record room will be accompanied by a list of files Appendix 10.3 in duplicate. The departmental record room will verify that all the files mentioned in the list have been received, retain one copy of the list and return the other, duly signed, to the section 114 concerned. In the record room, these lists will be kept section-wise in separate file covers. IV. The Departmental Record Room will maintain a record review register Appendix 10.4 in which a few pages will be allotted for each future year. Category C. Files marked for review in a particular year will be entered in the pages earmarked for that year in the register. Files surviving the review undertaken on their attaining the 25th year of life will be stamped prominently as transferred to NI and sent to the National Archives of India. Files transferred to the National Archives of India will be accompanied by a list in triplicate Appendix 10.3, one copy of which will be returned by the National Archives of India, duly signed, to the Departmental Record Room. Record rooms will be properly ventilated, with adequate lighting and fire safety equipment and avoid exposure to moisture. The records will be arranged serially section-wise and will be regularly dusted. For proper preservation, the records will be periodically fumigated. Box A. 10.4. Closed A files will be reviewed as per record retention schedules and marked for weeding out transfer to NI as per accession procedure of NI. 10.9. Review and weeding of records, A category, C, file will be reviewed on the expiry of the specified retention period and weeded out unless there are sufficient grounds warranting its further retention. Justification for retaining a file after review will be recorded on the file with the approval of branch officer divisional head concerned. Retention after a review will be for a period not exceeding 10 years, including the period already retained. E category, A and B, files will be reviewed on attaining the 25th year of their life in consultation with the National Archives of India. In these reviews, the need for revising the original categorization of Category B files may also be considered. E. The year of review of Category C files will be reckoned with reference to the year of their closing, and that for Category A and Category B files with reference to the year of their opening. IV. Beginning in January each year, the Departmental Record Room will send to the sections desks concerned the files due for review in that year, together with a list of files in the format Appendix 10.5, in 4 lots in January, April, July and September. 115. VA. Files received for review will be examined by, or under the direction of, the section officer or the desk functionary concerned, and those files which are no longer required will be marked for destruction. Other files may be marked for further retention. It may, however, be ensured that in case an inquiry has been initiated departmentally or by a commission of inquiry or as a result of court proceedings having a bearing on the subject matter contained in the files documents concerned, or the files documents which are required in connection with the implementation of order, judgment of any court of law, such files documents will not be destroyed, even if such files documents have completed their prescribed life as per the record retention schedule. B. Files documents referred to above may be destroyed only after submission of the report by the Commission or completion of inquiry or implementation of the judgment, order of the courts, with the approval of the concerned Joint Secretary, head of the department. In case the implementation of the court order has been challenged, appealed against either by the government or by the applicant in a higher court, the concerned files documents will not be weeded out until the appeal challenge is considered and finally decided. In such cases, the limitation period prescribed for appeals should also be kept in mind. After review, the person entrusted with that responsibility by the section officer will make entries of revised categorization retention period in the file registers and return them to the Departmental Record Room along with the list appendices 10.6 and 10.7 after completing column 3 thereof. The Departmental Record Room, under the supervision of Departmental Record Officer DRO, will A. Transfer category backwater, and B. Files surviving the review undertaken at the 25th year of their life subpara E above,
to the National Archives of India.
B. In the case of other
Files, I destroy those marked for destruction, after completing column 4 of the list of files,
Appendix 10.3.
And E. Restore the rest, i.e. those marked for further retention, to the departmental record stacks after making the required entries in the Record Review Register in the case of category C.
Files.
V. Records not falling within the definition of file, e.g., publications, orders,
etc. will also be subject to periodic reviews at suitable intervals, and those no longer needed should be weeded out. To facilitate such reviews, each section will maintain a register. X. Considering the urgency to reduce the volume of records now being retained without any significant need for their attention, the following measures may be taken in the Ministry's departments. A. A special drive may be launched annually to review all category C files and to weed out those no longer needed. 116. B. Each Joint Secretary may review half-yearly the state of recording, reviewing, weeding out of files in his wing, and allot time-bound tasks towards this and to the members of the staff. C. Inspecting officers may be asked to pay special attention to the stage of records management in the sections as well as the departmental record rooms during their inspections. X. The following manner of weeding, destruction of records will be adopted. A. Routine files records will be manually torn into small pieces and disposed of. B. Classified files records will be destroyed by use of shredder, and C. Secret files records will also be incinerated after being shredded as per provision under Departmental Security Instructions issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Box A. 10.5. In a file, once the physical file gets reviewed, Records Management System (RMS) takes care of the file that has been sent for weeding out. The provisions relating to weeding out in the RMS is as per the procedure prescribed as above. 10.10. Quarterly Progress Reports of Recording and Reviewing of Files. I. The Record Officer will prepare each quarter, in duplicate, progress reports on the recording and review of files for the preceding quarter, in the forms at Appendices 10.6 and 10.7, and submit them, together with the following records, to the Section Officer A. Register for watching progress of recording Appendix 10.1. And B. Lists of files received for review Appendix 10.5e. The Section Officer will check the two statements, submit one copy of the report to the branch officer and send the other to the designated section looking after internal work study. E. The designated section entrusted with the functions of internal work study DSIWS O&M will A. Post the figures in the forms at Appendices 10.6 and 10.7 and return the reports to the section concerned. B. Prepare the consolidated statement for the department as a whole by vertically totaling the columns in the form at Appendices 10.8 and 10.9. C. Watch the progress of recording and review work generally. And D. Bring to the notice of the designated O&M officer and the secretary any significant trends in the matter. 10.11. Maintenance transfer of records in the personnel officers of ministers. A. The personnel officers of ministers shall maintain necessary records such as registration, dispatch and file movement registers. The above records will be in addition to files and folders for papers of secret nature connected with the cabinet meetings, etc. and for such subjects as considered necessary. 117. B. When a file or paper is given to the minister for seeking orders or for any other purpose, informally, the PS2 minister will be informed. PS2 minister will, on receipt of these particulars, will satisfy that such a file has been received by the minister and watch its further movement. The file will be returned to the officer concerned as soon as the matter has received the attention of the minister and the file has been disposed of. 10.12. Records maintained by officers and their personal staff. Each department may issue departmental instructions to regulate the review and weeding out of records maintained by officers and their personal staff. 10.13. Requisitioning of records. I. No recorded file will be issued from the sections, departmental record room or archival records except against a signed requisition in form prescribed under Public Records Act, 1993 Public Records Rules, 1997 in the case of archival records. Files obtained by a section from the departmental record room will normally be returned within 6 months. If they are not received back within this period, the departmental record room will remind the section concerned. For this purpose, the record room will maintain a simple register for keeping a record of the files issued to the various sections each month. A similar register will be maintained by each section as a record of files borrowed from it by other sections. Requisitions for files belonging to other departments and in the custody of the National Archives will be got endorsed by the department concerned before they are sent to the archives. If the requisition file happens to be a confidential one, the archives will not supply the file direct to the requisitioning department but route it through the department to which it belongs. The requisition will be kept in place of the file issued by NI. B. If the requisition file is one that has been microfilmed or printed, normally a microfilmed or printed copy and not the original will be issued to the requisitioning department. C. Files obtained by a department from the National Archives will not normally be retained for more than a year except with the latter's specific knowledge and consent. On return, the requisition file will be restored to its place and the requisition returned to the section official concerned. 118. Box A. 10.6. In a file, based on the category defined on the files, the list of files that are to be reviewed in a particular year is available in the system. The record management system has provisions to take care of requisitioning of files from the department and on INFS, the system, Records Management System, provides all the facilities for recording of physically processed files in a file, beginning with categorization, sent to record room for recording, keeping the location of recorded files in record room, reviewing of recorded files, sending the files to the NI if required and weeding out. Presently, all electronic files are retained in the file system. 119. Appendix 10.1. Para 10.10 IA. Register for watching the progress of recording section. Month and year. SL. No. F. No. Marked for recording date of marking date of recording. 1234. Box A. 10.7. In a file, the above data is saved automatically. 120. Appendix 10.2. Para 10.4. Illustrative list of records fit for permanent preservation because of A. Their value for administrative purposes, and B. Their historical importance. Records of value for administrative purposes. Papers of the following categories will normally be among those required to be kept indefinitely for administration's use. 1. Papers containing evidence of rights or obligations of or against the government, e.g., title to property, claims for compensation not subject to a time limit, formal instruments such as awards, schemes, orders, sanctions, etc. 2. Papers relating to major policy decisions, including those relating to the preparation of legislation. 3. Papers regarding constitution, functions and working of important committees, working groups, etc. 4. Papers providing lasting precedents for important procedures, e.g., administrative memoranda,
historical reports and summaries, legal opinions on important matters.
5.
Papers concerning rules, regulations, departmental guides or instructions of general application.
6.
Papers relating to salient features of organization and staffing of government departments and officers.
7.
Papers relating to important litigation or backward causes célèbres in which the administration was involved.
B.
Records of historical importance. Much of the material likely to be preserved for administrative purposes will be of interest for research purposes as well. But papers of the following categories should be specially considered as of value to historians.
1.
Papers relating to the origin of a department or agency of government.
How it was organized. How it functioned. And if defunct, how and why it was dissolved.
2. Data about what the department agency accomplished.
Samples by way of illustration may be enough. But the need for such samples may be dispensed with where published annual reports are available.
3. Papers relating to a change of policy.
This is not always easy to recognize, but what should be kept for A. Summary for a minister, B. The appointment of a departmental or interdepartmental committee or working group, and C. Note for the cabinet or a cabinet committee. Generally there should be 121.
A conscious effort to preserve all such papers, including those reflecting conflicting points of view.
In the case of interdepartmental committees, however, it is important that a complete set of papers be kept only by the departments mainly concerned, usually the one providing secretariat assistance.
4. Papers relating to the implementation of a change of policy, including a complete set of instructions to executing agencies etc.
and relevant forms.
5. Papers relating to a well-known public or international event or cause célèbre, or to other events which gave rise to interest or controversy on the national plane.
6.
Papers containing direct reference to trends or developments in political, social, economic or other fields, particularly if they contain unpublished statistical or financial data covering a long period or a wide area.
7. Papers cited in or noted as consulted in connection with official publications.
8. Papers relating to the more important aspects of scientific or technical research and development.
9.
Papers containing matters of local interest of which it is unreasonable to expect that evidence will be available locally, or comprising synopsis of such information covering the whole country or a wide area.
10.
Papers relating to obsolete activities or investigations, or to abortive scheme in important fields.
11.
Any other specific category of records which, according to the departmental instructions issued in consultation with the National Archives of India, have to be treated as genuine source of information on any aspect of history, political, social, economic, etc. or are considered to be of biographical or antiquarian interest.
122. Appendix 10.3.
Para 10.8.
E.
List of files transferred to National Archives of India Departmental Record.
Rooms, sections, desks. Ministry, Department of, Section. SL. No. File no.
Subject categorization.
And year of review. Date of actual destruction. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3. Appendix 10.4.
Para 10.8
IV.
Record Review Register.
Ministry, Department of, Year of Review. File no. File no. File no. File no. Note: this register will be maintained for Category C files only. 124. Appendix 10.5.
Para
10.10 IB. List of files due for review. SL. No. File no. Instruction of Reviewing Authority 123.
Instructions 1.
The Departmental Record Room will prepare this list in triplicate by completing columns 1 and 2 only.
2.
The section responsible for review will sign one copy of the list and return it to the Departmental Record Room by way of acknowledgement, retaining the other 2 copies.
3.
After review, the section concerned will complete column 3 of the list in both the copies by indicating A. The word keep in the case of the files proposed to be retained indefinitely. B. The letter W in the case of files desired to be weeded out. And C. The precise year of weeding in the case of class C files proposed to be retained for a further period not exceeding 10 years from the date of their closing. 4. Both the copies of the list should accompany the files returned to the Departmental Record Room, which will sign one copy and return it to the section concerned by way of acknowledgement. 125. Appendix 10.6. Para 10.10 EA. Quarterly Progress Report on Recording of Files. Section Desk. Quarter Ending Number of Files Initials. BF from previous quarter. Marked for record during the quarter. Recorded during the quarter. Remaining to be recorded at the end of the quarter call. 2 plus 3 to 4. Assistant Section Officer. Section Officer Desk Functionary. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Instructions 1. Column 1 will also indicate year 2. Column 2 will repeat the figure in column 5 for the preceding quarter. 3. Column 3 and 4 will be filled on the basis of the register for watching the progress of recording. Appendix 10.1. 126. Appendix 10.7. Para 10.10I. Quarterly Progress Report on Review of Files. Section Desk. Quarter Ending Number of Files. Initials. BF from previous quarter. Received for review during the quarter. Reviewed during the month remaining. To be reviewed at the end of the quarter call. 2 plus 3 plus 6. Assistant Section Officer. Section Officer Desk Functionary. Marked for further retention. N. Marked for destructi. On. Total. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Instructions 1. Column 2 will repeat the figure in column 5 for the preceding quarter. 2. Column 3 and 4 will be filled on the basis of record review register and lists of file received for review. 127. Appendix 10.8. Para 10.10E. Consolidated Quarterly Progress Report on Recording of Files. Ministry Department. Quarter Ending. Section Number of Files Variation of Call 5 from Call 2. BF from previous quarter. Marked for record during the quarter. Recorded during the quarter. Remaining to be recorded at the end of the quarter call. 2 plus 3 to 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 8. Appendix 10.9. Para 10.10E. Consolidated Quarterly Progress Report on Review of Recorded Files. Ministry Department. Month Ending. Section Number of Files Variation of Call 5 from Call 2. BF from previous quartet. Received for review during the quarter. Reviewed during the quarter. Remaining to be reviewed at the end of the quarter call. 2 plus 3 to 4. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Box A 10.8. In a file, the various registers maintained physically, like file registers for recording, records review register, records for weeding out, records sent to NI, etc. are available in the system. 129. Appendix 10.10. Para 10.7c. Retention schedule for records prescribed in the Manual of Office Procedure. SL. No. Description of record reference to
Relevant para of the manual.
Retention period in years from the date of closure.
12341 Dark Register 5. 332 Standing Guard Files 11.4 Permanent.
To be weeded out when the revised version becomes available. 6 Section Dispatch Register 9.6 E57 Messenger Book 5. 439 File Register 6.4 Permanent 10 File Movement Register 6.53 11 Register for watching the progress of recording. 10.10 IA3. 12 Precedent Book 11.6 Permanent 13 List of files transferred to Departmental Record Room. 10.8 E25. 14 List of files transferred to National Archives. 10.8 V Permanent. 15 Record Review Register 10.8 IV 116 List of files received for review 10.10. IV 117 Record Requisition Slip NI 10.13. E to be destroyed after the file has been returned to NI. 19 Monthly Progress Report on Recording of Files. 10.10. IA 1. 20 Register for keeping a watch on communications received from MPs VIPs. 12.33. 21 Register of Parliamentary Assurances. 12.63. 22 Checklists for periodical reports 12.71 23 Inspection reports a year after the ATN on. That report is accepted. Note: the retention period will be reckoned with reference to the date from which the record ceases to be current active. Where, however, it is proposed to weed out a register 130. Wherein certain entries are still current, e.g., File Movement Register where certain files entered therein have not been recorded, or the Register of Assurances, where certain assurances have not been implemented. The current entries will first be transferred to the new register and the old register weeded out thereafter. 131. Knowledge Management Chapter 11. Knowledge management is a process of creating, sharing, using and managing the knowledge and information of an organization. It refers to a multidisciplinary approach to achieve organizational objectives by making the best use of the knowledge. Knowledge management is, therefore, an enabler of organizational learning. A knowledge management dashboard shall be set up in the office environment by every section, unit, desk which will provide access to aids to processing as indicated in this chapter. 11.1. Aids to processing. Aids to processing are tools of knowledge management used in the ministries and departments. Any mechanism that helps an officer to learn his/her area of work in examination and disposal of a case is an aid to processing. They are more effective if maintained electronically. Examples of aids to processing are: 1. Note for the successor 2. Standing Process Sheet 3. Standing Guard File 4. Standing Note 5. Precedent Book 6. Reference Folder. 11.2. Note for successor. I. Movement of officers from one post to another by way of promotions, transfers, deputation, etc. is part of functioning in any organization. It is the responsibility of the organization to ensure that relevant induction material is provided to the new incumbent to enable him/her to perform duties to the best of his/her abilities. Even though in government organizations, all the required information is available in files, predecessors also play an important role in passing on institutional memory. Guidance provided by the predecessors needs to be documented to ensure easy and ready access. Note for successor from his/her predecessor is an important tool to keep the work progress in a flawless manner. Such a note should be prepared in a structured manner incorporating all the inputs so that the successors could thus charge their duties more efficiently. 132. IV. The responsibilities may vary from one post to another post. The note for the successor generally has to be of uniform format across the levels. A common template for a model note for successor is given in Appendix 11.1. 11.3. Standard Process Sheet. A standard process sheet is a standardized note or template described in Para 7.14v. It is a mechanism used in an office to arrive at a decision. The standard process sheet provides various checkpoints to process cases of repetitive nature. The various details or the facts and figures of each case are provided by the dealing officer. Apart from being a performance tool for the dealing officer, it ensures that no important point is overlooked by the seniors when the case is submitted. For the senior officers, it also helps in saving time because relevant information needed is visible in a more conspicuous manner. Some of the steps to be taken to devise standard process sheet are: A. List the cases dealt with. B. Check if any of them is of repetitive nature. C. Prepare a list of points to consider while submitting the case. D. Arrange those points in a logical sequence. The broad sequence to be adopted is: I. Facts of the case. E. Rules regulations to be applied. E. Suggested course of action. IV. Indicate who the competent authority is. V. Points on which decision is sought. 8. Design a format. F. Get the draft standard process sheet cleared by section officer and branch officer. G. Test run the standard process sheet in a few cases. H. Revise, if necessary. I. Finalize. A specimen standard process sheet is in Appendix 7.1. IV. Standard process sheets are to be reviewed periodically with respect to standing instructions, orders, guidelines of the Government of India in force. It will be filed on the notes portion of the file. It is to be treated exactly in the same manner as a normal note sheet is treated. In a file, one may design and customize templates to process cases of repetitive nature like advance or withdrawal from GPF, etc. We need to revise standard process sheet may arise due to A. Change in the rules position or B. Change in the procedure itself. 133. For example, if the minimum notice period for resignation to be given by the employee is done away with, this would need a revision in the standard process sheet to the extent that this particular checkpoint will have to be deleted. 11.4. Standing guard file. A standing guard file is maintained to help in processing and taking a decision in a case because A. It gives the background of the policy and procedures of the relevant subject to new officers. B. It enables quick submission and disposal of cases. C. It takes the place of voluminous old files put up for reference. D. It helps the office in locating the previous papers having bearing on the subject. It is a compilation consisting of the following three parts. A. A running summary of the principles or policy or procedure on a subject with number and date of relevant decisions or orders quoted in margin. B. Copy of the decisions or orders referred to, arranged in chronological order. And C. Model forms of communications to be used at different stages of processing a case. While processing a receipt, the dealing officer will first identify the issues and collect all information. Then consider possible courses of action to suggest applying the latest relevant rules and procedure. For example, a new dealing officer has to process a case for release of grant in aid to a state government on a scheme. Standing guard file on the subject would aid in his/her processing the case, as explained below. A. The running summary will assure that the rules and procedure contemplated is the same as the one to be adopted Part 1. B. Refresh knowledge and understanding of the provision of the rules including the latest amendment Part -2. C. Submit draft of Fair Communications Part 3. To create a standing guard file,
The first step is to build Part 2 by collecting copy of orders issued by the nodal ministry on the subject. Look for the previous references given in these orders and get a copy. Then, arrange them in chronological order. Go through these orders and note important points. Thereafter, prepare a summary based on these points. Then put these summarized points in a logical sequence. Take previous year's files, if any, on the subject. Go through the correspondence portion of these files and take copy of the communications used at different stages of processing of the case. The finalized draft along with standard process sheets would form Part 3 of Standing Guard File. 134. IV. To facilitate easy retrieval, Standing Guard files are given a number. The section must have a list of Standing Guard files maintained by it. A copy of this list must also be available with the section officer and each of the dealing officers. The section officer normally gives the task of maintaining Standing Guard files to the dealing officers concerned. A Standing Guard file would gradually lose its utility if it is not updated regularly. Therefore, one of the responsibilities assigned to a dealing officer is to update it regularly. One of the ways to update it is to take a photocopies of orders and other relevant communications issued on the subject by the nodal ministry concerned, of important decisions taken within the organization, and keep them in Part 2 of the Standing Guard file in a chronological order. Depending on the content of these orders or decisions, there could be a need to revise the running summary by adding suitable paragraphs or deleting paragraphs. Such revisions are to be made only after preparing a draft, getting it cleared by the branch officer. Similarly, as and when the forms of communication are revised or an additional one is devised, these two are to be added to Part 3 of the Standing Guard file. 11.5. Standing Note. Standing note is helpful in retrieval of important files on the subject to which standing note pertains, as it contains reference to important previous files concerning the subject. By referring to standing note, one can easily have access to important files on the subject and locate them without any delay. It's a continuing note explaining, among other things, the history and development of the policy and procedure, designed to serve as a complete background material for review of the existing policy or procedure. B. A brief for preparing replies to Parliament questions or notes for supplementaries thereto. And C. Induction or training material. As and when there is change in policy or procedure, the standing note should be brought up to date by incorporating relevant changes. 11.6. Precedent Book. I. It is a register in a prescribed format to keep note of important rulings and decisions having a precedent value for ready reference. While taking action on receipts, the dealing officer examines cases with reference to the rules, regulations or guidelines on the subject. There are, however, instances when one comes across cases where the rules, the regulations or the guidelines do not provide a clear and specific answer for the issue under consideration. Precedent Book is a valuable tool for quick retrieval of past files on the subject under consideration. It is a register designed to keep note of important rulings or decisions having a precedent value for ready reference. 135. If dealing officer and other officers in the hierarchy are unaware of precedent, they will have to seek advice from the nodal ministry concerned. Often this sort of references result in delay in disposal of cases. Precedent Book must be maintained in all sections that are designated as a nodal section. Format of Precedent Book is in Appendix. 11.2. A perusal of index in the Precedent Book maintained by the section will help to know whether there is any decision taken earlier on the issue presently under consideration. B. If so, to obtain details of the old file number in which the decision was taken.
C. Helps in locating it and linking it with the current file. IV. Locate files with
Precedent value.
It is difficult to define the term precedent value. A rigid view on the entries in the precedent book should not be taken. Dealing officer may also make entries relating to discussions on file leading to no decision also. No decision cases are those which are examined in a file for a decision but the final outcome is to keep it on hold. For example, a section receives a proposal for creation of posts. Concurrently, there is a proposal for cadre review. A view may be taken not to process the proposal for creation of posts till the cadre review is completed. If considered suitable, thus no decision may be a fit case for entry in the precedent book. Similarly, dealing officer may examine a proposal to grant relaxation to one of the eligibility conditions provided in recruitment rules for promotion. After discussions on the file, the Department of Personnel, the nodal authority in such cases, may not agree to the proposal. The precedent value is that no relaxation was granted. The criterion to decide whether or not a case should be entered in the precedent book is on the basis of whether such a file is likely to be called up for reference in the future. Dealing officer may consider taking photocopy of the relevant correspondence and the notes portions of the file with precedent value in a folder, giving a fresh page number to the photocopied papers and keeping a record in the form of an index on the first page of the folder. He may also note the page reference in the precedent book. Between one set of photocopy of a precedent and another he may keep a blank colored sheet as a separator. This folder should be kept along with the precedent book in a file board. This kind of an institutionalized system would obviate the need to locate the old file. The precedent book along with the folder containing photocopy of the relevant note correspondence portions should be kept in a safe place for easy retrieval. Section officer should assign the responsibility of maintenance of precedent book to a functionary in the section through a specific entry in the work allocation chart. An ideal time to make entries in the precedent book, therefore, is immediately after a decision of precedent value is taken. However, in any case, the entry must be made at least at the stage of recording the file. 136. 11.7. Reference folder. Reference folder is a folder maintained by individual officers. It contains such basic details as considered necessary by the officer, which are of immediate use for processing a case. Folder containing copies of various orders, rules, instructions, guideline, etc. On a specific topic, data pertaining to the subject dealt with, etc. Reference folder is useful for the dealing officer or an officer during the discussions with the senior officers or while attending a meeting. For instance, it may contain details of funds released under a scheme to different state governments during the last 3 years and also during the current financial year. It may contain details containing reasons why funds have not been released to a state government, details like outstanding utilization certificates, etc. Depending upon the need of the dealing officer or an officer, the reference folder will be created. Thus, it would depend on the needs of the officer concerned. The reference folder needs to be updated regularly on every updation of data and also every amendment to the standing instructions, orders and guidelines of Government of India. 11.8. Induction material. Every ministry department should prepare induction material under the guidance of the Joint Secretary, in charge of administration for the use of not only their officers but also for the convenience of other ministries' departments in making interdepartmental references. The backquote induction material should clearly spell out the functions and structure of the organization, detailed work distribution among various divisions and sections with their names, room numbers, location, officers in charge, telephone numbers, etc. The backcourt induction material should be revised at periodic intervals so as to keep it up to date. 11.9 Master Circulars. 1. In order to improve the existing knowledge information systems in government, ministries departments may review the instructions issued by them on each subject from time to time and consolidate the instructions on a given subject into a self-contained single document in the form of Master Circular. References of source instructions and amendments thereto may be listed and hyperlinked at the end of Master Circular so as to facilitate a user to see changes, updations introduced over time. 2. Whenever new instructions, orders are issued, or modification, amendment is carried out in any existing instructions on a subject, the relevant Master Circular may be updated on the above lines. Such updated Master Circular shall supersede the previous Master Circular on the subject. 3. The Master Circulars may be published on the website with well thought out content design and positioned prominently on the website within the broad framework of guidelines for government websites. 137. 4. Ministries departments may consider setting up a dedicated cell for adoption of system of Master Circulars and for organizing, maintaining and updating information on their websites on regular basis. 5. The progress of implementation of the above measures may be reviewed by Secretary of the Ministry Department regularly in senior officers meetings. 11.10. Responsibility MAPPING. No activity responsibility assigned to 1 note for a successor the officer concerned 2 standard process sheet branch officer 3 standing guard file section officer 4 precedent folder book branch officer 5 reference folder the officer concerned * the officer may ask the dealing officer and other officers to help. Box A. 11.1. In a file, there is a provision for remarks in the electronic as well as physical file cover, which could be used to indicate the decision made using key catch words. Subsequently, this could be indicated in the precedent folder. It is possible in a file to have a single folder combining the features utilities of standing guard file and precedent folder. These tools of knowledge management are essential to be developed and updated regularly. Appendix 11.1 Para 11.2. IV. Note for the successor. 1. List of key areas and responsibilities related to key areas SL. No key performance area responsibility related to the key performance area. 1 etc. 2. Staff position at present SL. No nomenclature of the post-sanction strength persons in position. Vacant posts date of vacancy. Remarks. 3. A brief write-up on the sensitive matters being dealt with in the section, branch, division, wing or department. 4. List of documents required by the officer for handling the responsibilities are in annexure. 138. 5. What were the predecessors' experience of working in the ministry department and what steps need to be taken to improve the situation? 6. Challenges that she faced and efforts made to overcome them. 7. What are the constraints under which the work had to be undertaken? 8. List of counterparts in various ministries departments along with the subject matter. SL. No subject matter ministry concerned. Officer concerned office address. Email and contact number. 9. Pending matters like court cases, parliamentary committee matters, PMO or cabinet secretariat, Pragati, Samiksha, etc. Needing urgent attention. 10. Any other issues. 139. Annexure to Appendix 11.1. List of important documents. 1. About the Ministry. 2. Second Schedule of Transaction of Business Rules, 1961. 3. Relevant portion of the Allocation of Business Rules, 1961. 4. Annual Report. 5. Organization Chart. 6. Work allocation with details of work allocated to officers and sections. 7. List of attached officers, subordinate officers, autonomous bodies, CPSEs. 8. Delegation of financial and other powers and departmental instructions for decision-making within the organization. 9. Citizens' Charter. 10. Parliamentary Matters, a folder containing answers provided to questions. Note for supplementary for the last 3 sessions question days of the Ministry Department. 11. Court cases, status of court cases requiring attention. SL. No. File no. Subject of court. Case. Date of next hearing advocate handling the case with telephone no. 12. Projects schemes completed and under process. SL. No file no. Subject of project schemes. Target date implementing agency unit with contact details. Present position. 13. Level of ICT prevalent in the ministries, list of important websites, FS and file tracking system. 14. Budget provision and the status of utilization of funds budget. Action on additional budget requirement. Pending audit paragraphs. 15. Pending RTI applications. 16. Important instructions on files from senior officers on which responses are pending. 17. EFC SFC Cabinet Note pending. 18. Important meetings during the next fortnight. Follow-up action on previous meetings. 19. List of periodic reports that are generated by the office and that are received by the office. Logistics. The data available on the computer of the predecessor should be made available to the successor. 140. Appendix 11.2 Para 11.6. E. Format of Precedent Book. Precedent Book. Heading. Decision or ruling in brief. Date. File no. Copy at page _ in the folder. Asterisk decisions with precedent value are indexed under various heads. For instance, a decision on critical date for determination of eligibility of candidates for the post of Chairman, Central Electricity Authority, may be indexed under I. Central Electricity Authority E. Chairman E. Critical date IV. Eligibility, etc. 141. Monitoring of Timely Disposal Chapter 12. 12.1. Disposal of Work. I. The primary responsibility for expeditious disposal of work and timely submission of arrear and disposal statements rests with the section officer desk functionary concerned. To this end, he will inspect the section's register and the assistant section officer's registers, and take such other action as may be necessary to ensure that no paper or file has been overlooked. E. The branch officer will also keep a close watch on the progress of work in the sections under his control. Necessary MIS reports are available in a file to monitor the progress of work. 12.2. Time limits for disposal of cases. Time limits will be fixed for disposal of as many types of cases as possible handled in the department through departmental instructions. As a general rule, no official shall keep a case pending for more than 7 working days unless higher limits have been prescribed for specific types of cases through departmental instructions. In the situation of a case remaining with an official for more than the stipulated time limit, an explanation for keeping it pending shall be recorded on the note portion by him. The system of exception reporting will be introduced to monitor the disposal of receipts. Monitoring of disposal of receipts cases. 12.3. Watch on disposal of communications received from members of Parliament and VIPs. I. The personal section of each Joint Secretary Director. If the Director submits cases directly to Secretary, Additional Secretary will maintain a separate register of communications received from Members of Parliament and VIPs in the form given in Appendix 12.1. The serial number at which a letter is entered in this register will be prominently marked on that letter together with its date of registration, e.g., 125 JSP MP 20.3.2019. To keep a special watch on speedy disposal of communications received from Members of Parliament VIPs, each section will a. Maintain a register as in format Appendix 12.2. and b. Mark out prominently those communications finally disposed of by circling the serial numbers in the register in red ink. If for any reason an MP's letter is received by a section without being registered in the personal section of the Joint Secretary Director, it should be registered there immediately. 142. IV. On the first working day of each month, each section will submit the register, along with the report in the format Appendix 12.3 to the Under Secretary Deputy Secretary. The report, with the remarks of Under Secretary Deputy Secretary, will be submitted to the Director, Joint Secretary and register will be returned to the section. The personal section of the Joint Secretary Director will check whether all the communications entered in its register figure in the reports sent by the sections. If any discrepancy is found, it should be reconciled. Thereafter, the report will be submitted to the Joint Secretary Director for scrutiny and for such other action as he may consider appropriate. Ministries departments may, through departmental instructions, include additional columns in the forms at Appendices 12.1, 12.2 and 12.3 to suit local needs. An illustrative list of VIPs is available at Appendix 12.4. In a file, utmost importance has been given to deal with VIP cases. Every letter received from VIP is tagged with unique VIP tag and their details are saved automatically. Mechanism for easy tracking and monitoring of VIP letters are also provided in the system. 12.4. Monitoring of Court CAT cases and implementation of Court CAT orders. The personal section of each Joint Secretary Director. If the Director submits cases directly to Secretary, Additional Secretary will maintain a separate register of Court CAT cases from the date of filing the petition application in Court CAT in the form given in Appendix 12.5. The serial number at which a petition is entered in the register will be prominently marked on the petition application together with its date of registration, e.g. 12 JS Court CAT case the 18th of March 2019. To keep a watch on status of implementation of Court CAT judgments orders, each section will a. Maintain a register as in format Appendix 12.6. and b. Mark out prominently those Court CAT cases finally implemented disposed of by rounding off the serial numbers of the register in red ink and give date of implementation of Court CAT orders. If for any reason Court CAT case is received by a section without being registered in the personal section of the Joint Secretary Director, immediate steps will be taken to get it registered there. 143. IV. On the 1st and 15th day of each month, each section will submit the register along with the reports in the format Appendix 12.5 and 12.6 to the Under Secretary Deputy Secretary. The report, with the remarks of Under Secretary Deputy Secretary, will be submitted to the Director, Joint Secretary and register will be returned to the section. The personal section of the Joint Secretary Director will check whether all the Court CAT cases entered in its register figure in the reports sent by the sections. If any discrepancy is found, it should be reconciled. Thereafter, the report will be submitted to the Joint Secretary Director for scrutiny and for such other action as he/she may consider appropriate.
Through departmental instructions, ministries may include additional columns in the forms at appendices 12.5 and 12.6 to suit local needs. 12.5. Requests applications received under Right to Information Act, 2005 RTI. The requests applications received under Right to Information Act, 2005 RTI will be dealt with and monitored, including online, by the Assistant Public Information Officer, Central Public Information Officer and Appellate Authority as per the relevant provisions contained in the RTI Act 2005. 12.6. Register of Parliamentary Assurances. Each section in a ministry department will keep a record in the form at Appendix 12.7 of assurances given by a minister to either House of Parliament, whether in replies to questions or in the course of discussions on bills, resolutions, calling attention notices, motions, etc. A separate register will be maintained for each house and entries therein will be made session-wise. The section officer will A. Scrutinize the registers once a week. B. Ensure that necessary follow-up action is in fact being taken. And C. Submit the registers to the branch officer every fortnight if the house concerned is in session and once a month otherwise, drawing his special attention to the assurances which are not likely to be implemented within a period of 3 months. The branch officer will keep the higher officers and the minister informed of the progress made in the implementation of assurances given by him in Parliament. Cases in which there is likely to be any delay in the implementation of a promise or an undertaking should be particularly brought to their notice well in advance. 144. In a file, facility for tagging Parliament assurance matters and subsequently generation of MIS report for timely monitoring of such cases is given. 12.7. Checklist of periodical reports. To ensure timely receipt, preparation and dispatch of periodical reports, each section will maintain 2 checklists, one for incoming reports and the other for outgoing reports, in the forms at appendices 12.8 and 12.9, respectively. All periodical reports will be listed in column 2 of the order of their frequency, weekly reports being entered first, fortnightly reports next, and so on. The checklists will be prepared at the commencement of each year, approved by the section officer and shown to the branch officer. The section officer will go through the checklists once a week to plan action on items requiring attention during the following week or so. After a periodical report has been received or dispatched, the relevant entry in the date column of the appropriate checklist will be circled in red ink. 12.8. Review of periodical reports returns. All periodical reports and returns relating to each section will be reviewed at the level of Joint Secretary or above every 3 years with the following objectives. A. To eliminate unnecessary report and returns. B. To redesign reports and returns which do not provide information data in usable form. C. To rationalize, simplify the essential ones by combining 2 or more of them, if possible. And D. To revise the frequency in relation to the need with due regard to constraint of time required for collection of information data from field levels. The results of the review during each year will be reported by the section to the section designated for handling work of IWSU by 7th of April. The section designated for handling work of IWSU will consolidate the reports received from various sections and send a report covering the ministry department as a whole, to the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances, by the 30th of April as per item 6 of Appendix 12.10. 145. 12.9. Monitoring of websites.
All central government ministries, departments, offices, PSUs should have a website containing updated data, information in compliance with the guidelines of Government of India websites GIGW available on the websites of Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology www. MeitY. NIC. In and of the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances www. DRPG. NIC. In. A nodal officer should be appointed for the purpose and the website updated regularly. 12.10 Disposal of pending matters. With the objective of disposing of references from members of parliament, state governments, parliamentary assurances, grievances, and references for interministerial consultation, the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances has been advocating the ministries' departments to undertake special campaign covering all ministries' departments of Government of India, their attached subordinate officers, autonomous bodies and PSUs. Such campaign was run successfully, with DARPG as the nodal department, from 2nd to the 31st of October 2021. As a sequel to the month-long special campaign, ministries' departments shall undertake the following actions on a regular basis to reduce pending matters to the minimum possible. A. Dedicate 3 hours every week for the special campaign. B. Designate nodal officers not below the rank of Joint Secretary who will be responsible for identification of pending matters and monitoring disposal on weekly basis, and to get the data entered on DARPG portal, namely, web links on the first day of every month. C. Secretaries shall monitor progress on monthly basis. D. The campaign shall also be implemented in all outstation offices of ministries, departments and autonomous organizations, subordinate officers, attached officers. 146. Appendix 12.1. Para 12.3I. Register for keeping a watch on the disposal of communications received from Members of Parliament VIPs. To be maintained by personal sections of Joint Secretaries Directors. SL. No. Reg. No. And date. No. And date of communication. Name of MP. To whom addressed brief subject section desk concerned. Remarks. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 147. Appendix 12.2. Para 12.3e. Register for keeping a watch on the disposal of communications received from Members of Parliament and VIPs. To be maintained by sections desks. Name of section desk. SL. NO. Receipt no. And date Joint Secretary Director and no. Particulars of MP. Appendix 12.4. Para 12.3v. Illustrative list of VIPs. 1. President 2. Vice President 3. Prime Minister 4. Governors of States 5. Former President 6. Deputy Prime Minister 7. Chief Justice of India 8. Speaker of Lok Sabha 9. Cabinet Ministers of the Union 10. Chief Ministers of the States 11. Vice Chairman Niti Aayog 12. Former Prime Ministers 13. Judges of the Supreme Court 14. Chief Election Commissioner 15. Controller and Auditor General of India 16. Ministers of State of the Union 17. Attorney General of India 18. Chief Justice of High Court 19. Cabinet Ministers in States, Chief Ministers of Union Territories 20. Chairman, Minority Commission 21. Chairman, Scheduled Castes and Scheduled Tribes Commission 22. Chairman, Union Public Service Commission 23. President's Office 24. Prime Minister's Office 150. Appendix 12.5. Para 12.4. Details of pending court CAT cases. SL. No. Petition Oya No. With date. Name of court bench of CAT. Major issues involved. Date on which counter affidavit was filed. Date of filing subsequent affidavits, if any. Present status of the case. 1, 2, 3, Appendix 12.6. Para 12.4. E. Status of implementation of court CAT judgments. SL. NO. PATITION. OANO. WITHDATA. A name of court bench of CAT, date of judgment, time frame, if any, given by court for implementation, major issues, whether the appeal review application against the judgment has been filed by government individual, if so, the date thereof, status of the appeal review application if no appeal etc. has been filed, present status of action taken to implement the judgment, reasons for delay in implementing the judgment, whether any contempt petition has been filed for delay in implementation or against the manner of implementation of the judgment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Appendix 12.7. Para 12.6 I. Register of Parliamentary Assurances. Section Desk, Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. SL. No. File No. Case. Discuss sign. Name of M. Refer. Rem. 1. Column 3. Show date on which the 2. Column 4. In column Para 12. Para minute position of pending cases over 1 year. Period. MP references. Additional SECI. Communication of official information. 13. Security of official information and documents. Chapter -13. 13.1. Communication of official information. Every government servant shall, in performance of his/her duties in good faith, communicate information to a person in accordance with the Right to Information Act, 2005, 22 of 2005, and the rules made thereunder. Provided that no government servant shall, except in accordance with any general or special order of the government or in performance in good faith of the duties assigned to him/her, communicate, directly or indirectly, any official document or any part thereof or classified information to any government servant or any other person to whom he is not authorized to communicate such document or classified information. 13.2. Treatment of classified papers. I. The provisions contained in this manual apply primarily to unclassified papers. In handling classified papers, the official concerned will have to exercise special care and follow the provisions under Departmental Security Instructions issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs. Since, according to these instructions, classified papers other than confidential are expected to be handled either by officers themselves or in sections designated as "secret" or "top secret", it is essential that in sections not so designated, a separate set of registers and other records, e.g. dark register, section register, file movement register, precedent book, electronic media, CDs, pen drives, etc. is maintained by section officer himself/herself. And b. The recording of such files and their review is also undertaken by him/her personally, keeping in view the provision under the Departmental Security Instructions. E. Every classified file shall be reviewed once in 5 years for declassification. A declassified file considered fit for permanent preservation will be transferred to the National Archives of India. 13.3. Confidential character of ID notes files. A file or ID note referred by a
department to another will be treated as confidential and will not be referred to any authority outside the Secretariat and attached officers without the general or specific consent of the department to which the file belongs.
If the information is in the electronic form, it will be handled by the authorized official only. 159. E. Where the general consent has been obtained under subpara 1 above, such consent will, however, exclude classified files or files in which the officer to whom the file is supposed to be referred or shown to is personally affected, or in which his official conduct is under consideration. E. For the purpose of attending meetings, discussions outside the office, an officer not below the level of section officer, desk officer may carry confidential papers, files, or an officer not below the level of under secretary may carry secret papers, files in a special circumstance with the written authorization of joint secretary concerned. The authorization will be produced by the officer on demand. Besides, provisions contained in the Manual of Departmental Security Instructions issued by the Ministry of Home Affairs shall be followed in this regard. 13.4. Communication of information to the press. I. Official information to the press and other news media, i.e. radio and television, will normally be communicated through the Press Information Bureau. E. Only ministers, secretaries and other officers specially authorized in this regard may give information or be accessible to the representatives of the press. Any other official, if approached by a representative of the press, will direct him or her to the Press Information Bureau or will seek the permission of the secretary of the department before meeting the press. E. Whenever it is proposed to release official information to the press, or to hold a press conference or press briefing, or to give publicity to an official report, resolution or any other publication, the department concerned will consult the accredited information officer in advance. The accredited information officer will meet the authorized officials from time to time and collect information worthy of publicity. IV. Detailed procedure in respect of matters mentioned in this para, as laid down by the Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, shall be followed. 13.5. Use of restrictive classification for printed reports etc. I. The restrictive classification for official use only, will not be assigned to any printed report, pamphlet or compilation, unless it contains information disclosure of which would not be in the public interest. In doubtful cases, the test that may be usually applied is whether the publication, whose circulation is proposed to restrict to official use only, is such that the minister would be justified in refusing to lay it before the Parliament. 160. E. No official publication including in electronic form will be marked for official use only, except with the prior approval of the branch officer, who will obtain the orders of the secretary or the minister in case of doubt. Box A. 13.1. In a file, the system allows movement of envelopes, receipts and files with security grading among all users in the department. Departmental instructions are to be issued by the Chief Vigilance Officer of the department to restrict access to various categories of classified documents to designated users. 161. Annual Action Plan and Citizens Clients Charter Chapter 14. 14.1. Annual Action Plan. I. Formulation. In order that the programs and projects undertaken by a ministry department are implemented in a systematic manner, each of them will formulate an annual action plan in the month of January. The action plan will reflect the manner and time frame of action with month-wise breakup of targets to be achieved in respect of each of the activities to be performed during the ensuing financial year. E. Accountability. The action plan will identify the levels of accountability, both direct and supervisory, for implementation of each action point. Achievement of action plan targets will form an important element of performance appraisal of each employee. Review. Each officer will review the progress made against action points pertaining to his/her charge every week and take appropriate steps for effective and timely implementation of the tasks assigned. Secretary of the Ministry Department will review the performance in respect of the action plan items in a monthly meeting with senior officers. Follow-up action on the points minuted therein should be taken promptly. 14.2. Citizens Clients Charter. Citizens Charter is an instrument which seeks to make a ministry department transparent, accountable and citizen-friendly. A citizens' charter is basically a set of commitments made by them regarding the standard of service delivered. The objective of framing a citizens' charter is to build bridge between the citizens and the administration and to streamline administration in tune with the needs of the citizens. Though not enforceable in a court of law, the Citizens Clients Charter is intended to empower citizens and clients so that they can demand committed standards of service and avail remedies in case of non-compliance by service provider organizations. The basic thrust of the Citizens Clients Charter is to render public services citizen-centric by making them demand-driven rather than supply-driven. Citizens are common public at large comprising of individuals, companies, trusts, associations, unions, etc. They are not part of the government and are generally referred to as external clients. Being outside the government machinery, general assumption is that they do not have sufficient knowledge of the government's internal processes. Therefore, the onus is on the service provider to ensure that citizens are well aware of the service standards and the expectations from service recipients. It cannot be presumed that all citizens are literate or understand the official language, and it may be necessary to communicate with them in the local language 162. Also, clients are part of the government and are generally referred to as internal clients. Being part of the government machinery, the general presumption is that clients have sufficient knowledge of the government's internal processes. Therefore, the onus of ensuring that clients who are also part of the government are well aware of the service standards and the expectations from service recipients is equally divided between the service provider and the service recipient. It is presumed that all clients are literate and communicating with them in the official language of the service provider agency is sufficient. Clients could be government agencies and government employees availing the services from another government agency. Services here will exclude administrative control activities, references and opinions to be provided on policy-related matters which cannot be disposed of within a predefined timeline. A Citizens Charter comprises of the following components: filled circle cover page as per Appendix 14.1, filled circle vision statement, filled circle mission statement, filled circle details of business transacted by the Ministry Department, indicates services offered, specifies timelines for service, indicates service standards, identifies levels, information about contact points and conditions for delivery of services, filled circle details of customers, clients, identifies client group, stakeholders, users, filled circle statement of services provided to each citizen client group separately, information about processes, procedures to access service benefits, filled circle details of grievance redressal mechanism and how to access the same in case of deficiency in services. Filled circle information about facilitating implementation of Right to Information Act, 2005. Filled circle expectation from the citizen client for smooth service delivery. Filled circle date of issue of Citizens Charter and date of next review of the same. Each ministry department shall appoint a contact officer on Citizens Charters responsible for formulation and implementation of the Citizens Charter. The contact officer or nodal officer for Citizens Charter will be responsible for various activities involved in formulation and implementation of the Citizens Charter. A comprehensive website of Citizens Charter in Government of India has been developed and launched on the 31st of May, 2002. This website at link www.goicharters.nic in contains the citizens' charters issued by various central and state government ministries departments. They are required to upload their respective updated citizens' charters on this link as and when their citizens' charters are reviewed and revised. Activities relating to the Citizens' Charter required to be included in the annual report of the Ministry Department are as under. 163. A. Action taken to formulate the Citizens' Charter for the Ministry Department and its subordinate formations. B. Action taken to implement the Citizens' Charter. C. Details of training programs, workshops etc. held for proper implementation of the Citizens' Charter. D. Details of publicity efforts made and awareness campaigns organized on Charter of the Citizens' clients. A. Details of internal and external evaluation implementation of Citizens' Charter in the Ministry Department and assessment of the level of satisfaction among citizens' clients. F. Details of the revisions made in the Citizens' Charter on the basis of internal and external review. 14.3. Public Grievance Redressal Mechanism. Grievances are expressions of resentment against specific acts of omission or commission that are wrong or perceived as wrong, thus requiring corrective action to be taken. In other words, if a grievance is received, it needs to be redressed. Grievance includes complaints by service recipients against non-delivery of services as expected but does not include requests for service delivery in normal course. Grievance redress mechanisms (GRMs) are the processes set up by Ministry Department to receive, record, investigate, redress, analyze, prevent, or take any other appropriate action in respect of grievances lodged. GRMs in central ministries' departments include grievances received by them from the public and clients, service recipients as well as from their own employees. As such, these include issues related to service delivery as well as employment-related matters, e.g. transfers, promotions, pensions, pay fixation, etc. A citizen can lodge a grievance in English, Hindi or any local language. The compilation of the guidelines on GRMs issued by Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances as well as various orders on the subject are available in the public domain on www.pgportal.gov.in. Any complaint sent by email will not be attended to entertained as the public grievances to be lodged on the website. The tracking of the same is possible through a unique registration number generated by the system at the time of lodging of the public grievance by the citizen. 164. 14.4. The main guidelines on grievance redressal are: A grievance should be disposed within a period of 45 days and in case of delay, an interim reply with reasons for delay should be furnished. A well-reasoned speaking reply should be given while closing a grievance and the relevant documents should be uploaded. Each ministry, department, state, UT should have a senior officer of the level of Deputy Secretary or above designated as Director of Public Grievance, who can be approached in case the grievance is not redressed or the citizen is not satisfied. The name, designation, room number, telephone number, etc. of the Director of Public Grievances should be displayed prominently at the reception office and other convenient places in the office building so that citizens are fully aware of it. This information is also available on the www.pgportal.gov.in in respect of all ministries, departments, state governments and UTs. Every Wednesday of the week between 10:00 am to 1:00 p.m. has been earmarked for receiving and hearing of grievances by the Director of Public Grievances. A locked complaint box will be placed at the reception office of the Ministry Department for convenient registration of complaints by members of the public, which must be opened by the designated officer at regular intervals. 14.5 Central Public Grievance Redress and Monitoring System (CPGRAMS) based on web technology was established in June 2007 with the aim to enable, facilitate an aggrieved citizen to lodge a grievance from anywhere at any time 24/7 on www.pgportal.gov.in. The CPGRAMS enables a citizen to lodge a grievance to any of the ministries, departments or state governments UTs on www.pgportal.gov.in. The functioning and various features of the CPGRAMS are as under: A. The PMO, President Secretariat, Directorate of Public Grievances, Cabinet Secretariat, DARPG and the Pensioners Portal are integrated through CPGRAMS. B. CPGRAMS interlinks all the 87 central ministries, departments, organizations existing as on date as well as all the 36 state governments and UT administrations. C. On lodging of a grievance online, a unique registration number is generated to the citizen through CPGRAMS to enable online tracking of the grievance, giving reminders or comments by the citizen. D. The acknowledgement with the unique registration number of the grievance registered online is sent via email to the email address indicated or by SMS on the phone number indicated by the citizen while lodging the grievance. A. In case the grievance is lodged offline by post, the same is uploaded on CPGRAMS and an acknowledgement letter is generated through the system which is sent to the citizen by post. F. The first 5 alphabets of the registration number indicate the ministries, departments to whom the grievance had been lodged. 165. G. There is a provision of lodging a grievance which will be automatically forwarded to field level directly. H. The system enables ministries, departments to take appropriate action and upload the action taken report (ATR) to be filled mandatorily by grievance redressal officer on the system, which can be viewed by the citizens online with the help of the unique registration number. I. The system enables ministries, departments to declare their respective subordinate organizations for grievance redressal. J. CPGRAMS generates various reports for monitoring of public grievances which facilitate identification of grievance-prone areas and enables systemic changes reforms. K. Citizen satisfaction feedback rating mechanism is available on CPGRAMS. L. Public grievance records on CPGRAMS are archived after a period of 5 years. 14.6 Issues not taken up for redressal of grievances are as under: I. Sub judice cases or any other matter concerning judgment given by court. E. Personal and family disputes. E. Right to information matters. IV. Anything that impacts upon the territorial integrity of the country or friendly relations with other countries. V. Suggestions. Any complaint sent by email will not be attended to entertained as the public grievances to be lodged on the website. 14.7 The machinery and work relating to public grievances and the statistics relating to receipt disposal of public grievances shall form a part of the annual action plan and annual administrative report of the Ministry Department. 14.8 Appeal mechanism in CPGRAMS is under: I. After closure of a grievance by the nodal public grievance officer of the concerned ministry department, the complainant can provide feedback if she is not satisfied with the resolution. E. If the rating is poor, the option to file an appeal is enabled. E. The stipulated time for disposal of appeal is 30 days. IV. Every ministry department should have a nodal appellate authority, details of whom are to be given in the portal, namely, at pgportal.gov.in. The nodal appellate authority should be one level above the designated nodal public grievance officer. We now can create sub-appellate authority for disposal of appeal. 166. Appendix 14.1. National emblem logo if any, citizens clients charter name of the ministry department, name of the ministry to which the department belongs, address with website ID, month and year of issue 167. FS Digitization Framework Chapter -15. This is an abridged version of FS Digitization Framework document of Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances DARPG and National Informatics Center NIC. The complete version is available at Web Links 52019. PDF Center Copyright 2009-2013 National Informatics Center. 15.1. FS is aimed to bring in more transparency, efficiency and accountability in the GOVT transactions, leading to increased productivity. One of the key areas of importance is to bring in the required transition to electronic mode of working on files and documents. Moving from a manual document, file and paper-based functioning to an electronic environment requires effective management to implement the transition. This involves digitizing and storing existing physical files and records and also in managing the newly created electronic files and records. The key areas in the digitization strategy framework are A. Approach to be followed for digitizing the existing documents and files. B. Identification of files and records and their storage after the digitization. C. Roles and responsibilities of the various stakeholders involved in the transition process. D. Setting standard procedures and guidelines to be followed. A. Establishing a long-term retention policy. E. Before the digitization process is started, it is important that A. The approach adopted ensures the integrity of official records to provide authentic, complete and accessible information. B. Decisions need to be made about the mode and process for the transformation, E. Equipment needed, and E. Technical standards in storage adopted. C. Quality assurance measures need to be defined and implemented. Effective storage of physical files is important for their retrieval for any reference purposes. D. The required training needs to be imparted so as to enable department officials meet the responsibilities as per the guidelines laid down. 168. 15.2. Digitization Framework. Digitization of documents and files play a key role for overall transition to FS. Framework for digitization is, thus, critical for transition to an electronic mode of functioning. It helps to build an integrated approach in preparing the user department for making the transition. The framework includes the standards, policies, guidelines and best practices. It has been designed to be in sync with the overall FS implementation. The overall framework includes the following areas. 1. Governance structure. 2. Digitization approach. 3. Digitization process. 4. Integration into FS. 1. Governance structure. For the successful implementation of FS, the commitment of the top management in the department is essential, combined with the distribution of responsibilities across the department by designating clear roles and responsibilities. The implementation of FS must be driven and monitored by a well-defined governance structure. Some of the important functions include notifying the required policies, guidelines, best practices and standard operating procedures (SOPs) for FS such as A. Ensure meeting the legal requirements of FS, compliance to open storage formats, prescribed e-governance standards, IT Act 2000 and its amendments. B. Ensure that the standard scanning guidelines are followed with quality control. C.
Ensure that the digitized records are stored in open standard format. D. Adherence to the policies and guidelines of the Strategy Framework document. 2. Digitization approach. The phased approach to be adopted is detailed in the following sections. Phase 1, Plan Phase 2, Prepare Phase 3, Implement 169. Phases of digitization process 170. Annexure may please be seen in the main document. Phase 1, Plan Step 1, Identification of Department Nodal Officer and Nodal Coordinators as per the governance structure. Step 2, Identification of Documents for digitization. This is the first step to be carried out in each unit of the department by the designated digitization coordinator as per the governance structure. I. Documents, Acts, Office Memorandums, Circulars, Annual Reports, Policies. E. Files. All the files that are likely to continue beyond 6 months in the open status should be selected. For the files that are likely to be closed within 6 months, the files should be selected on the following criteria. The files that may end up as permanent records, the files that are involved in issuing or likely to be issued in future important instructions and directions, the files that have gone or likely to go before the cabinet, the files that are likely to be added to the standard guard file or precedent book, any other files identified as important for reference by the concerned digitization coordinator, disposed of files, and the files which will be disposed of in the next 3 to 4 months' time will not be scanned unless they are candidates for the record room. Any other records identified as important for reference by the digitization coordinator concerned. Step 3, Selection of the data that need to be digitized within the selected documents. It is important to ensure that the digitization activity is undertaken in a meaningful manner and not merely as a scanning exercise. It is not necessary to digitize all the pages or the content in the identified files and records. There are several pages in a file that will not have significance for future reference. Therefore, it is necessary to identify only those pages which have value for future references, and these needs to be digitized. Papers in closed or recorded files need to be digitized selectively. For instance, extra copies, any correspondence or notes portion for which soft copies are available need not be digitized. 171. Apply the record retention schedule and policies for old and legacy files to minimize digitization efforts. The final decisions will need to be taken by the designated digitization coordinator in consultation with the unit. Step 4, Decision on the phasing and sequencing manner to be adopted. Decide on the phasing of digitization of the identified documents, files and records, especially when there is a large number and volume. The outcome of this decision will become an input for the Step 8 of Phase 2, Digitization Timetable. Suggested approach to select files to be digitized, and its order is: A. Digitize all files which are not in circulation. B. Closed and recorded files from the current to the older could be digitized first. C. Closed files that are referenced in the active or current files. Active files should be done as per the transition decision. The active files belonging to the category decided to be taken up for converting to electronic mode in the first phase of the transition timetable. This can be done by the sections themselves and do not need any advance preparation. Step 5, Current state assessment of volume and efforts. Volume estimation. Based on the selection done in steps 1 and 2, the expected volume of documents is calculated. Efforts estimation. This is done based on the following activities: pre-processing activities, scanning entry of metadata which must have keywords of the document content and keywords for searching. Storage of the digitized documents, uploading to FS. Step 6, Decision on the model of digitization, in-house, outsourced, mixed mode. The recommended approach is:
Active and current files. All active and current files will not be converted to electronic file from day one. Files taken up for transition to electronic file will depend on the transition approach adopted and finalized by the organization and the finalized transition timetable. The digitization activity of active current files is normally best undertaken by the section concerned. 172. Record room on legacy files, outsourced to external empaneled agencies who can take up the activity. Scanners. A high level of clarity is required within the department of the technical aspects of scanning. There are many types of scanners with different features, and most models include the inbuilt software or drivers for optical character recognition (OCR), image manipulation, support for multiple formats. The scanners are to be selected based on the requirements depending on the various parameters such as volume of documents to be scanned, quality of documents and subsequent scanned images, speed of scanning, required type of documents, file, book, letter etc. Parameter description, type, volume of documents. High-end scanner that can scan up to 100 pages per minute. Type, good quality. Laminated documents, books. Automatic document feeder ADF scanner, flatbed scanner, book scanner. Phase 2, prepare. Step 7, preparation of digitization timetable for the department. The digitization timetable provides the detailed calendar of digitization activity that need to be carried out, both for in-house as well as outsourced. Step 8, procurement of resources estimated in Phase 1. The resources can be procured following due procedures. Step 9, user education and training. Training for document identification, indexing, preparing metadata, etc. At first stage, implementation and execution plan, scanning, with handholding support, continued training for different activities 173. Phase 3, implement. The implementation follows the steps and methodology outlined in the following section. Step 10, implementation as per the suggested points. Digitization timetable, digitization process guidelines for scanning, storage. Digitization timetable, format. Serial actions, activities by whom, timeline 174. 3. Digitization process. A. Collect and prepare the documents. The documents identified by individual units are collected. The involvement of the section concerned is considered important as the knowledge of the files, documents will be required. Documents must be carefully separated. If stapled, pins need to be carefully extracted. Page separators or post-it notes can be placed for separating the categories. 175. Any external annexure like photographs is to be fixed carefully and neatly, if required with glue. Proper dusting of the document is required as it may affect the quality of the image. Ironing and smoothing of the document. This is done in the case of documents that are folded at the edges. Page numbering. Each page of the document is numbered on the corner. This helps in maintaining the count and also in avoiding any misplaced sheets of any document during the course of file movement. Clip the document set. Important points to take care: make sure that the scanned documents are readable. Collect the originals from the scanner, collate and clip the documents once again. All the physical records per connection shall be bound in a file. The file should have the details of the content and a unique identifier on the top of the file to help faster retrieval. If DPI dots per inch is more, the photo is sharp but the size of the file is more. If DPI is less, the photo is dull but the size of the file is less. B. Mode for scanning. There are various modes and options available for scanning files and records. Depending on the contents and complexity of the file, it can be scanned as a single PDF or each page can be scanned in the file as a separate PDF. Different methods can be applied to different components of the same file as well.
For example, all correspondence
May be broken into logical sections and scanned such that there is one PDF for each section. At the same time, notes in the file can be scanned page by page as each note is a significant component of a file. The contents of an active file, i.e.,
correspondence,
notes, issues,
drafts,
etc., may be scanned in either of the two ways,
i.
page by page.
Each correspondence is scanned as a separate
image and a separate PDF file. This is more time-consuming but leads to easier indexing of the images.
e. Bulk scanning.
Both ways,
i.
page by page,
each correspondence is scanned as a separate
image and a separate PDF file. This is more time-consuming but leads to easier indexing of the images.
e. Bulk scanning.
All documents are scanned into the same image in the same file. In this case, each page needs to be identified and indexed separately as per its type and use. 176.
Closed files can be digitized in the same way as active files with some differences in scanning and indexing.
See Scanning Specifications and Format.
Document
Type Condition Color in DPI Regular Text 100 DPI BW Text with Images 300 DPI Grayscale Very Damaged Tarnished Clouded 450 DPI BW Seriously Damaged Tarnished Clouded 600 DPI BW Documents with Photograph 600 DPI Grayscale Color. The choice of storage format for electronic documents can have significant and far-reaching consequences. Entry of the metadata. The required metadata is entered against each document. The indicative metadata is as follows: active files, closed files, recorded files, file no,